Summary.
Please listen in order, Adelwyn, before reading this one. Max has claimed the title of king. As Ansel and Griffa work to prepare Max for the future, the powers in Oromist continue on with their dangerous plans. Ansel struggles with his feelings for Griffa while trying to keep both Max and her safe. The war for the kingdom hasn't begun, but the danger is growing.
Prologue. Agatha looked out of the window of the old cottage, watching her son run around the yard. These moments of peace were few and far between. They had been on the run for so long. No matter where they went, shadows always seemed to find them. Alistair had paid the ultimate price a year ago to make sure she could escape with their 2 children, and she missed him terribly. Agatha's young daughter made a loud noise in the chair at the small table. "Dearest Malin, what is the matter?" Agatha asked her daughter. "I'm hungry," replied Malin in her little voice. "I know, dear. It's almost time for dinner. I will call in your brother in a moment." Malin stuck out her bottom lip, making Agatha giggle. "Fine, you silly girl." She gave Malin a small piece of apple and went back to preparing their meager meal. Agatha's life was so different than the one she had been accustomed to. She had grown up in the great palace of Oromist. She had been queen over the entire kingdom. Now she was in an old cottage held up by only magic. She was filthy, wearing practically rags, but she was alive. She missed her sweet Alistair, but she still had her children. She heard a knock at the door in the front room. She looked out the kitchen window and saw Vaughn happily playing. She looked at Malin, who was eating her apple. Agatha moved slowly to the living room, prepared to fight if need be. She looked out the front window carefully and smiled. She quickly walked over the door and opened it, and she was immediately taken up into a hug. "My queen," said Alessio in Agatha's ear as he hugged her. "Alessio," squealed Agatha. She had missed him. She hadn't seen him in over 2 years. She felt his protector's magic wash over her, making her sigh in contentment. Alessio put her down and walked into the small front room. He wasn't alone. A man about Agatha's age came in behind him, and Agatha recognized him immediately. "Brian, it is so good to see you alive and well," said Agatha. Brian bowed low and replied, "My queen, it is my honor and pleasure." She invited them into the front room and offered them a seat on the old furniture. They sat down carefully. Agatha walked to the kitchen to grab Malin, and she tapped on the window to get Vaughn's attention. He looked up, and she motioned him to come inside. "I'm sorry to receive you in a place like this, but we have been running for so long. We were just happy to have a roof over our heads for a while," said Agatha, sitting down in a chair with Malin in her lap. "It's no bother, your majesty," said Alessio as Brian nodded. "We've come to tell you we know how to keep you and your family safe." Agatha gave both men a surprised look as Vaughn came running into the room. He paused when he saw the men. "Is this the young prince?" asked Alessio. "He has grown into quite a young man." Alessio offered his hand to the 8-year-old boy, who looked at his mother. Agatha nodded, and Vaughn shook Alessio's hand. Vaughn sat down on the floor, close to his mother, staring at the 2 men with wide eyes. Agatha looked up at Alessio. "You said you have a way to keep us safe? Somewhere we won't have to run anymore?" "Yes, we have a place and a plan. We are building 2 safe villages as we speak. One is on the edge of the river valley, and the other in the forest of the great surrounding," said Alessio. "Alessio and I will be staying in the forest, and several other families will be staying in the new village in the river valley. You know many of them, including the Wendells. You remember them, don't you?" asked Brian, looking at Agatha kindly. "Yes, of course I remember them. They were trusted friends to me back in Oromist. So, would I and my children live in the forest village then? You will want to be near us, won't you, Alessio?" asked Agatha, looking at the man who was her protector in the palace. Alessio and Brian shared a look before Alessio started speaking. "Your Majesty, I do want you close to me, and I was thinking the forest village is the perfect place for you. We have to keep you hidden from outsiders the best we can, so we will have to clever about this. Our number 1 priority is keeping you and your children safe." "What do you mean?" inquired Agatha as a feeling of unease came over her. "My queen Agatha, I am so sorry for your loss this past year. We just recently became aware of Alistair's death. I wish we could have found you sooner and brought you to us safe before you lost him," said Brian. Agatha nodded and looked down, tears in her eyes. "You will not know it, but I lost my own excellent wife 2 years ago. She died in childbirth. The babe did not survive either," said Brian quietly. "I am so sorry, Brian. I did not know. I know that was a horrible loss. It must be to lose both your wife and child, replied Agatha, looking up at Brian. Brian smiled sadly. Agatha, I feel we have been good friends for a long time, and I hope you feel the same. I have always been very fond of you. Agatha gave him a small smile. Of course, Brian. We have known each other almost our whole lives. I have always considered you a dear friend. Good, said Brian. He looked nervous. I know I could never take the place of Alistair. I know it, but I would like it if you would consent to be my wife, Agatha. Agatha's eyes went wide with shock. Brian. Don't say anything yet. I offer you protection and my name. I know it's not as good as your own bloodline, but I am from an old family. We have long been great allies of your line. I will give you a good home, and I will care for you. I will expect nothing of you. I want only to keep you safe. And my children? Asked Agatha. My queen, your children are the most important people in this kingdom. They must be kept safe, said Alessio. The safest thing to do would be to split them up. What? Exclaimed Agatha, her eyes snapping to Alessio. You want to separate me from one of my children? Not forever. You would still visit Prince Van. You can see him multiple times a year, reassured Alessio. He got up and kneeled before his queen and took her hand. Van is almost at an age where he would have left you to study with a family friend anyway. I know it will be hard, but we must protect your bloodline. I will be thrilled to have you and your daughter. She will take my last name, said Brian. She will be my heir, and I will make sure you see your son often. Where would he go? Asked Agatha sadly, looking at her son. To live with the Wendells. They have 2 boys already, and he would fit right in. He will take their name, and they will take good care of him. They will show him love. They are good people. You know this, said Alessio, getting up and returning to his chair. I'm so tired of running, whispered Agatha, as tears coming out of her eyes. Mamma, am I going somewhere? Asked Van, catching on to the conversation. Agatha looked up at Alessio and then at her son. Yes, dear, you are going to go see some old friends of mine in a wonderful new place. We will be apart for a while, but I will see you soon. Van looked confused. Where will I live? In a beautiful new house that is being built. It is in a wonderful place called the Valley. There are lakes and streams for you to play in. You will have 2 new brothers as well, explained Alessio, looking at Van. But Mamma won't be there, asked Van. No, but you will see her often. I will collect you myself when it is time for a visit, said Alessio. Van nodded. Brian, I will live with you as your wife. If you understand I might not ever be able to give you children, I don't know if I can. Please, Agatha, don't worry. I meant it when I said I want nothing from you. It will be enough to keep you safe. I do not need children. I will treat your daughter as my own. What is her name? Malin, said Agatha, playing with her daughter's dark blonde curls. Brian got up and kneeled down in front of Agatha and her daughter. He held out his hand to the young girl. Malin studied him, and then started tracing his hand with her small finger. Brian smiled. She is lovely. You will have to keep me from spoiling her, said Brian. So, you will come with us, my queen? Asked Alessio. Yes, I will come. Thank you both, replied Agatha. Chapter 1. Max made a wide circle around Griffa with his hands up. She was standing very still and straight, holding her staff. He watched her closely, looking for any sign of movement. A strong breeze sent her dark, red curls circling around her face, but she remained still. Wait for it, Max, said Ansel. He was standing close by, watching. When she strikes, try to block it. Max continued to circle, trying to keep his guard up, waiting. The late spring sun was shining, and it was becoming hot, even though it was just mid-morning. Max felt sweat drip down his forehead and into his eyes. He swiped at it, making him miss Griffa's very subtle movement. Her spell was upon him before he even had time to react. It threw him down on the ground, flat on his back. He quickly popped back up and saw Griffa give a quick smile. Try again, Max, said Ansel. Watch her closely. Max started his circle again, not daring to blink in case he missed something. Suddenly Griffa crouched and turned sharply. Max tried to react, but his feet were swept out from under him. He landed on his side with a thud. You have to be ready for anything, chided Ansel, sounding impatient. Max got up slowly off the ground. He had spent all morning getting thrown around, and he was getting tired of it. Why don't you show me how it's done, if you think it's so easy? Barked Max in irritation. I need a break. Max walked over to a tree to sit in the shade. He grabbed a water skin there and took a long drink. "What do you say, Ansel?" asked Griffa, smiling. "Want to go around. It could help you get ready for the summer festival if we have one. Who knows, maybe you will be paired with me for dueling." Ansel smiled at Griffa. "Sure, Griff, but I hope I'm not paired with you this summer. I'd hate to make you look like a fool in front of the entire village." Griffa raised one eyebrow. "Come on then, Ansel, if you think it will be that easy to beat me." Ansel walked over and started circling Griffa as Max had done. He had a half smile on his face and both of his hands up ready. Griffa again stood perfectly still, her hair moving in the breeze. Max watched as they both continued in this way for several minutes. Finally, Griffa slid her staff down to her left. Max watched as Ansel moved his hand, blocking her spell. Ansel pushed back, and Griffa used her staff to try to block, but she was still shoved lightly to the left. Griffa looked determined now. She spun around to her left, moving her staff down. Ansel tripped on her spell, but stayed upright. He moved to his right and pushed with his hands. Griffa stumbled, but did not fall. She moved closer to Ansel, putting both hands on her staff and slamming it into the ground. Ansel jumped up and hovered for a moment before landing softly on his feet. "You'll have to try harder than that, Griffa, if you want to knock me down," taunted Ansel. "Who says I'm really trying yet?" asked Griffa in response. Ansel gave her a smirk, wiping at the sweat on his forehead. He suddenly struck out his hand, but Griffa saw his spell coming and blocked it with her staff. She then moved her free hand up in the air and down. Ansel dodged to the right and lunged for her, but she moved just out of his grasp, touching him with her hand as he flew past her. He suddenly went rigid in the air and fell flat on his face. Griffa laughed, but Ansel did not move. She suddenly looked concerned and walked over to Ansel. When she got close to him, Ansel pushed himself up swiftly in a sitting position and moved his right hand up. Griffa's feet went from under her, and she fell hard on her backside. She sat there stunned for a moment. "Ugh, Ansel, I thought you were really hurt," complained Griffa, rubbing her lower back in her seated position. Ansel got on his feet and walked over to Griffa, offering her a hand up. "You have to be ready for anything, Griffa," insisted Ansel as he pulled Griffa to her feet. "I did get you, though. I knocked you down first," Griffa pointed out as she stretched her back. "You did, but I didn't stay down and I didn't yield," said Ansel, smiling at her. "We will call it a draw for now," said Griffa, walking over to sit by Max. "We will finish this at a later date." Ansel walked over and flopped down on the ground next to Griffa. He wiped his forehead with his forearm, laughing. Max was happy to hear laughing again. It had been a long winter after the events at Clarton. Dannon's death and the events at Clarton settled over the house as the snows piled deep around Abscon. The halls of Keene Manor had been quiet and somber. Time did its work, and combined with the warmer weather of spring, life around them went on. Max still missed Dannon. He felt awful for Nora, who was figuring out how to live in her new circumstances, but he was surrounded by people he loved. He had Issa by his side now. He looked over at Ansel and Griffa smiling at each other and felt at peace. Since the events at Clarton, Abscon had been on high alert. Max had expected something big to happen all through winter, but no real news ever came. Sometimes the ring would meet and ask to see Ansel. He would come back and tell them of spies hearing about plots and plans, but nothing concrete. There were a few instances where Ansel would have to leave for days at a time to scout out towns and the great surrounding and meet with different people. Sometimes Griffa would convince him to let her come along, but most times Ansel would want her to stay to watch over Max and the others. Lately there had been no new news. Life went on in Regventus as it had for a long time. Max knew something was coming, but he was glad for the quiet now, so he could train and prepare. "Max," said Griffa, looking at him, "I hear your birthday is next week. Why didn't you tell us? Issa is dying to do something special." Max shrugged. "I didn't think we should be celebrating in times like this. I know it's been quiet, but it feels like everything could change at any moment. That's exactly why we should celebrate now. We need good times to get us through the hard times up ahead. I want to have a party. Nothing big, just a nice dinner. We can invite a few people from Abscon, whoever you would like," said Griffa happily. "You will have to invite the entire ring then," said Ansel. "Word will get out it's Max's birthday, and they will all be insulted if they aren't a part of the king's celebrations." Griffa gave a great sigh. "Fine, but it will be short notice, so perhaps some won't be able to come." Ansel stood up. "Come on, let's go to the house. I think we've all had enough training for today." He offered Griffa his hand. She took it, and he helped her up. Max hopped up on his own, and they walked into the back door. Griffa excused herself to go upstairs to clean up. Ansel went to see if there were any letters that had come for him. Max decided to go to the kitchens to see if he could sneak a snack as lunch was still an hour away. He walked into the kitchens to see Nora kneading some dough as Mabel stirred a pot on the stove with a spoon in one hand while she used her other hand to charm a knife to chop vegetables. "Hello, Max," greeted Nora, smiling at him. Her petty brown eyes still had a hint of sadness that no smile could hide. Max smiled back, again feeling a little of the shame he still felt in Dannon's death. Everyone had told him it wasn't his fault, but he felt his brashness had attributed to it. It wasn't something he would ever be able to push away. He would have to live with it. "Hello, Nora Mabel," said Max, grabbing an apple off the table. "How are you today?" "Busy, and I hear I will be even busier next week. Griffa informed me this morning that our young king's birthday celebration is next week," said Mabel, smiling at Max. "That's right," agreed Nora. "Your last birthday before you hit the age of maturity. I can't believe how fast you have grown up." Nora looked a little misty-eyed, smiling at Max. "I'll help you with everything, Mabel, where I can. I know I don't have your skill, but I'd like to be involved." "Of course, dear. You bake better with no magic than I ever could with it. You should make the king's cake." Nora nodded and looked happy. "Do either of you know where Issa is this morning?" asked Max with a mouthful of apple. "Max, don't chew with your mouth full," huffed Nora, shaking her head. Max swallowed quickly. "Sorry, have you seen her?" "I believe she went to the conservatory to read this morning. She likes the plants in there," answered Nora, dividing her dough and putting it into pans. "Thanks," said Max. He threw his apple core in the trash and grabbed another apple. As he left the kitchen, he heard Nora yell, "Max, lunch is in an hour. I swear your stomach is a bottomless pit." Max walked to the conservatory and found Issa in a chair by the large glass walls. She had her nose buried in a book. "Good morning," said Max as he sat in a chair next to her. "What are you reading?" "It's a book on archery Griffa found for me," said Issa, not looking up. Max glanced over her shoulder to get a closer look at her book. "Why are you reading about archery?" asked Max, looking over the diagrams drawn in the book. Issa's face went red. "Well, I thought maybe I could learn. You all have these amazing skills. I want to be able to do something." "What do you mean you want to be able to do something?" asked Max. "What do you hope to be able to do?" "Max, we don't know what's going to happen. You might have to fight. You don't think I'm not going to come with you, do you?" "What?" cried Max. "Issa, there is no way you will even get close to any fighting. You can stay here no matter what happens." Issa screwed up her mouth and put her book down. "I don't think I have to ask your permission to do anything. I want to be able to help if it comes to it. I won't go looking for trouble, but I thought I'd better be prepared." "Who put this in your mind? Was this Griffa?" asked Max. He stood up. "Well, she told me her dad taught her archery, and she thought she could teach me a little." "Max, where are you going?" asked Issa as Max walked off. "I'm going to find Griffa so I can tell her this isn't going to happen," explained Max angrily. He heard Issa run up behind him.
"Really, Max, this is my choice. Why are you so angry?" asked Issa as she walked quickly beside him through the house.
Max was too mad to respond. He knew one day soon he would probably have to fight, but he never thought about Issa being in harm's way. He thought she would stay here, well guarded at Keene Manor. He never dreamed she would be out on a battlefield. Seeing her hurt in Clarton was bad enough. Imaging what could happen to her in an all-out battle was something Max couldn't even let himself think about. Max and Issa made it to the parlor. Ansel was sitting at the desk in the corner, and Griffa was coming in the door, having cleaned up and changed. "Griffa!" shouted Max angrily. "What made you think it's okay for Issa to learn archery?" Griffa looked confused at first, but then her expression turned hard. "I didn't think she needed your permission to do anything. She doesn't belong to you. She told me she wanted a way to defend herself, fight if she needed to, and I thought archery would be a good solution." "She will never need to defend herself. She will never be close to any battle," snapped Max angrily. "Max, it's my decision," said Issa, putting a hand on Max's shoulder. Max brushed her off and kept staring at Griffa. "You will not teach her archery," demanded Max. He felt something building in him, something he couldn't control. "I will if she wishes it," stated Griffa loudly. Max was breathing hard. His vision was cloudy. All he could think of was Issa getting hurt because of him, because of who he was. He moved towards Griffa. She looked startled and took a step back. Ansel moved quickly forward and stepped between Max and Griffa. "Max, I think you need to calm down and we can talk about this," said Ansel, reaching out a hand towards Max. Something inside of Max snapped. He felt it moved through his body and out. Suddenly Ansel was knocked backwards. He hit the wall hard, his head smacking against it. "Ansel!" cried Griffa. She ran over to Ansel. Max was shocked. What had he done? Issa backed away from him and looked frightened. Griffa was crouched down next to Ansel. "Ansel, are you all right? Ansel?" She sounded frantic. Ansel sat up slightly and rubbed the back of his head. "I'm all right, Griffa. It's just going to be a bump." Griffa looked at the back of his head, searching under his hair. "Really, I'm fine," insisted Ansel. He slowly got up off the ground, and Griffa stood up as well. "Max, what was that?" Ansel asked worriedly. "I'm not sure," mumbled Max. "I'm sorry. I don't know why that happened. I was just so angry and worried about Issa, and I lost control." Max turned to Issa. "I'm sorry, Issa. It's all right. I just don't like the idea of you fighting and getting hurt." Issa slowly walked over to him and put a hand on his shoulder. "I know, Max. I'm not going to go look for a fight. I just want to be ready in case something happens. Besides, I get bored sometimes. I would like something else to keep me busy." Max nodded and looked at Ansel. "Are you sure you are all right?" asked Max. "Yes, I'm fine. It's just a little bump. I'm sure Griffa can give me something for my headache," said Ansel pointedly. Griffa nodded and then darted out of the room towards the cellar. "Max, we need to talk about what just happened. It seems the magic in you has come to the surface, and you will need to learn to control it. You can't let your emotions get the better of you," said Ansel, eyeing him. Max nodded. "I understand. I don't want to hurt anyone." Ansel sat down on the sofa, rubbing his head. Issa led Max to a chair and made him sit down. She took the one next to him as Griffa walked in with a small vial. She gave it to Ansel, who drank down the liquid inside. He shook his head and smiled. "Thanks, that's a lot better," said Ansel to Griffa. She smiled and sat down next to Ansel, looking at the back of his head. Ansel grabbed her hand. "I'm fine, Griff. Quit fussing." Griffa sighed and put her hand in her lap. "Max, you have a lot of magic in you, powerful magic. If you don't control it, it can do a lot of damage," explained Ansel. "Remember, magic is alive, and it lives inside you. It feels what you feel and reacts. If you don't learn to listen to it and react as well, it will consume you," said Griffa. "I understand," said Max. "It's another thing I need to learn." He looked at Issa. "I'm sorry. I overreacted. Of course, you can do whatever you wish. You don't need my permission." Issa smiled. "It's okay, Max. I should have told you about it. I was going to." Max nodded. "Griffa, I shouldn't have gotten angry with you. Of course you want to help, Issa. Archery sounds interesting. Maybe I could join in on lessons as well." "You are free to join us when you are able, Max. I understand you want to keep Issa safe, but she is a strong young lady. You have to trust she can take care of herself." "I'm so sorry, Ansel. I didn't mean for that to happen." "I know, Max. Come on, let's not sit here all day and talk about this. Lunch will be soon. I think a break from training this afternoon would be good for you," said Ansel. "Why don't you grab some lunch and go somewhere outside with Issa?" "That sounds like a great idea," declared Issa, standing up. "Come on, Max. Let's go see if we can grab some food from the kitchen." Max agreed and followed Issa out of the room. They went to the kitchen and explained what they wanted to do. Mabel and Nora helped them pack some food. "You will need a blanket for the lawn," said Nora as she put some rolls in a basket. "I have one upstairs we can use," said Max. He left the kitchen and went to the entry hall to walk up the stairs when he heard Griffa say his name in the parlor. Max stood next to the door of the parlor to listen to what she and Ansel were talking about. "That was no ordinary release of magic, Ansel," said Griffa. "He could have killed you." "It wasn't so bad, Griffa, but it definitely wasn't normal. Max has some extraordinarily powerful magic in him. I thought when he claimed his title it would help settle him, but that doesn't seem to be the case." "I know. We will have to watch it. This could be dangerous for him and those around him. I have some ideas to help him. We can talk about it later," said Griffa. "Come on, you need to be still for a while. Why don't you go to the conservatory and find a nice chair, and I will bring us some food. I promise I'll even be quiet for a while." Max hurried up the stairs, not wanting them to know he was eavesdropping. He went to his room to grab a blanket. He paused for a moment and sat on his bed. He thought over what Ansel and Griffa had said. He wondered if he really was dangerous. They had said he had powerful magic in him. If he didn't learn to control it, he could hurt someone he cared about, even Issa, without meaning to. Max was worried. He heard Issa calling his name from down the stairs, so he found a blanket and walked out of his room, feeling very uneasy. Chapter 2. Kedden stretched in his bed. He opened his eyes and blinked the sleep away. He reached out for Turin, but it seemed as if she had already risen. The sun shone through the windows, showing him he had slept in later than usual. It wasn't surprising. Turin had kept him up very late. Kedden closed his eyes and relived some of the wonderful night before. He smiled and sighed, wishing Turin was there now. He sat up in bed looking around the room. She must have been dressed and out in the palace somewhere. Kedden got up and went to his dressing room. He dressed himself instead of calling for a servant. There were no formal meetings today, just a morning meeting with the council, so he put on a simple tunic and breeches. He could fasten on his robe to look more official for the meeting. He looked in his tall mirror and put his fingers through his hair. His golden curls had gotten longer, and they curled over his ears and down his neck. Turin liked to play with his hair and begged him not to cut it. He walked into his sitting room to find a pot of tea, toast, and jam waiting for him. He smiled and sat down, knowing that Turin had seen to this simple breakfast for him. As he ate, Turin walked into his sitting room looking very pretty in a simple sheer green dress that was the same color as her eyes. Her light red hair was straight and loose this morning, falling down her back. "Good morning, my lord," said Turin, smiling. "Did you sleep well?" She bent down and kissed Kedden on the cheek. Kedden felt warmth spread through his entire body. "I did when I actually got to sleep. You were up early," remarked Kedden as he ate his toast. "Where have you been?" "I had an early fitting for my summer ball gown. I didn't want to wake you, so I took the appointment in my own dressing room." The lady of Regventus had her own suite of rooms, but Turin always slept with Kedden. Many of her things were kept in his rooms. Turin walked over and flicked her wrist. The teapot levitated off the table and poured tea neatly in Kedden's cup, making him smile. He sometimes couldn't believe she could use magic now. It was amazing to watch. "Do you have plans today?" asked Kedden. "I have a stupid council meeting this morning, but I'm free after lunch, if there is something you wanted to do." He raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. Turin laughed. "Really, after last night? Don't you ever get tired of having me?" Kedden grabbed her and pulled her down into his lap. "Never," he said as he kissed her perfect nose. Turin signed and leaned into him. He held her close and ran his hands up and down her arms. "I am actually meeting your mother for tea this afternoon. You should join us if you can." "Mother is coming to see you?" asked Kedden. "Yes, we have tea at least once a week. I've grown rather fond of her," replied Turin. Kedden loosened his grip on Turin. "I didn't know Mother had been coming to see you. Why didn't you mention it before?" Turin slipped off his lap and into a seat across from Kedden. "She's been coming to take tea with me since a week after the wedding." "I'm sorry, Kedden. I thought you knew. I assumed you knew everything that happens in the palace. It's really not anything. We just chit-chat about Oramus gossip and talk about you." "It's fine. I just wondered why she never comes to see me," replied Kedden, sitting back in his chair. "She knows how busy you are. I think she comes to see me to feel close to you. She loves to hear about all that you are doing as lord. Please join us today." "I know she would love to see you," said Turin. "I'll see how my afternoon is going after lunch. It would be nice to see her. I need to get ready for my council meeting," said Kedden. "Kedden," said Turin, "look at me." Kedden looked up into Turin's face. He was suddenly lost in her beautiful eyes. "You know I would never intentionally hide anything from you. I love you, Kedden. You are everything to me, and I am so happy with you." Kedden felt a wistful smile spread across his face. Of course Turin would never hide anything from him. She must have mentioned his mother coming to see her before, and it slipped his mind. He loved her so much. "I know, my love. Don't worry about it. You probably told me, and I forgot." Turin smiled and added, "I will have some time after tea before dinner. Perhaps you and I could take a nap together. I do get so tired in the afternoons." Kedden smiled and nodded his head. He pulled her close to him and kissed her passionately. She crawled up in his lap, and Kedden kissed her again and again, hoping this wouldn't make him too late for his council meeting. The Council of Ancients meeting was long and boring to Kedden. Thoughts of Turin was still running through his head as Golnar spoke. "We will start our gatherings next month. By the end of summer, we will have released the magic in many of the people here in the first ring of the city. We will then move to reorganize the city by the correct order of things. There will be communities set up to send many of the non-magical people to for re-education. Once they understand how things are, the ones with skills will be put in place to serve. The ones without skill will either be assigned as servants or something else," said Golnar. "Does that meet your approval, Lord Kedden?" Kedden shook his head slightly. He wasn't sure what was going on. He had barely been listening. Yes, Golnar, if you think that is best." Kedden knew that Golnar would know what was best. At least that is what he had been told by Till and Turin. Daracha spoke up. "And this is what you want, Lord Kedden. You understand this will take much work? You understand there might be resistance?" Kedden woke up a little at her voice. "Resistance?" "Yes, my lord. Many will have their whole lives uprooted, and that is just starting in the city. Once we start reviving magic in the lands, uprisings may occur. When you start making people leave their homes, they may rebel." "Uprisings?" said Kedden. "People forced from their homes? Are you sure? That doesn't sound like something that would be good for the kingdom." Now, Daracha, it won't be as bad as all that. Many people's lives will change for the better. So many struggle now to even have enough to survive. With this new system, none will go hungry. Everyone in the kingdom will have a place to live and work. It will be a step up for many of the people of the kingdom. It will help keep troublemakers in line too. Crime has gotten to be a problem all round Regventus. The people will be happier than ever, assured Till, the Viceroy of Oromist. "What about those magic users who won't agree to this? We know they are out there. The reports from Clarton confirm it. Won't they fight back? We've heard rumors about a new king they have chosen, and they say he is being trained now. It is said they are forming an army to take the city," said Ali's Viceroy of the Grasslands. "We need not worry about that," said Till. "We have our own spies amongst those magical folk. We will know when they intend to strike. We might even strike first. We are gathering information on the locations of their villages and hovels. Once Oromist is in order, we will strike them. Their king, if they have one, won't have a chance to do anything. We will get rid of him and any other who stands in our way. There are those amongst them who will do anything for a little power of their own." "Will it come to war?" asked Kedden. His head was feeling much clearer, and he didn't like the sound of any of this. "I don't want Regventus torn apart." "Of course not, my lord. None of us want that. That is why we must go ahead with our plans to make sure everyone is taken care of and no one is wanting. We will set things right in the city and move outward towards other lands. Then we can see to those who would oppose us. If our spies bring us news of an uprising, we will squash it before it can become anything. There shouldn't be too much resistance. What happened in Clarton will make it clear to all what will happen if anyone tries to resist us," said Till. Kedden nodded, but still felt unsure. "All of this is good. Don't worry, Kedden. It will take a while for all of this to take place. The people will not be thrown into it. It will be a gradual change. Most will be happy about the changes. Those who are not happy aren't the kind of people we want in the kingdom, and we will deal with them," said Golnar to Kedden. He then turned to the rest of the council. "I would like to talk about something else. We have long been a kingdom ruled over by a lord and a lady. We are making a new, better Regventus. In this new kingdom we should have a king and a queen to rule over us." "I thought the ancients were our king?" asked a gray-haired man named Clay in a small voice. He was the newest member of the council, the viceroy of the great surrounding. "They are indeed, but what if we had a king we could see and touch? Wouldn't it inspire the folk? It would be something to unite the magical and non-magical people alike, our non-magical king and his magical queen. I think it is something we should at least consider." Kedden liked the sound of that. King Kedden sounded much better than Lord Kedden. He smiled, thinking of being king and having his beautiful, talented queen beside him. "Of course, Golnar," said Till. "It is something we should all consider over the next moon cycle until our next meeting. A crowning ceremony would be a very fine thing to celebrate at the end of summer, the start of a new Regventus." Many heads around the table nodded in agreement, and others remained silent and still. "Is there anything else?" asked Clay, looking at Kedden. "No, I think that is all unless Golnar has anything," replied Kedden. "I do not, but if anyone hears any news that is worth sharing, please send it to the palace. We need to stay ahead of any enemies we have," said Golnar. Kedden nodded and stood as the council stood with him. He strolled out of the room and back towards his suite of rooms. He was met in the hallway by Turin. She smiled at him and fell by his side, walking. "How was the meeting, my lord?" she asked. "Fine, fine. There were some things that disturbed me a little, but Golnar seems to think everything will be all right." "I'm sure it will be. You have so much pressure on you, and it's good for you to trust your adviser and let him handle some things. There was talk of making us king and queen. Most seemed to think it was a good idea." Turin smiled brightly and gave a little skip. "Oh, that would be something. King Kedden sounds so wonderful. Queen Turin's not so bad either." She giggled, and it pleased Kedden. "Will you be joining your mother and me for tea this afternoon?" asked Turin as they arrived at Kedden's rooms. Kedden opened the door and let her in. He pulled the bell cord to summon lunch for them both. "No, I don't think I will be able to. I have a fencing lesson, and I probably won't be done in time." "That's a pity. I'm sure your mother would love to see you, but maybe it will work out next week," said Turin, sitting down. Kedden walked down the halls of the palace sweaty and tried. He had worked extraordinarily hard during his fencing lesson today. He felt like he had a lot of energy to work out. As he was heading to his rooms, he saw that the door to Turin's room was slightly open. Light was coming out of it, and he heard feminine laughter. He thought maybe he would go in and see his mother for a second after all. He got to the door ready to walk in when he heard his mother speaking. "So, how is Kedden? Is everything going as it should? Are you keeping him calm, pleased, and out of trouble?" "I am trying. I can't be with him all the time, Camellia. Golnar told me he was more inquisitive than usual during the council meeting. I feel like my power over him is slipping. When he is with me, I can keep him preoccupied, but it doesn't last as long as it used it when we are apart," said Turin worriedly. "You will have to find a way to spend more time with him. He must stay out of the way while Golnar sets his plans in motion. If Kedden becomes a problem, I shudder to think what Golnar would do," said his mother seriously. Kedden burst into the room. Turin and Camellia looked shocked. "Kedden, how wonderful," started his mother. "What do you mean if I become a problem?" "What is this about me being in your power, Turin?" asked Kedden angrily. He was confused. He wanted to know what was going on. "It was a joke, son. Just women being silly. We like to say that all men are under our power. You must admit that you are quite smitten with your wife, and why shouldn't you be? She is such a beautiful, smart girl," said Camellia sweetly as she stood up. She walked over to Kedden and put a hand on his shoulder, looking at him. "It didn't sound like joking to me," huffed Kedden. "Why does it matter if I ask questions in my own council's meetings? I need to look out for the kingdom." "Of course you do, my love," assured Turin. She came up and stood by Camellia, putting her hand on his other shoulder. "You are such a wonderful lord of the kingdom. We both think so. You are everything to us, Kedden." Kedden looked at his mother's face and then Turin's. He suddenly felt lightheaded. He felt like all his cares just went away. Everything seemed fuzzy, and he had a warm feeling creeping up his body. He couldn't even remember what they had been talking about when he came in. "Yes, Kedden, I am so proud of you. Don't worry about anything. We were merely chatting," said Camellia. Kedden felt himself smile. He looked at Turin. He loved her so much. He looked at his mother. It was so wonderful to see her, to be with her. "Now sit down and have tea with us," prompted Turin. She led Kedden to a chair. He sat down, and Turin handed him a cup of tea. It was so nice to be with his wife and his mother talking. He was so happy. He was content to just listen to them talk. He spent the rest of the afternoon in the company of his two favorite women. Chapter 3. Ansel sat down on the sofa staring at the empty fireplace in the parlor. It was late, and most of the house was in bed. He picked up his cup and took a long swig of wine. It had been a long week. Max's training was going well, but there was much he still needed to learn. Ansel also had daily meetings with his guards. There hadn't been much news from other areas of the kingdom. That should have been comforting to him, but it just made him feel uneasy. He felt like they were perpetually waiting for something to happen. They seemed to be waiting for something to move things forward. He knew they weren't ready, and Max needed more time to prepare. They needed to gather more forces and unite the magical folk, but this calm before the storm was unnerving to him. Now he had Max's party to worry about. He knew it was a good thing to celebrate a birthday. He was glad something good was going to happen after months of sorrow and worry, but Ansel wasn't at his best at parties. He did not do well making polite, idle chat. At least it was there at the manor. He knew all the places to hide away in Keene Manor. He was sure Griffa would make him socialize a little, and he would be expected to toast Max. This party hadn't even happened yet, and it already made him tired. He took another drink from his cup when Griffa walked in the room. She was wearing a light summer nightgown and was carrying a large book. "Oh, Ansel, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. I couldn't sleep and thought I might come down here and read, but I can go into the study," Griffa said when she spotted him. "No, sit in here with me. You will not bother me," reassured Ansel. Griffa grinned at him and sat on a chair by the sofa. She opened up her book and started reading. Ansel studied her in the dying candlelight. Her eyes were bright with interest as she read her book, and her lips moved a little as she read. Occasionally she would tuck a stray curl that would not stay put behind her ear. Ansel shifted in his seat as he watched her. Griffa looked alluring curled up in her simple nightgown, reading her book. He realized he wanted to touch that curl that kept falling her in her face. He wanted to kiss those lips that moved slightly. He wanted to make her bright eyes go dark with desire. He shook his head and closed his eyes. Had tortured himself for too long thinking about Griffa this way. He could admit to himself now that he wanted her, but he knew he would not be good for her. Ansel opened his eyes and continued to watch Griffa as she read. She was an impressive woman. She was bright, brave, and lively. His dark moods, shy manners, and cautious ways would do her no good. His life would always be one of obligation to the king. He could not love her as she deserved. He believed that was the reason he kept his heart guarded against her. She was so far above him in every way. She was the head of the most powerful magical family in the kingdom. She could choose to lead the ring whenever she wanted, and she was beautiful and full of life. One day he hoped someone would come along who would actually deserve her. He would watch her build a life, have children, and be happy. As much as he wanted Griffa to be well settled and happy, the idea of her finding a husband did not bring him comfort. He must have been staring too long at her because she looked up and asked, "Ansel, is something wrong? Do you want or need something from me?" Ansel choked a little on the wine he was drinking. If she only knew what he was thinking, what he really wanted. "No, I was just wondering what you were reading," said Ansel, composing himself. "Oh, it's a silly novel, an old one," replied Griffa, looking at him. She stretched and ran a hand through her hair. "What is it about?" asked Ansel. He wished she would sit still. Her nightgown, while modest, showed more of her figure in the candlelight than she probably meant to reveal. "It's about a poor man who falls in love with a rich woman. He wins her over in the end, and they eventually figure it out. It's a simple novel, but humorous," said Griffa. She went back to reading her book and started to absent-mindedly play with her hair. Ansel knew he should get up and go to bed. He needed to leave, but he was spellbound. He couldn't go away if he tried. He kept staring at Griffa as she read. She must have been too absorbed in her book to notice. He watched as her small mouth twisted into an amused smile. He took a deep breath as she played with color of her nightgown as she read. Ansel drank his wine and kept his eyes on her. She chuckled at one point and put a bookmark on the page. She closed her book and laid it on the low table before them, but she did not leave. She pulled her knees up to her chin and stared at the empty fireplace. "I wish I knew why I cannot sleep tonight," she remarked. "It's late and tomorrow is a big day, but I can't seem to get tired." "Maybe some wine might help," offered Ansel. "I could pour you some." Griffa nodded. Ansel got up and fetched a cup from the side table. He poured some wine into it and refilled his own cup. He handed a cup to Griffa. She accepted it and took a small sip as Ansel sat back down on the sofa. "Are you worried about the party tomorrow, Ansel?" asked Griffa. She knew him too well. "Worried isn't the right word. Dreading it is probably more accurately how I feel," groaned Ansel. "Oh, it won't be so bad. Just under 30 people, so not a crush. You can just sit out of the way if you want after Max's toast," said Griffa, drinking more of her wine. "Easy for you to say. You can talk to anyone at any time." "Usually I say the wrong thing and offend someone." "Yes, I'm great at parties," grumbled Griffa sarcastically. "You tell people the truth. If someone is offended, it's usually because you have called them out on something they are ashamed of," said Ansel as he drank a large gulp of wine. "Most people find you charming and lovely." Griffa snorted. "Are you serious, Ansel? Charming? Lovely? I doubt anyone would call me those things." "I would," said Ansel without thinking. Griffa looked at him and sipped her wine. "I guess you find my constant arguing and bad manners charming. Is it my wild hair and dirty nails that you find lovely?" She laughed a little. Ansel knew he was about to say too much, but the wine had loosened his tongue. "You are the most exquisite and impressive woman I have ever met. I think I compare every woman I meet with you, and they all come up lacking." Griffa looked at him like he had grown a second head. "It's true, Griff. I shouldn't have told you that, but it's true. I know I will never meet anyone who can compare with you," said Ansel softly. He moved further down the sofa to be next to Griffa in her chair. "What was he doing?" "Ansel," said Griffa softly. Ansel reached up and touched her hair. He ran 2 fingers down one of her curls. She put her cup down and stared at him, saying nothing. "I like your wild hair." He picked up her hand and kissed her fingertips. "Your dirty hands don't bother me." He cupped her cheek with his hand and pulled her forward. He kissed her gently on the lips, letting his tongue flick out to taste her. Her lips were smooth and wet from the wine. He could taste the sweetness left by the drink. The air around them felt electric as her beautiful eyes fluttered closed. "Griffa," he muttered, resting his forehead against hers. Something in him told him to stop. If he didn't stop, he wouldn't be able to turn back, but he didn't want to stop. He wanted to kiss her again and again. He wanted to scoop her up and take her upstairs to his room. She let out a gently breath, and her wine-scented breath tickled his nose, waking him up. He sat up. "Griffa, I'm sorry "No, Ansel, don't do this, please. We are so close. Can't you see I want this? Do you not?" Ansel sighed. "It's not that I don't want you, Griffa. Of course I want you. How could I not? I just can't. I don't deserve you. You need so much more." "You are so sure what I need," Griffa huffed. "You think I can't decide for myself what I want? Ansel, what if I told you that I want and need you?" Ansel closed his eyes. "Griffa, you don't understand. I'm not enough for someone like you. You are so full of life, and I'll just drag you down." "So you're sure? You're sure you aren't right for me? You've never even given us a chance. You've teased me with kaises and pretty words, but when we get to the point you pull back. If you don't want this to happen, fine Ansel, then stop bringing me here and not following through," Griffa said angrily. She stood up and started walking out of the room. Ansel stood up and grabbed her hand. "Please don't leave angry. I'm sorry this is the way it is. I wish it were different, but I can't love you as you deserve." "What does that mean?" "I can't bring you fully into my life. I am a protector to the king. My life is one of service and obligation to my king. You don't deserve to come second to anyone. I could never make you my top priority, no matter how much I would want to do it. You are also a Keene, and so much is expected of you. You are so good, Griffa, and I can't ruin you by brining you into my life in this way." Griffa moved closer to him. She put her hand on his cheek, and he leaned into it. "Ansel, you would never ruin me. I know who I am, and I know what I want. I want you. I understand who you are, and I understand what it would mean to love you and be at your side. I want to love you and to be with you, but you aren't ready. You need to see that real love is not about being worthy of someone. It's about finding someone you can love and accepting them faults and all. I have plenty of faults too. I'm no deity high above everyone else. You are seeing me as something I'm not. For you to love me, to really love me, you will have to accept that I'm your equal. I've done many things I'm not proud of, things that keep me up at night. I'm not going to give up on you or on us, but I am going to give you time and space. When you are ready, you let me know." Griffa stood on her tiptoes and gave Ansel's lips a soft kiss. Ansel took her hand on his cheek and kissed her palm tenderly. "I'm going to bed, Ansel. You need to sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Good night." Ansel let her hand go. "Good night, Griffa." Ansel stood in front of his mirror, adjusting his clothes. He was wearing his black tunic with his family standard stitched in silver on the front. It was a large tree with many branches and a large trunk. He wore black pants and boots. It was the uniform of the protector of the king, fitting since it was the king's birthday celebration. Ansel knew he had been irritable all day. He hadn't slept much the night before. He had lay in bed thinking over Griffa's words. He was glad Maybelle had them all working on the manor all day. He worked mostly in the backyard, setting up chairs and tables with the movements of his hand. He had helped put magical candles in the trees. He helped Jonthon shape bushes and clean windows. He kept busy all day until it was time to clean himself and dress. Now it was almost time for the party. He pulled his hair back, secured it, and nodded at himself in the mirror. It was time, and he could stall no longer. As he walked out of his door, Max was walking out of his room at the same time. Max was dressed in a dark green tunic with a golden sun stitched over the left upper chest, the standard of his ancient family, the line of Adalwin. Max gave Ansel an apprehensive look. He gave Max a small smile to put him at ease. He must have been shorter with everyone than he thought. "Good evening, Max. Are you looking forward to your celebration?" asked Ansel, coming to walk beside him to the stairs. "I think so, at least the food. I'm not sure about all the attention," answered Max, making Ansel chuckle. When they got to the stairs, they met Griffa. Ansel felt his eyes widen at the sight of her. She was wearing a golden gown, and the neckline was lower cut than things Griffa usually wore. It had short sleeves and a tight bodice. The skit flowed out covering her shoes. There was a falcon with its wings spread stitched into the skirt in red. Her hair was down with her curls as tamed as they could be. She was fidgeting, unsure of herself. Ansel wished he could grab her hands and tell her how beautiful she looked, but he was uncertain how to act around her after last night. "Max, Ansel, good evening," Griffa greeted them brightly. "You look really nice, Griffa," said Max with a wide smile. "Thank you, Max, but I'm not so sure. I've had this dress forever. It was my mother's. It seems she was a little slimmer than me. It was altered, but I think it might still be a little tight, and I don't usually wear something like this." "I'm not sure this is right," said Griffa as she rubbed her sides with her hands. Max walked up to her and offered her his arm, and she took it with a smile. He winked at her and said, "It looks pretty right to me." Griffa swatted him playfully and laughed as they walked down the stairs. Ansel followed close behind, watching her wild curls bounced against her back as she walked. In the entry hall, Nora and Issa were waiting. Issa looked pretty in a light pink dress with a white sash and full skirt. Her hair was pulled up into a large bun. Griffa brought Max over to her and handed him off to her. "You look very nice, Issa," said Griffa. "Doesn't she look lovely, Max?" Max was gazing at Issa with pure adoration in his eyes. "Yes, but she always does." Griffa laughed and walked over to greet Nora. Nora wore a simple dark blue gown that went well with her dark hair and eyes. "Good evening, Nora. You look stunning. I know this is all very different for you, but I'm so glad you are here on Max's special night," said Griffa, taking Nora's hand and squeezing it. Nora smiled. "It's definitely different here, but you've all been so kind. I think I'm starting to feel quite at home." "Good. Maybe soon we can work on some lessons together. You have magical blood, Nora. If you want to learn how to use it, I would be glad to help," added Griffa. "I'm not sure yet, but I will think about it. Tonight, I just want to celebrate Max. I'm so proud of him." "You should be. You are one of the reasons he has become such a fine young man," said Griffa. Gracious and lovely, thought Ansel. It was true that Griffa could be blunt. She could say the wrong things at times and offend someone, but to those she knew and cared about, Griffa was everything good and kind. Ansel felt himself pulled towards her. He didn't know how she would behave around him. She said she would give him time and space. He didn't know what that meant, but he hoped it didn't mean she still wouldn't be friendly. Maybelle, Wallis, and Jonathan joined them in the entryway. Maybelle wearing a purple gown, and Jonathan and Wallis both wore simple black tunics and pants. Griffa moved to a place she could see everyone. "Guests should be coming soon, so we should line up to receive them and direct them to the back lawn for the celebrations," said Griffa. "Max, you should be first since it's your birthday and everyone is here to see you. Issa can stand with you if she wishes. I'll stand next to Issa to welcome our guests to the manor, and everyone else can stand with us or go enjoy the party out back. Remember, Maybelle, everything is set up. You don't need to fuss over anything. Just enjoy yourself. You too, Jonathan and Wallis." They nodded. Max, Issa, and Griffa stationed themselves by the door. The rest, except Ansel, made their way to the back lawn. Ansel paused for a moment, and then decided to stand next to Griffa to greet the guest. He told himself he needed to be there to watch over Max, which was true, but really he just wanted to be next to Griffa. "Are you all right, Ansel?" asked Griffa as he stood next to her.
"Yes, I'm fine, a little tired," replied Ansel.
She gave him a sympathetic look, and it seemed as if she was about to say something when the door opened with the night's first guest. It may have only been 30 people attending, but Ansel felt like he spent half a week in that entry hall greeting guests as they arrived. Most were easy, They would bow before Max, nod at Issa, and thank Griffa for the invitation, but a few were more trying. Marcus Quick and his parents spent a lot of time talking to Griffa. Ansel thought Marcus's eyes went a little too often towards Griffa's low neckline. They finally moved on when another group came behind. Ansel had to deal with Desmona, who stayed behind when her parents moved on to the back lawn. She finally left when she realized Ansel wasn't going to engage her in conversation. "I think that's everyone," said Griffa. "Come on, Max, let's go to dinner." "Finally," rejoiced Max. He escorted Issa from the room. Griffa moved to follow, but Ansel caught her by her arm. He offered his own. She placed her hand on his arm and let him escort her to the backyard. "You look very nice tonight, Griffa," he said as they walked. Griffa made a disbelieving noise. "Thank you, but this dress really is quite uncomfortable. I'm glad Max is being celebrated, but I can't wait until this is all over and I can peel this thing off." Ansel grunted, but didn't say anything more. He didn't need to be thinking of Griffa peeling off any pieces of clothing. He escorted her to her place at the head table and took his own seat a few chairs down. He wanted to sit next to her, but that was Max's place. On her other side sat Hector Delis, in his place as the leader of the ring. Ansel sat next to Max, and on his left was Desmona Delis. He let out a groan he hoped wasn't too loud. Ansel looked up, and across from him was Madame Sidora, the diviner of the ring. She was staring at him. He gave her a half smile and a nod, but she still stared. Dinner was insufferably long. Max spent most of the evening talking to Griffa and Hector Delis, and Ansel was forced to listen to Desmona prattle on. He found himself watching Griffa most of the meal. As she ate, she talked animatedly to Hector and Max, periodically laughing at something Hector or Max would say. Ansel also noticed that Madame Sidora rarely took her eyes off of him. The meal was finally coming to an end, and Griffa stood up. "I am glad you could all be with us tonight to celebrate the 17th birthday of our king, Maxwell of the blood of Adalwin. I call upon his protector, Ansel of the line of Rhea." She sat back down, and Ansel stood up. He picked up his glass. "I have known our king almost 9 months. He is brave, kind, and hard-working, and Regventus will be in good hands under his rule. Tonight, though, I celebrate my young friend Max. I am glad to know him and to celebrate his life here tonight. To Max." Ansel raised his glass and took a sip. There were cries of "to our king" and to Max up and down the table. After everyone had taken a drink, Ansel did not sit down. "I would also like to toast our fair hostess, Griffon Keene. She represents her family well. We are all indebted to her for her graciousness and her hospitality." Ansel raised his glass and looked at Griffa. To Griffa. Everyone toasted Griffa as her face turned bright red. Griffa stood up, and everyone followed her lead. "Thank you, everyone. Now, enjoy yourself as long as you like." She walked from the table, and everyone moved to various areas of the lit-up lawn, many crowding around Max and Issa to talk to the king. Hector came over to Ansel. "Fine toast, Ansel," said Hector, drinking a glass of wine. He turned to look at Max and Issa. "How serious is our king about that girl?" Ansel raised his eyebrows, surprised by this question. He has known her almost all his life. They are quite close, but they are young. "It would be an odd thing for our king to have a non-magical queen," remarked Hector. "It is not unheard of, as several kings and queens have chosen non-magical consorts," said Ansel. "It wouldn't be a problem." "You are right, and like you said, they are young. Many things could happen," said Hector. He made his way over to talk to Philo Quick and a man from the ring named Gorm. He was replaced at Ansel's side by his daughter, Desmona. "I hear little Griffa has a suitor," she said to Ansel, pointing her glass towards Griffa and Marcus. "Yes, Marcus has made his interest well known. Griffa has let him know where she stands as well," said Ansel, watching Marcus and Griffa talk. "It would be a fine match. I hear he is even willing to take the Keene name. Renward couldn't have asked for more than that." Ansel made a noncommittal noise and drank from his glass. "Take a walk with me, Ansel. I have something to tell you," said Desmona, grabbing his arm. "I think anything you need to tell me, you could say here," grumbled Ansel, taking his arm away from her. "Please, I'm serious," insisted Desmona. She looked at Ansel intently. Ansel took another look over at Max in a crowd of people and Griffa, who was introducing Marcus to Nora. "Fine, but quickly," said Ansel. He walked her over into a dim space just to the right of where the party space was set up. They stood behind a large set of shrubbery. "Now, what is it?" I think someone in Abscon is spying for those in Oromist, said Desmona. She sat down on a stone bench nearby. Why do you say that? Asked Ansel. Let me guess. More whispers and secrets you hear. Yes, but they are getting louder. Some on the ring are spooked. They are talking about leaving Abscon and going into hiding. Do you have names? Who has been threatened? Asked Ansel, looking down at her. I don't think anyone in particular. The general thought is that the power in Abscon will be done away with first. So, besides the young king, the ring would be first to be targeted. I have Max under guard at all times already. Why are you telling me this? Watch who you trust, Ansel, even those you think you know. I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially you, said Desmona. She stood up and walked close to him. Ansel closed his eyes. He was so tired. I know you don't think much of me because of the past, but I'm different now, older. Her scent surrounded him, and his head started to feel cloudy. Back then I was stupid. I treated you like a plaything I could pick up when I wanted and throw you to the side when I was done. It was wrong. She was very close to him now. Ansel opened his eyes and looked into her lovely brown ones. She was so beautiful. He was so tired, so confused. He felt her lean towards him. His heart was beating fast. He could feel her sweet breath on his face. It will be different this time. I know what I want, whispered Desmona. Ansel closed his eyes and shook his head to clear it. That phrase woke him up. He thought of Griffa saying that exact same thing to him. I know what I want. I want you. He thought of kissing Griffa's soft lips, of the sound of her gentle sigh. He wanted so badly to taste her lips again. Griffa, Ansel whispered, his eyes flying open. What? Asked Desmona harshly. He suddenly grabbed Desmona by her arms to push her away. Marcus, why on earth are we walking over here for? You can say nothing to me that will change my mind, said Griffa. She stopped short as her eyes landed on Ansel and Desmona. Oh, sorry, I didn't know this place was taken, said Marcus with a smile. Ansel stared at Griffa. Her face was very red. Excuse me, I need to go back and check on the party, mumbled Griffa as she turned around and walked swiftly back, Marcus following in her wake. Damn, said Ansel. He took his hands off of Desmona. How dare you try to charm me? I've told you, we are over, not that we were ever really anything. I know you are spoiled and used to getting what you want, but this won't happen. You actually think you want that wild, ill-mannered little woman, don't you? She will not make you happy for long, Ansel. You know nothing about what makes me happy, spat Ansel. He walked away. He was so angry, he needed to find Griffa to let her know it wasn't what she thought. He got back to the group and scanned the crowd, looking for Griffa when Madame Sidora appeared by his side. Ansel, you have to watch out for them, both of them. They are so important, she said with no warning. What, who? Asked Ansel, startled. He looked down at Sidora. Madame Sidora picked up his hand and looked at him. The king and young Griffon, especially Griffon. I have had dark dreams, dark thoughts. I think you have too. Watch her, Ansel. Keep her safe. We will all need her. You need her. She squeezed his hand and walked off. Ansel was very uneasy. This party got worse and worse. He looked around. He spotted Max with Issa by a tree talking. Max was holding her hand. Ansel kept looking around. He couldn't find Griffa anywhere. He needed to see her, to talk to her. At the edge of his vision, he saw her going into the house alone. He hurriedly followed her and caught up with her in the parlor. She was pacing by the fireplace, muttering to herself. She looked up as Ansel walked in. Oh, are people leaving? Do I need to come say goodbye? She asked. She looked tired and agitated. No, everyone is still out on the lawn. I wanted to talk to you. Ansel said, coming closer to her. What you saw me and Desma, it was nothing. I know, Ansel. Don't worry about it. You can talk to or do anything with anyone you like. You don't belong to me. It's just been a long night. I'm tired, and I can't seem to get away from Marcus. Ansel took her hand and looked at her. I need you to know that what you saw out there was nothing. I have no interest in her. Griffa cocked her head and nodded. I believe you. She smiled slightly. Will you walk back out with me and stay by me the rest of the party? Maybe Marcus will keep away if you give him enough stern looks. Ansel chuckled, offering her his arm. After what Madame Sidora said, Ansel thought he might not ever let Griffa out of his sight again. Chapter 4. Golnar stirred the kettle over a low fire in his tower. It was almost unbearably hot, but he had to keep making elixir to make sure there was enough. He looked over at the shelves on his walls to see there were 5 shelves stocked with small bottles of gold liquid, some of them made with his blood, many made with Turin's, and even a few with camellia bells. He needed more. There were many in the kingdom who would need the elixir to wake up the magic inside of them. Their first gathering was less than a month away. It would happen at the start of summer festivities to be held at the Bell's mansion. Camellia knew who to invite to take the elixir. She was very good at recognizing those with magical blood. She always had been. Her talent had increased since she had taken the potion herself. Golnar finished stirring and put his large ladle down by the fireplace. He stretched. This batch would need to brew for a week before he could bottle it and start another. He thought about finding a bigger fireplace and kettle, but the potion was so precise he didn't want to take any chances increasing the size of batches. He walked over to a side table and poured himself some wine he had there. He was tried. He had worked many hours the past few months trying to put everything in place. He sat down heavily in a chair in the middle of his room and laid his head back, closing his eyes for a moment. Besides working on the elixir, he had much to think on. His spies and shadows had lots of news for him this past week. He was expecting Till to come to him soon to talk it over. As if on cue, there was a knock on the door. Golnar lifted his head up and opened his eyes. "Who is it?" he called out. "It's Till, Golnar. I came as soon as I could." Golnar raised his hand and his door opened, letting Till into the room. Till walked over to the side table and helped himself to Golnar's wine. He then plopped down in a chair opposite of Golnar's, gulping his wine. "That's a lot of stairs to climb," gasped Till. He had sweat beaded on his forehead. "In this heat, it's almost impossible." "Maybe for someone as spoiled as you, but I find them quite manageable," replied Golnar, taking a sip of his wine, and then putting his glass down on the low table to his left. "Maybe it's the magic you have released in yourself. When will it be my turn? You said I have magical blood. Why not give me some potion now so I can unleash it? I have plans for you. We will need to show those at the first gathering the effectiveness of the potion. You will take your potion in front of a large group at the Bell's mansion during the opening summer ball," said Golnar. "That way everyone will know it is safe to drink and will work." Till nodded. "Of course, that is good thinking. You are being careful with every batch, aren't you? We need to make sure we have no accidents. This all has to go smoothly." "You do not need to doubt me. This is my life's work, and I have as much riding on this as you," replied Golnar. Till nodded his head. "Now, why did you want to see me?" "I have heard things. My spies and shadows have brought me much news this past week." "What have they been saying?" asked Till. He drained his cup of wine and put it down. "There is a young king amongst the old magical folk. They say he is of the blood of Adalwin on both sides. He is a direct descendant of King Nathan. They say there is a prophecy that this young king will retake the throne of Regventus," said Golnar, sitting up straighter. "Ah, well, now we know for sure. It's not surprising. We have tried to stamp out the line, but we always knew that was going to be difficult." "Do we know where this king is located?" questioned Till. "Not yet. He is hidden well. We have spies amongst those who have met this king, but due to some very strong wards and enchantments, they are not able to give the location of many of the old magical communities where he may be hiding. They are all on high alert and have strengthened all of their protections. It could take a while to find them. Our spies only send birds now with messages. They are afraid if they leave, they will not be able to get back into their villages because of their intent," said Golnar. "HMPH, well, we have time and plenty to do while we wait. Unless there are things we could do to lessen their strength from within, could we get to the king through our spies?" asked Till. "Possibly. There are ways to spread discord and mistrust. In confusion and chaos, we might be able to get to the king," replied Golnar, thinking. "We know the forest and the great surrounding has long been rumored to hold magical folk. We might intensify our search there." "We could. Most soldiers don't like being out there at night, but hopefully that will change once we start releasing the true holders of magic," said Till. He leaned back a little in his chair. "There are those protecting the king, preparing him, I take it? You say he is young. I'm guessing his parents are dead, if your shadows have been doing their jobs all these years. Is he staying with relatives or someone else?" "The kings and queens of old always had protectors from the family of Rhea. If the line of Adalwin has survived, it can be assumed the line of Rhea has as well. I will write my spies and find out what I can." "Can we trust these spies? How did you find them?" asked Till. My shadows help me. There are always those who are looking out for themselves. I have promised these spies a place of power and security in our new kingdom. They will be rewarded if what they tell us is worthwhile and they remain true. If they don't, well, we can do away with them easily. I will tell them to contact you if you like. You can see for yourself if the spies are trustworthy. So we find out who is protecting this king, and perhaps we get to him through them. We could try to sway those protecting the king, or just get rid of them, said Till. It's somewhere to start, agreed Gulnar. Now, let's talk about Lord Kedden. He asked far too many questions at the last council meeting. I don't know if Our Lady's charms are enough to keep him docile much longer. Should we include him on more of our plans? Let him know what he stands to gain if we succeed? Asked Till. It might come to that. It's important that he becomes king. We will have to make sure and give him more duties and power with the title. Nothing large, but enough to make him feel like he is making the decisions himself. He likes to feel power. I think the title alone will go to his head, replied Gulnar. He held out his hand, and the decanter of wine flew into it. He poured a little more into his glass and held it out, offering some to Till. Till shook his head. Lady Turin will also be queen. We could start including her in council meetings when she has her new title. She can help keep Kedden occupied. We need to make sure she knows his safety depends on it. She might like the title and power, but she also has feelings for our lord, said Till. Very observant of you. She is very fond of Kedden. His mother is another important ally. She will do anything to keep her son safe. She is a powerful magic user that has been released. I will make sure she spends more time with her son. Maybe get her to understand what is coming and what must be done, said Gulnar. Yes, that all sounds good. Well, I must be going. I have to get back to the Viceroy's manor for dinner soon. Message me if you hear anything, and I will do the same. Everything is going just as we like, Gulnar. We don't need anything getting in the way of our plans. By this time next year, we could have the city completely under the true way of the ancients. We could already be spreading the way throughout the kingdom. Till got up from his chair and started walking to the door. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It is better to do this right than quickly, said Gulnar as he got up and saw Till to the door. Till nodded and put his hand on the door handle just as someone knocked. He looked at Gulnar, and Gulnar nodded. Till opened the door to find Lady Turin on the other side. My lady, greeted Till, bowing. What a pleasure to see you. I assume you need to see Gulnar, so I will be going. He stepped aside and let Turin enter the room. I'm sorry to interrupt anything. I just have a question for Gulnar, but I can come back, said Turin. No, I was leaving. Good day, Gulnar. Keep me posted. I will let you know if I receive any important messages, said Till as he walked out the door, shutting it behind him. Good day, my lady. Would you like to have a seat? Gulnar noticed Turin looked a little pale and unpolished. She had been making sure she looked completely perfect and put together every time she left her room since she had married Kedden. It seemed she wanted to show everyone she was the Lady of Regventus. Turin nodded and sat in the same chair Till had vacated. Gulnar sat across from her. Are you feeling all right, Lady Turin? Asked Gulnar. If something is wrong, I can probably help you. I have many elixirs for different illnesses. No, I'm fine. In fact, I think something wonderful has happened, but I want to be sure, and I thought maybe you would be able to help me, said Turin. Her cheeks blossomed red on her pale face. Well, what is it then? I am at your service, replied Gulnar. I believe I might be with child. I haven't bled in 2 months, and these past few days I can't keep much food down. I want to be sure before I tell Kedden, of course. I thought maybe you might have the skill to tell me, asked Turin, her eyes on the floor. Ah, said Gulnar. Yes, well, stand up, my lady, directed Gulnar. Turin stood up and swayed a little. I'm sorry. I've felt a little faint recently. My aunt who raised me did tell me some things about what carrying a child is like, but she never said I would feel this awful, said Turin. Gulnar walked over to her. He could sense her powerful magical blood pulsating within her. He got very close to her and listened. He could hear something new and feel something new within her, a different magic than her own, a powerful magic from someone else. May I place my hands on your abdomen, my lady? I mean no disrespect. I just want to check something, said Gulnar. Turin nodded, and Gulnar gently placed his hand over her stomach. Yes, there was something there or someone there. Gulnar took his hand off of Turin and looked at her. I do believe you are with child, and I believe this child will have powerful magical blood. I have read that this may make you feel quite ill at first, but you will get used to it as the babe grows within you. You need to take very good care of yourself. If Kedden is made king, there is a chance the title may be handed down kin to kin. This child could be the next king of Regventus." Turin smiled and put her hands on her stomach. "Oh, how wonderful! I don't mind a little sickness if the result is Kedden's child. I will have to clear my schedule for a while. I hope Kedden won't mind." "I doubt it. In fact," said Golnar, forming an idea in his head, "it would be good if he would stay with you for a while and take some rest as well. You never had a proper wedding trip. You should both go away for the summer. The summer festivities can go on without you. You should go to the river valley. I believe there is a royal house there owned by the palace. It is on the river. You could spend a few months there together quietly. Then come back this fall when you are past the sickness." "Do you think Kedden would leave? He takes his duties very seriously," said Turin, sitting back down. Golnar went over to one of his shelves and grabbed a vial full of clear liquid. "I think if it is necessary for your health and the health of his child, he will go. He would do anything for you, Lady Turin, if you ask," stated Golnar, handing her the vial. "Drink this, and it will help a little with the sickness. You will still be tired and faint, but you will be able to eat and drink." "You are sure it is safe for the babe?" asked Turin, taking the vial. "Oh, yes, quite sure. I want nothing to happen to this little one." "I think your child will be very special, Turin," said Golnar. "Now rest a moment and go to Kedden and tell him the good news. I will confer with him tomorrow and reinforce that you need to get away for a while. You will be resting by the river in no time." Chapter 5. Max faced Ansel, concentrating on his next move. He held in his hand a large staff. It was made from a thick branch, sealed and stained dark. On the top there was a carved sun which held a clear stone. Griffa had given it to him for his birthday. She had told him her staff helped her focus her magic when she needed to do more advanced spells. She said it helped control her magic when hers was unsettled. "Plus, it's good for smacking people in duels when all else fails," Griffa had said with a laugh. Max liked the feel of his new staff. It was solid and smooth. He could feel his magic running up and down the wood, pulsating under his hand. It helped him control the magic inside of him by letting some of it free without projecting a spell or curse. Ansel moved slightly to his left and threw his hand out. Max raised his staff, blocking the spell Ansel had thrown. Max made a full turn and pointed his staff at Ansel. Ansel moved to the side, his hair blown back by the force of the spell. "Good, Max. Now see if you can block me and knock me down," directed Ansel. Ansel raised his hand again and made a sweeping motion. Max moved his staff from left to right, feeling Ansel's spell hit the block he put up. Max hit his staff into the ground, and the ground around Ansel started to shake. Ansel tried to keep his balance, but Max pointed his staff again at Ansel. Ansel was swept off his feet, landing on his back. Max walked over to make sure he was all right. By the time he got there, Ansel was standing up, wiping his face with his hands. "That was good, Max. Good use of a combination of spells. It seems Griffa was right about you using a staff. I never really got the feel for one, but she swears by hers." "That one seems to suit you well," said Ansel. Max smiled and looked behind Ansel. Griffa was giving Issa an archery lesson on the other side of the back lawn. She was leaning on Issa's back, positioning her hands on the bow and helping her hold the arrow. He could see Griffa's lips move in Issa's ear, instructing her. "That's enough for right now, Max. You want to see how the ladies are doing?" asked Ansel, watching Max look at Issa and Griffa. Max nodded and smiled. As they walked towards the ladies, Issa, with Griffa's help, let go of the arrow and hit the target that was 15 feet away. Griffa stood up straight and clapped. "Very good, Issa," encouraged Griffa. "Now let's try it again." Griffa grabbed another arrow and then paused when she saw Max and Ansel walk up. "Look, Issa, we have company," said Griffa, alerting Issa of their presence. Issa turned and smiled brightly at Max. Max smiled back. "How is the lesson going?" asked Max. "Oh, very well. Griffa is a very good teacher. I'm just starting, but I already hit the target with her help," replied Issa happily. "We are about to try again, if you will excuse us," said Griffa. She walked over to Issa and helped her position the arrow on the bowstring. Griffa put her hand on Issa's hip, correcting it a little. Max watched closely. "Relax, Issa. Now I'm going to help you bring back the bowstring. Keep a strong grip on the bow. I'm going to let go of your hand, and then you let go of the string when you are ready." Max kept staring as Griffa put her hand on Issa's and helped her bring the string back. Griffa let go of Issa's hand, but kept close at her side. Issa waited for a moment and then let go. She hit the very edge of the target. "Good, Issa," said Griffa. "You should keep trying." Ansel coughed and nudged Max. "You seem to be very interested in these lessons, Max. Perhaps you would like to try to learn?" "Sure, if Griffa doesn't mind," said Max, smiling at Griffa and laying his staff on the ground. Griffa turned to say something when Ansel interrupted. "Oh, no, Griffa already has her student. I can show you how to use a bow." Max felt a little disappointment, but agreed. Ansel grabbed another bow that was laying on the other side of Griffa and Issa. Max spent the next hour trying to concentrate on what Ansel was telling him while Griffa worked with Issa. When they were ready to return to the house, he had managed to hit the target only once. Issa, on the other hand, was having much better success. They gathered their supplies and walked towards the manor together. "I think I like archery," remarked Issa. "It was fun, wasn't it, Max?" "I guess. I think you had a better teacher than me," grumbled Max, looking at Ansel. "I think Griffa had a more attentive student," Ansel retorted. They all chuckled and continued their walk to the back door. Once they got in the house, they gathered in the parlor. Nora set out some cold drinks and joined them as they rested and talked. "Are you going to participate in the duels this summer, Ansel?" asked Griffa, sitting down on the sofa next to him. "I suppose I should. I guess the ring is going forward with the summer festival this year," said Ansel. He took a cup that Nora offered him and thanked her. "Thank you, Nora," said Griffa, taking a cup from Nora. "Why shouldn't they? We've heard no news, and abscond couldn't be more secure. With the way things are, we might as well enjoy what we can while we can." "What about you, Griffa? Are you joining the duels this year?" asked Ansel. "Of course. Though I hope I get to duel somebody besides that Harper boy. He is nice, but he couldn't duel a child. A challenge would be nice." Max's curiosity was sparked. "What are these duels?" asked Max. "The summer festival is coming up. It's a week of feast, parties, and a midsummer ball. There is also a day of dueling set up behind the Ring of Nine's meeting hall. If you submit your name, it is thrown in a basket. They draw names to see who is dueling whom. It's a lot of fun," explained Griffa. "Can I submit my name?" asked Max. "I know I'm not as good as you or Ansel yet, but I feel like I have gotten better." "Of course you can," said Griffa, smiling at Max. "You have learned a lot these past few months. I think you will have a strong showing whoever you are up against." Ansel agreed. "I'm sure the people will enjoy watching the king duel. We will work hard the next 2 weeks to make sure you are fully prepared." "I'll send our names in this evening," said Griffa. They made idle chit-chat while enjoying their cold drinks. "I better get in the kitchen and help, Maybelle," said Nora as she started collecting empty cups. "Nora, you don't have to do any of this," said Griffa. "We can take our own cups to the kitchen. There's no need for you to help with supper every night." Max nodded his head in agreement. He wanted Nora to be happy. He tried to remember to make sure and talk to her more about Dannon in the future. She enjoyed talking of her late husband. "I like keeping busy," replied Nora. "I enjoy helping to take care of all of you. I think I would like to talk about some lessons when you have time, Griffa." "Of course, Nora. We will find time soon. Now, if you will excuse me, I would like to rest and freshen up a bit before supper." Griffa rose up off the sofa, using Ansel's shoulder for a boost. "That sounds like a good idea," agreed Issa. She hopped up out of her seat. "I'll see you in a bit, Max." She followed Griffa out of the room. Max looked over at Ansel. He had been very quiet the past few days. He was never very talkative, but he could be funny and entertaining at times. Lately, besides training and some short answers, Ansel hadn't said much. "Are you all right, Ansel?" asked Max. "Of course. Why wouldn't I be?" answered Ansel casually. "You've just been very quiet lately, and I don't mean in your usual way. You seem withdrawn." Ansel's head shot up, and he peered at Max. "I didn't realize I was acting withdrawn. I just have a lot on my mind." "So you've heard news then from Oromist? Is there something I should know?" "No," said Ansel. "Everything remains quiet. That makes me nervous, but I am thinking of other things. Don't worry, Max. It has nothing to do with you. In fact, I am pleased with your progress. You won't need me teaching you things much longer." Max noticed that Ansel was good at changing the subject when he didn't want to talk about something. "I'm glad you are pleased with my progress. But, Ansel, if you want to talk about something else, I can listen." I know I'm young, but I can't at least sympathize. Dannon always said that the best thing Nora did for him was listen, even if she didn't understand what was going on. Are you comparing us to a married couple, Max? Asked Ansel with a smile. Max opened his mouth to say that's not what he meant when Ansel interrupted him. No, I understand, Max. I appreciate it. I suppose as your king I could command you to tell me what's wrong, smirked Max. Don't push it, said Ansel. I may be your protector, but that won't stop me from giving you a well-deserved smack on the head. Come on, let's play chess. I think I can beat you this time. Max decided not to push further and spent the rest of the afternoon thoroughly beating Ansel in a game of chess. After supper, Max went to the conservatory to spend time with Issa. They had made it a habit lately. Sometimes they just sat there and talked. Sometimes she would read to him, or they would read separate books. There was always at least a few Kaises. Max looked forward to these evenings and his time alone with her. It was good to just be with her. He found Issa sitting in her favorite chair by the large glass wall. She was looking out into the dark night with a certain look on her face that Max knew meant that she was thinking and worried. He sat down next to her and took her hand. What's wrong? I know that look on your face. Issa smiled at him and squeezed his hand. I'm worried about a couple of people I care about, and there is nothing I can do for either of them at the moment. It bothers me. Who? I hope it's not me. I always worry about you and what's to come, but no, tonight I'm thinking of my father and Griffa. This surprised Max. He hadn't heard her say anything about her father lately. They had exchanged several letters back and forth where Issa told him the truth about Max. Her father was of course worried about her, but he became convinced she was in a safe place. He was happy to let her be, especially since Nora was with her. Max was also surprised at her being worried about Griffa. Max hadn't noticed Griffa acting any different. Did you receive a letter from your father? Asked Max. No, not in a while, and that is what concerns me. He wrote so often, and now nothing. I hope something has not happened to him. I feel bad leaving him all alone. I know, Issa. I took you away from him, and I'm sorry. I'm sure he's fine. He's probably busy working on his house or off traveling for work. Give him a few weeks, and if you don't hear from him, we can ask Griffa and Ansel to look into it. Issa nodded. I'm sure everything is all right. He has been traveling to the West Village a lot lately. I just worry. She put her head on Max's shoulder with a sigh. What about Griffa? Why were you thinking of her? Max said to her quietly. She just seems off lately. She usually comes to my room before bed and we chat, but lately she comes less and less. When she does come, she's distant and seems sad. During the day she seems fine, but there is definitely something bothering her. She won't tell me, though. I think something is bothering Ansel, too, admit Max. Maybe they fought again. They do that a lot. Maybe, said Issa. Griffa will be all right, Issa. She's had so much loss in her life. I don't know if I could keep going if I lost my father or you, said Issa. She turned her head up to look at Max. You won't lose me, Issa. He gave her a quick, soft kiss, and she sighed. Max, what do you think will happen if you actually become king of Regventus? Asked Issa. I'm not sure. It probably won't be for a few years, and I'm sure Ansel, Griffa, and the ring will help me figure it out. What about you and me? I know it's a ways off, but what do you think will happen with us? Will I go back to Clarton, stay here, or go to Oromist? You will be with me, said Max. Issa, I know we are young, and I know a lot could happen. You could change your mind about us or meet someone else, but when I close my eyes and see myself as king, you are always right beside me as my queen. Max, said Issa lovingly, I never want to leave your side. I don't plan on changing my mind or meeting anyone else. She got up and cuddled into Max's lap. He pulled her close and kissed her. Max had kissed her many times recently, but he never got tired of it. He felt something warm in his stomach spread throughout his body as they deepened their kiss. His hands wandered over her body as they kissed again and again. Griffa walked into the conservatory. She liked to come in there sometimes to be alone. She heard voices as soon as she entered the room. It was Max and Issa. So this is where they disappear to, she thought. She didn't want to interrupt them. She quickly and quietly grabbed a book she had left close by the entrance. As she was leaving, she heard them talking and saw Issa crawl into Max's lap. When Max kissed Issa, Griffa promptly left the room and went to the study. She flopped down in her favorite chair with her book. She was happy for Max and Issa. Their certainty in their love for each other was heartwarming. She hoped Max's vision would come true, and he would rule with Issa as his queen. She was happy for them, but it also made her feel lonely. She wished she was as certain as them in her own future with the one she loved. She knew what she wanted, whom she wanted, but she didn't know if Ansel would ever truly choose to be with her. She felt tears form in her eyes, and she quickly wiped them away. "You are being silly, Griffa," she whispered to herself. "You are strong. Whatever happens, you will be okay. You are a Keene." Griffa laughed at herself. She sounded so much like her father. Her father had always said things like that to her when she was upset. Griffa looked over at her father's desk. She put her book down and went to sit in her father's old chair behind the desk. She remembered crawling up into his lap in that chair as he wrote a letter or read a book. He would talk to her about what he was doing and why he was doing it. He taught her so many things. He taught her how to manage the manor, how to brew potions, how to correspond with the ring, and how to defend herself. Unfortunately, he never showed her how to mend a broken heart. She picked up the portrait of her parents. They looked so happy. Griffa thought her father probably never taught her how to mend a broken heart because his had been broken when Griffa's mother died, and he never figured out how to do it himself. Griffa felt the tears come to her eyes, and this time she did not try to stop their flow. Chapter 6. The past 2 weeks Ansel had tried to make more of an effort to engage with people in the house. He tried to be friendly and seem at ease. The problem was he was never at ease. He worried about Max and his future. He wasn't sure he was doing enough to prepare the boy. He worried about the future of Regventus. If they failed and the lord of the kingdom had his way, what kind of kingdom would people be forced to live in? He spent many hours worrying about Griffa. Madame Sidorus' instructions at Max's party had put Ansel on constant guard. He also blamed Sidora's words for the bad dreams he had been having. He hadn't been sleeping well. He was worried the dreams would come. Ansel would train with Max hard, so he would be exhausted at the end of the day. He would stay up late reading and thinking over different scenarios. He had hoped all of this would help him fall asleep too exhausted to dream. His mind would usually wander to Griffa late at night. He would think over the words she said to him. She wanted him. She wasn't giving up on him. He would think of the feel of her soft curls and remember the pleasure of brushing her lips with his own. He would usually lay in his bed late at night, his head full of Griffa. Ansel would then berate himself. He would hear his father's voice in his head, calling him weak and foolish. His father, Barin, had been a hard man, expecting perfection at all times. He wanted a family of many sons, but Ansel's mother had only been able to carry Ansel to term. She delivered 3 deceased children during their marriage, the last one taking her life. Barin blamed her for being weak. She died when Ansel was 11. This only caused Barin to push Ansel even further. He would demand focus. He taught Ansel that his duty was his life. If Ansel faltered or let up, he was punished harshly. When Ansel was 12, he was sent to Keene Manor to learn from Renwerd. Barin was sent by the ring to recruit and train protector guards in the valley. Ansel was relieved to be away from his father. He experienced a different life in Keene Manor. Renwerd was a gentle and understanding teacher. Ansel was sent to the mansion to learn potions, but he learned so much more. He learned that a man could love his wife and respect her. Griffa's mother was intelligent and witty. Renwerd doted on her and included her in all aspects of his life. Renwerd would encourage Ansel to be easier on himself when he made a mistake and to see it as an opportunity to learn. Ansel spent many years in Keene Manor, most by his own choice. When Ansel at 17 received word that his father had died in an accident while training in the valley, he did not mourn. Renwerd, still feeling the loss of his wife even years later, tried to help Ansel express his grief, but in truth he felt none in the loss of his father. Ansel felt freedom. He could finally feel free to do what he liked, and he did. He traveled and caroused with a group of friends his age. He was called to collect Max, but was then relieved to hand the child off quickly. He eventually fell into a horrible affair with Desmona Delis. He spent 2 years chasing after Desma, being tormented with guilt, lust, and anger. When Ansel was 22, Renwerd wrote for Ansel to come see him. He confronted him kindly but sternly. He reminded him he had a duty and a purpose. Ansel had been neglecting what he was called to do. He had been living without a purpose. Renwerd asked him if he was happy, truly happy in what he was doing. Ansel could not say that he was. Renwerd invited him to stay full-time at the manor. Ansel took him up on his offer, and it changed the course of his life. He spent his days working on reforming the Protector's Guard that had gone into disarray and taking care of other areas of his life that he had neglected. He remembered spending free time riding over the ground with Renweird and a young Griffa. He spent evenings reading alongside them both. He participated in lively dinner conversations with Renweird and his daughter. Griffa was always encouraged to speak her mind. Renweird and Griffa changed him and healed him. 2 nights before the duels and the opening of the summer festival, Ansel lay on top of his bed fully clothed. He didn't want to sleep. He wanted to stay awake and not be lost in the nightly terrors he had lately experienced. He fought sleep for as long as he could, but eventually his eyes closed and he lost the battle. His dreams that night started with the memory of the day he got the news of Renweird's death. Ansel had been gone for a month from Abscon, training Protector Guards in other magical communities. One night after dinner, when he was staying somewhere close to the valley, he received a message that Renweird had died while riding with his daughter. Ansel was devastated. He thought of a 16-year of Griffa, all alone in the manor, grieving her father. He left as quickly as he could, traveling magically to the front door of Keene Manor. He was let in by a teary-eyed Maybelle. "Where is she?" asked Ansel as soon as Maybelle let him in. "In the study, but she won't see anyone. She's been in there since it happened, and she won't come out," sobbed Maybelle, fresh tears falling down her face. Ansel gave Maybelle a reassuring squeeze on her arm. "I will go to her," he said. He walked quickly to the study door and knocked, but there was no answer. "Griffa, it's Ansel," he said gently. "Let me in, please." He heard nothing, but the door swung open slowly. He walked in and found Griffa with her head laying on her father's desk. Her face was red and raw with tears, but she was not crying at the moment. Ansel didn't know what to say. He walked over to her and knelt by her side. He looked at her. She was so young. She had not only lost her father, but she had gained much responsibility and burdens as well. She was the only Keene in the world. She would have so much to deal with, and no family left to help her. Griffa took her head off her desk and looked at Ansel. "I don't know what happened. We were riding out in the fields. He seemed so happy, and then he just fell off his horse. I went to him, but he wasn't moving or breathing. I tried so many spells to revive him, but nothing worked. He was just gone." "I'm sure you did everything, Griffa. This was not your fault." "What will I do, Ansel? I can't do this all alone. I can't lead the ring and take care of the manor. I can't be who he was," Griffa quavered. Her eyes were frantic. "I can't do this." "You can, Griffa, and you won't be alone. You have Maybelle, Jonthon, and Wallis. They will help you. You also have me. I will be here, and I will help you. We will get through this." Griffa smiled sadly and nodded her head. "Now, Maybelle is worried. You need to eat and sleep," said Ansel, standing. Griffa tried to stand, but was weak in her grief. She stumbled as she pushed herself off of the desk, and Ansel caught her. He crumbled on the floor with her in his arms. He held her close as she cried anew, his own tears falling on her shoulder. In his dream, 16-year-old Griffa disappeared out of his arms. Ansel stood up confused and saw a 9-year-old Griffa standing in front of him. Her curly hair was wild and sticking up in odd places. Her light green dress was dirty and grass-stained. She looked like she had been rolling in back lawn. "Why are you so sad all the time?" asked 9-year-old Griffa. Ansel remembered her asking this when Renweird had called him back to the manor after his failed relationship with Desmona. "I loved a woman, but she did not want me," said Ansel. Young Griffa looked at him with narrowed eyes. "If she doesn't want you, then she's stupid. You shouldn't love a stupid woman. Why would you want someone like that?" Ansel chuckled as young Griffa came and took his hand. She led him out of the study and through a series of doors. He looked down at her to ask where they were going, when he found that she had disappeared. Ansel suddenly felt lonely, scared, and desperate to find Griffa. His usual nightmare began. He began the familiar run through the house and the screaming of Griffa's name. He tried to wake himself, to tell himself this was just a dream, but he was trapped. He found himself once again in a room with Griffa lying on the floor, surrounded in dark blood. He was forced to look into her lifeless eyes. Ansel sat up in bed full awake. He banged the back of his head against his headboard. His heart was racing, and he was sweating. His breathing was fast and uneven. His skin prickled with unsettled magic that made him feel sick. He jumped up out of bed. He had to see her, just a glimpse. He wouldn't wake her, but he would peek in on her. Hopefully her door was unlocked. Ansel quietly went out into the dark hallway and walked down past the stairs towards Griffa's room. When he got to the door, he saw that it was slightly ajar. She must not have closed in all the way. He gently swung the door open and peered into the room. In the moonlight streaming through the curtains, he could see Griffa sound asleep in her bed. She lay on her side with her hand under her cheek. He gazed at her, watching the rise and fall of the covers as she breathed in and out. Ansel, feeling a little better, went to leave when he stepped back on a slightly loose floorboard. The small creak it made woke Griffa up. She groggily sat up in her bed, looking over in his direction. "Who is it?" "What's wrong?" Griffa asked sleepily. She rubbed her eyes with her hands and looked again. "Ansel, do you need something?" No, it's nothing. I'm sorry. Go back to sleep." "Why are you here?" she asked. Ansel breathed deeply and put his head down. "It's silly. I had a dream, and I just needed to see you." Griffa sat up straighter. She patted the empty side of her bed and said, "Come here." Ansel knew he probably shouldn't, but he couldn't deny her request, not when he wanted nothing more to be near her and see that she was safe. He walked over and sat on the side of the bed over the covers. He swung his bare feet up, so he was resting his back against her giant headboard. Griffa turned to him with her head propped up on her hand. Her hair was wild and tangled, and her eyes were half open, but she smiled at him. "Will you tell me about your dream? Maybe it will help," offered Griffa. She looked very sleepy, but she shook her head and opened up her eyes fully to look at Ansel. "I dreamed of coming to see you after your father died," said Ansel. "Oh," said Griffa, "that was a horrible time, but we got through it just like you said we would." "Then I dreamed of you as a 9-year-old telling me I was stupid for loving Desmona," grinned Ansel. "Did I really say that?" asked Griffa, yawning. "I don't remember." "Well, you didn't know who I was talking about, but you told me that any woman who didn't love me was stupid, and that I shouldn't love a stupid woman," said Ansel. "That sounds like me," laughed Griffa. "I was right, too. She is a stupid woman." Ansel chuckled softly. "Was that it?" asked Griffa. "No, but I don't want to trouble you with the rest. You need to sleep, and I need to go." "Ansel, tell me. It will help if we talk about it." Ansel wasn't sure it would, but he found himself trying to tell her. "You are 9-year-old. You took me through the house, and then you disappeared. I couldn't find you. I looked everywhere, and then I found you and you were." "I was what, Ansel?" asked Griffa. She put her free hand on his. "You were dead. I keep having the same nightmare. I look for you everywhere, and when I find you, it's too late. You're dead." Ansel felt his heartbeat quickening again. He felt tears prick at the corner of his eyes. Griffa sat up in bed, more awake. She put her head on Ansel's shoulder and took his hand. "I'm not dead, though. I'm here, and I'm fine. You don't need to worry," whispered Griffa as she rubbed his hand. "I know, it's silly, but it felt so real. I couldn't sleep without seeing you, without knowing you were safe." Griffa scooted closer to him and leaned against his chest. His arms went around her, and Ansel closed his eyes. He breathed in deep and then kissed her head. Feeling her alive and warm calmed him. They stayed like that for several minutes before Ansel whispered in her ear, "I need to go, and you do need to sleep. I'm sorry I woke you." He released his hold on her, and she went back to laying her side and looking at Ansel. "I will try to sleep, but will you stay a while, just until I fall asleep?" asked Griffa quietly. Ansel nodded. He pulled the covers up over Griffa as she burrowed down into them. She put her hand on Ansel's and closed her eyes. He watched her until he saw her chest rise up and down in rhythm as she slept. Her hand was still on his. He knew he should get up and leave, but he was so at peace that he stayed and rested his head against the headboard and closed his eyes. At some point he slumped down into Griffa's bed and fell fast asleep. Chapter 7. Gulnar stood in the ballroom of the Bell's mansion, surrounded by finery. The marble floors shined as though they were freshly cleaned and polished. Candelabras lined the golden walls. More candles were overhead in large chandeliers. Tables were set up along the sides with enough food to fill a village for half a year. Flower arrangements of bright summer flowers as tall as Gulnar were positioned throughout the room. Everything around him exuded extravagance. As a child living in the 4th ring of Ormust, he never would have dreamed of being in a place like this. He never would have imagined he would live in the palace making decisions that affected the entire kingdom. Due to the luck of being clever, he was able to advance beyond required lessons to advanced lessons. With hard work and sacrifice, he was able to get an apprenticeship in the largest library in the kingdom that stood in the second ring of Ormist. It was in this library that he read and studied about the first followers of the ancients. These followers believed the ancients were the true gods of Regventus. The ancients were 12 gods, each god representing a land in Regventus. These gods stood for power. The ancients came to Regventus to find a land in chaos. Magical folk were competing with non-gifted people for resources and land. The ancients sent a plague to kill the non-gifted to give the kingdom to the magical folk, but weak followers of other gods intervened. These magical folk followed the brother and sister. They believed all were of equal worth. These magical followers reached out to the non-gifted and healed the sick. The non-gifted flourished. They rose to power alongside those with magical ability. There was a war fought between the followers of the ancients and the followers of the brother and sister, led by the head of the Adalwan family, Nathan. The war lasted many years. In the end, the Adalwan family and their followers won, and King Nathan ruled. His family was in power over 1,000 years, but the followers of the ancients were always in the shadows waiting. The followers of the ancients convinced magical folk to hide their powers to gain the trust of the non-gifted. Over the many generations, the followers of the ancients forgot their magical power, but not their duty to regain the kingdom. Eventually, the way of the ancients grew in numbers and power. Just over 500 years ago, the line of Adalwan was forced from the palace of Ormist. The followers of the ancients had ruled ever since. Magic seemed to disappear from the kingdom, but it was always there. The magical users who followed the line of Adalwan retreated into hiding. Those with magical blood continued to be born all over the kingdom, but their magical power lay dormant. It was said when the time was right, the ancients would release the power of its followers. Golnar believed that time was upon them. As Golnar learned about the belief that those with magical ability were meant to be the true leaders of the kingdom, he learned how to recognize magical blood. He realized why he was so clever. He realized why things came so easy to him, and why people would sometimes bend to his will. He had magical blood himself. Golnar dedicated himself to unlocking his magical ability. He studied how magic was used and how you could unleash it. He found old books on potions. He searched and found an old woman who practiced magic. He was able to get useful information out of her by torturing her. Once he was sure he had all the information he could get, he ended her to keep his secrets safe. He learned enough of magic to work his way up the ladder until he was a healer and advisor in the palace. He still only knew very little about magic, and he wanted to know more. He wanted to be a full-fledged magic user. He found ways to capture more magical folk. He studied them, and he kept them alive until he found all he could. Then he killed them. Sometimes, if it was necessary and he was aware of where they came from, he would send word anonymously to the family that their loved one died by some tragic accident. More than anything, Golnar wanted power. He resented his childhood and watching his mother work endless hours to keep him at her feed. He watched her wither away with hunger and sickness until she died while he was working in the library. If his ancestors had won the war 1,000 years ago, he never would have suffered. His mother would have lived an easy life. Golnar wouldn't have had to fight day after day, struggling to reach the top. No magical-blooded people should never have to struggle as he did. Golnar was blessed by the ancients. He knew he was meant to live in this time, to usher in a new way for Regventus. With magical-blooded folk in their rightful place and non-magical folk where they belonged, there would be less hunger, sickness, and untimely death. Non-gifted people should never have been able to flourish. They should have died out with the sickness long ago, but due to the weakness of those who should have led, non-magical people were saved. Now the kingdom was too crowded and too chaotic. There was suffering because there was no order. Golnar checked on a table close to the end of the room. 30 small vials full of golden liquid sat on the table, each one for the 28 invited here tonight by Camellia, and 2 invited by Golnar himself. It would be the first of many gatherings that would take place this year, gatherings where influential magical-blooded folk would come to have their power unleashed. They would start with the high class, then magical-blooded soldiers, before working to identify those in the outer rings with the ability. Tonight had to go perfectly. Camellia had invited 14 couples for the first gatherings. These were 14 couples she had identified as the most influential magical-blooded couples in the city. If all went well tonight, these couples could unleash the gift in their families and hold more gatherings. If all went well tonight, a chain of events would be put into place that would be a huge step closer in accomplishing Golnar's dream. The other 2 vials were for Viceroy Till and Viceroy Daracha. Till would be needed to help control the city. Golnar felt that Daracha would be helpful, as her people of the lowland forest were rumored to have many hidden magical folk. He hoped Daracha could turn some of them to their side. "Golnar, is everything to your approval?" asked Camellia Bells as she came into the room wearing a dark red ball gown, looking everything wealthy and fine. "Yes, very good, Camellia. You are sure you have invited the right people for us to begin?" "Yes, I am certain. Now, I have done everything you have asked." "Do you guarantee the safety of my son?" asked Camellia. "Lord Kedden will be very safe. He is as safe as he can get at the moment. I'm sure he in turn spoke to you of their news and their trip," replied Golnar, picking up one of the vials and examining it. "They did. It's wonderful. A child already. I hope they stay many months in the river valley. Turin needs rest, and they will be safe there. They aren't expected back until at least after summer. By the time they get back, we will crown Kedden as king. His position will be secure as well as that of his child. You have nothing to worry about," assured Golnar as he carefully placed the vial back onto the table. "Good. Now, excuse me. I must find my husband so we can meet our guests. I have explained everything to him. I have told him he has your assurances of keeping his wealth and home even after the new way is instituted. I hope that is correct," said Camellia, adjusting her skirt. "Yes, with a magical wife, and as the father to the king, he will be assured of all the wealth and comfort he has now, possibly more." Camellia nodded and glided out of the room. An hour later, the room was full of chatter and excitement. Camellia had spent the last few weeks visiting each family to let them know what was happening. They were skeptical, of course, but with Camellia showing them her new powers and the promise of powers of their own, they agreed to at least come to the gathering. Golnar watched as Till and Daracha came into the room and walked up to him. "Good evening, Golnar," greeted Till with a bow. "Everything is ready, then? Once again you are sure of the safety of this concoction you have made?" "Yes, as I have told you before, everything is perfect. I have taken the elixir myself, and you see the results. It won't be a pleasant experience, but it won't last long. When you see what you will be able to do after, it will be worth it." Till nodded as Golnar turned to Daracha. "Do you have any qualms in taking the elixir? If so, you will need to tell me now." "No, I am confident in your ability to do what you say. Besides, Till will be going first," said Daracha in her wispy voice. Her large eyes watched Golnar, unsettling him. "We have other news to talk of before we start. We have it confirmed that our spy can get to the new king of the magical folk," said Till, rubbing his hands. "How good would it be if we could crush them before they even get started?" "You are sure of this? It's not some trick?" asked Daracha. "I have a good feeling about this. I had a letter sent to me yesterday. The spy says he has a way to get into the family of the one protecting the king. He is sure of it," replied Till. "Besides, what harm could he do to us even if he is lying? I have given him no information of our plans." "What does he want for his trouble?" asked Golnar. "If he succeeds in killing the king, he wants a fine home for his family in the first ring of the city and a place on the council," replied Till. "The council is full at the moment," said Daracha, eyeing Till. "What did you tell him?" "I assured him we could meet both of his demands if he can provide proof of this king's death. We can always find a place for him. We are making Lord Kedden a king, so we could easily create a new council seat, or displace someone if need be." Daracha raised her eyebrows. "You say it like it's nothing to displace someone, but you must remember if we deem one of us as replaceable, we are saying we are all replaceable." "No need to worry about that, Daracha," said Golnar. "We will see if this spy can do as he says. If he succeeds, we will find a way to give him what he wants. It will be worth it if we can rid ourselves of this young king before he can cause trouble." Daracha nodded in agreement. "I think this spy will strike soon, so we won't have to wait long. I told him to inform me as soon as possible what happens one way or another. If he fails, he might be useful in other ways. He says he is from an old, powerful, magical family. I wonder if others from these old, powerful families could be turned to our side if they know what is coming. Maybe this spy of ours could give us more names to contact," pondered Golnar. "That's a good idea. When I hear from him next, I will ask him if he knows others who would want to trade secrets and perform tasks for favors," said Till, smiling. "Now, we will be starting soon," said Golnar. "Till, you come with me. Daracha, find a place amongst the crowd." Daracha nodded and made her way to the other people in the room who were drinking, eating, and talking. They stood around the room or sat around tables. Golnar spotted Camellia Bells and waved her over. She nodded her head and made her way to Golnar and Till. "Are we ready, Camellia?" asked Golnar, walking with her and Till to the table of vials. "Yes, everyone is here. Do you want to begin now?" asked Camellia. Golnar nodded, and Camellia took a deep breath and turned to face the crowd. "Attention, attention, please," announced Camellia in a loud voice. "I am glad you could all join us tonight. We promise something very special, as you know. I know many of you are skeptical and apprehensive, but we will provide proof before we ask you to do anything." She stopped and nodded at Till and Golnar. "I call to your attention, Viceroy, Till and Golnar, healer and advisor to the Lord of Regventus." Camellia waited until Golnar and Till were by her side. Golnar had a vial of the elixir in his hand. "Whether you realize it or not, all of you have magic in your blood. It has always been there in you, in your parents, and in their parents, and so on. Your ancestors were asked to ignore their magic for the good of the kingdom, but the time has come to unleash it once again. Golnar will explain how," finished Camellia as she waved Golnar forward. "I have created an elixir that will wake up the magic in your blood. It will unleash the power inside you that you never knew you had. You will be able to do things you could only dream of before. Behold," said Golnar. He waved his hand, and every candle in the room blew out. Some people in the crowd screamed as everyone else mumbled in the darkness. Golnar waved his hand again, and the room was bathed once again in candlelight. Many people gasped. "Now, to show you that this elixir is safe and effective, Viceroy Till has agreed to be the first amongst you to take it so you may all observe. There will be some unpleasant effects, but they will not last long. Till, come and take the elixir," said Golnar. Till walked up in front of Golnar as he was handed his vial of elixir. Till took the stopper out of the vial. He smelled the liquid and paused for a moment. He looked behind him at Golnar, who nodded at him. Till toasted the room and drank every drop in the vial. He stood straight for a moment before the vial dropped from his hand and fell on the floor, shattering. Till started to shake. He dropped to the floor and moaned, holding his stomach. He convulsed for several minutes before laying still, while many in the crowd screamed and called for him to have help. He then slowly rose from the floor and looked at the crowd in the room. Everyone went silent. Till raised a hand and brought it down. All the tablecloths that were on the various tables flew off and neatly folded themselves on the floor, leaving all the dishes and flower arrangements on the tables untouched. Many in the crowd applauded. "Now it is time for all of you to unleash your magic as well," said Golnar. "Come forward and accept your elixir." The crowd stood still for a moment before Daracha came forward and took a vial from Golnar. Next a woman took her husband by the hand and drug him up to the front of the room to receive vials from Golnar. More couples followed until everyone had a vial of elixir in the room. Golnar smiled at everyone and instructed, "When you are ready, take every sip of the elixir." Soon the room was full of the sound of shattering glass and screams. People writhed on the floor as the elixir took effect. Before long, all were once again standing up straight, trying out their new abilities by levitating objects and summoning glasses of wine to drink. Golnar addressed the room. "I know you are all very excited about your new ability. You are free to practice your new craft in your own homes, but we ask that you use discretion in public for the time being. If you have any questions or require assistance, you may contact Camellia." The crowd nodded in agreement. Many came up to thank Golnar. The people laughed and celebrated. The party lasted well into the night. Eventually everyone left for the evening except for Golnar. "I think that went well," remarked Camellia, looking around the ballroom. "I was afraid they might destroy my house with their new powers, but they all behaved nicely in the end." "I'm glad it went well. Your house would have been a small price to pay for the security of our kingdom, but no harm was done. Just a small mess for your staff to clean up in the morning." Camellia nodded and walked with Golnar through the room towards the exit. "That's odd," said Camellia, stopping to look at one of her flower decorations that had completely died. "Maybe a spell gone wrong. They are all new at this," suggested Golnar. "Maybe," said Camellia. She touched the arrangement to try to bring it back to life, but it did not work. Oh well, I'll just have it thrown out in the morning." Golnar nodded and walked out with Camellia. Chapter 8. Max was walking up to Keene Manor on a dark night. It was cold and snow was on the ground. He looked up at the house to see it looked almost abandoned. The only light was the glow coming through the window of the fire in the parlor. Max walked up to the portico and stepped into the entry hall. He looked around and called out for Griffa. He received no answer. Max looked up at the stairs in the darkness and saw someone sitting at the top. Max walked up the stairs slowly. As he neared the top, he realized it was Ansel sitting on the stairs. Ansel had his head down and his hat was in his hands. He was making a soft noise, and Max realized he was crying. "Ansel, what is wrong?" asked Max. Ansel looked up with red eyes at Max. "I should have known. How could I not have known? I have failed her in every way." "Failed who?" asked Max. Ansel put his head down and shook it. Max felt a sick feeling in his stomach. "Where is Griffa, Ansel?" whispered Max. Ansel looked up at Max, and he felt a deep grief come over him. "Where is Griffa?" asked Max more urgently as he reached out for Ansel. Max sat up in his bed, wide awake. He looked through his window to see it was still dark. He was breathing hard, and he felt tears in his eyes. He tried to remember his dream, but it was escaping his mind. He felt scared and sad, but he didn't know why. Max's head started hurting, and he felt very tired. He laid down his head and closed his eyes. As he fell asleep, he whispered, "You should have known, Ansel." Max woke up in the morning with no memory of his dream. He got up and walked down to breakfast with a spring in his step. He was very excited about the duels today. He had only ever dueled with Ansel and Griffa, but he felt like he was getting better. He believed he knew enough to at least not look like a fool. He was dressed in a simple black tunic. The familiar standard of his family, a sun was stitched on each shoulder. He wore black pants and his worn-in black boots. When he got to breakfast, he found both Ansel and Griffa sitting at the table. They were talking with each other, looking very pleased. Max thought they both seemed in better moods lately. Ansel was wearing a dark blue tunic with the usual tree stitched in light blue on the front. Griffa wore a simple short-sleeved black dress with her own family's standard of a large falcon on the bodice. Her hair was loose and wild, running down her shoulders. "Good morning, Max," said Griffa brightly as Max grabbed some food and took a seat. "Are you excited about the duels today?" "Yes, very," replied Max. "I wonder who I will get to duel. I hope it is someone I have a chance against." "You'll do fine whoever you end up pairing with. Just remember what you've learned, stay grounded and ready," advised Ansel. Max nodded and started on his breakfast. Soon Issa and Nora joined them. Issa looked very fresh and pretty in a simple yellow dress, and her hair pulled up with a ribbon. "Are you coming today to watch the duels, Nora?" asked Max with his mouth full of eggs. "Max, what have I said about talking with a full mouth? People here call you a king, but you don't even have any decent table manners. People will think I let you run wild as a child," said Nora, rolling her eyes. "Sorry, Nora, but will you come watch?" "Yes, I suppose I will. You will take care, though, right? These duels sound dangerous," said Nora with a worried look on her face. "There are usually only minor injuries, and those can be taken of quickly. Max will be fine," reassured Ansel. As they were finishing breakfast, a letter was brought in for Griffa. She opened in and read it. She blushed a little, and then smiled before laughing and putting it down. "Who has written you?" asked Ansel. "Talon," answered Griffa. Talon Wendell was the leader of the valley, the other main magical village in the kingdom. He was an old friend of Griffa's. He had spent a few days with them last fall. Max looked at Ansel. He knew Ansel didn't think much of Talon. "What does he have to say?" asked Ansel casually. "Oh, not much. He wants me to come spend a few weeks in the valley this summer. He says I should bring Max if I want. I supposed if you really wanted to go, Max could come with you. We could all stay in your valley house for a few days, or even at Wendell House if Talon is offering," said Ansel, looking down at his plate. "I do not wish to go," declared Griffa, picking up her teacup. "I wouldn't mind seeing Talon again, but I think we would do better to stay here this summer." "If you are sure," said Ansel, looking at Griffa while she drank her tea. "I am very sure." They finished breakfast and walked as a group to the large lawn behind the meeting hall. There was many people standing around talking. Max saw that a large circle had been roped off in the center of the lawn. Chairs had been set up in rows around the circle on raised platforms. Many chairs were already taken with others standing alongside the rope. Nora and Issa found a place to sit on a platform. Max, Griffa, and Ansel stood in front of them by the rope, Max and Griffa holding their staffs. Ansel pulled his hat down low to block out the glare of the sun. More people kept coming in until the chairs were practically full and all the area in front of the rope was taken. The town bell rang, and Hector Delis stepped out into the ring with a large basket. Welcome all to the beginning of our summer festival. Today we start with our traditional duels. Remember, these are meant to be friendly and clean. There will be no curses or spells that intend to cause serious harm. If one is seen thrown, you will be disqualified. May the gods be with us and guide us this day, this summer, and always. There were cheers from all over the lawn. Hector pulled 2 names from the basket. One was a boy a little younger than Max, and the other a man that looked a little older than Griffa. They came to the center of the ring and bowed to one another. Hector gave a signal, and the duel started. The 2 circled each other, each trying to knock the other one over. Eventually the boy bested the man by knocking him down long enough to jump over and hover above him. The man yielded, and the boy was declared the winner. His group across from Max cheered and welcomed the boy with back slaps. The man went to his friends, who laughed and gave him a drink. More and more duels were called and completed. Max started getting anxious and nervous, waiting for his name to be called. After the 6th duel was completed, Hector Delis called Griffa's name. Ansel patted her on the shoulder, and she winked at Max, smiling. She bent down under the rope and walked to stand in the middle of the ring. Hector drew the next name and called Desmona Delis. Ansel made a noise in his throat and said, "Now this should be interesting." Max silently agreed. Desmona came to the center of the ring, looking as regal and beautiful as always. She had on a simple white dress with no sleeves and a blue cape. She took off her cape and handed it to a man cheering as she walked to the center. Desmona and Griffa stared at each other. Desmona looked peaceful and calm. Griffa looked smug. Her eyes were bright with excitement. They half bowed to one another and walked to opposite ends of the roped-off space. Hector gave the signal, and they started circling one another. Desmona came into the area of ring where Max and Ansel stood, and Max could hear her taunt Griffa. "Little Griffa, look at you. You look terribly wild today. Did you wake up late and not have time to have someone do your hair?" Griffa ignored her and kept focused, her staff steady by her side. As they circled, he could see Desmona continuing to speak to Griffa, but he couldn't make out what she was saying. Whatever it was didn't seem to affect Griffa in any way. Eventually Desmona made her move by pushing up her hand. Griffa stepped to her left and held out her staff, deflecting the spell. Griffa then pointed her staff at Desmona, sending dirt and grass flying at the enchantress. Desmona didn't fall, but her white dress was covered in dirt and grass. He saw Desmona sneer as she made her way closer to Griffa in little circles. Desmona waved her hand, and dirt nearby flew in Griffa's face. Griffa was temporarily unable to see. Desmona got close and touched Griffa. Max could see Griffa's eyes go dark and a smile form on her face. "Shake her off, Griff," muttered Ansel under his breath. Desmona went to put a hand on Griffa's staff, but Griffa shook her head and thrust out her hands, pushing Desmona away with a rush of wind. Griffa retreated closer to where Ansel and Max stood, standing at the ready with her staff. She threw a few spells at Desmona. Desmona dodged a few and withstood one as she made her way closer to Griffa. She put out her hands and pushed. Griffa moved her staff across her body, deflecting the spell as Desmona moved closer and closer, keeping her hand up, forcing a strong wind to hit Griffa, trying to push her back. They were very close to one another. Griffa put her hand up and sent her own spell towards Desmona. Desmona used one hand to block the spell and the other to keep pushing her spell towards Griffa. They were a few feet away from each other, struggling against one another to stay in their positions. Desmona looked up and saw Ansel, and a smirk formed on her face. "Griffa, one of these days you should ask Ansel about the times we used to spend together. We were very good friends. I've never had such good times as the ones I had with him." "Oh, the things we used to do," taunted Desmona. "Oh, I know all about what you did to Ansel," said Griffa with a smirk of her own. "In fact, Ansel and I were just talking about you the other night when he was lying in my bed." Max looked over quickly at Ansel. Max felt his eyes widen and his mouth open in shock. Ansel had his head down low, his eyes hidden by his hat, but Max could detect a smile on his lips. Griffa's statement seemed to shock Desmona as well, because she faltered for a second, which was enough time for Griffa to gain the upper hand. Griffa raised her staff up quickly and slammed it down. Desmona was knocked off her feet. She tried to get up, but Griffa pushed out her hand. Desmona was flung back. Griffa jumped high and landed softly, standing over Desmona, her staff pointed at her chest. Desmona raised her hands up and said, "I yield. I yield." Griffa smiled and took her staff away. She offered Desmona her free hand, and Desmona took it, letting Griffa help her up. Griffa pulled Desmona in close, and Max heard her say, "I know the damage you did to Ansel. I know how you tortured and toyed with him. If you ever hurt him again, what happened today will be a happy memory compared to what I will do to you. Are we clear?" Desmona took her hand away from Griffa and looked at her with disgust. "I want nothing to do with him. It seems his tastes these days are far below my own," sneered Desmona. Her eyes narrowed at Griffa. Max heard Ansel growl under his breath as Griffa rolled her eyes and walked away from Desmona towards Max and Ansel. Desmona raised her hand, and Max was about to call out to Griffa when Griffa turned around and raised her staff. Water from a nearby well rushed out and landed on Desmona, soaking her and splattering her dress with mud. Desmona shrieked, and Hector Delis came out and collected his daughter. He chided her for striking out after the duel was over. Griffa crouched under the rope as Ansel held it up for her. She stood up and shook out her hair, sending a dust cloud over Max and Ansel. "Sorry," Griffa said, smiling. Ansel took of his hat and dusted it. "No problem, Griffa. Good duel. She'll remember that one for a while." Max smiled at Griffa and congratulated her, but he had many questions for both her and Ansel. He couldn't ask them now, but soon he would want answers. More duels were called, and Max once again started feeling anxious and nervous. Eventually Ansel's name was pulled from the basket. Griffa gave him a playful shove with her hip. He handed his hat to her and made his way under the rope. Hector Delis then pulled a name and called out, "Maxwell of the blood of Adalwin." There was a murmur that went through the crowd, and everyone seemed to sit and stand up straighter. Those who were drinking and laughing turned and looked at the circle. Max felt his eyes widen and his legs go weak. Isa yelled his name. He turned, and she gave him an encouraging smile. He tried to smile back, but he was not sure his mouth did anything. His stomach was a mess of nerves. Griffa blew out a breath of air. "Go on, Max. You can do this. You've been dueling Ansel for weeks. Watch him closely. Before he strikes, he gives a short breath." She pushed him towards the rope, and Max bent beneath it. He walked to the center of the ring, standing face to face with Ansel. "Max," said Ansel with a straight face, "good luck." Max couldn't speak, so he nodded. He walked away from Ansel, and then turned and faced him. He saw Hector give the signal, and Max stood in a ready position. Ansel did the same across from him. They circled each other for a while as Max waited for Ansel to strike. He tried to watch him closely, looking for the breath Griffa had told him about. He saw Ansel slightly exhale. "That's it," thought Max. He raised his staff ready as Ansel pushed out his hand. Max moved his staff in a downward motion, blocking Ansel's spell. He then pushed his free hand forward, sending his own spell towards Ansel. Ansel quickly moved to his left and stuck out his hands, blocking Max's spell. They went on for a few minutes, trading spells and blocks. Max felt his feet slip a few times, but he managed not to go down. Ansel started throwing spell after spell at Max as he blocked them with his staff and hands. Ansel came closer and closer to Max. Max could feel himself getting weak. His back foot was slipping. He heard Griffa yell, "Keep steady, Max. Find a way to break his chain." Max quickly turned to his right. He felt Ansel's spell go by him. He then turned and sent a blast of wind at Ansel. Ansel was blown back a little, but stayed upright. They were close now. Max was tired, and he wasn't sure what to try next. The sweat on his forehead was dripping in his eyes. He didn't want to lose, but knew it was going to happen. Max lifted his staff, but before he could do anything, Ansel was thrown off his feet by something. Max hadn't sent a spell, but something had knocked Ansel down. Ansel got up quickly, but looked to his right to see where it had come from. Ansel's eyes widened, and Max took advantage of Ansel's momentary lack of attention. He jammed his staff into the ground, and the ground around Ansel started to shake. Ansel stayed upright for a moment, but then fell onto his side. Max ran over and placed his staff at Ansel's throat before he could get up. Ansel gave Max a little smirk and said, "I yield." Max looked over to where the mystery spell had come from and saw Griffa there looking at both him and Ansel. She shrugged a bit and gave a wink to them both. Max smiled and looked over at Ansel. He had an odd look on his face. His eyes looked unfocused, and he was frowning. Ansel stared at Griffa and tilted his head. Max was concerned as he thought Ansel looked angry. "Ansel, are you okay?" asked Max. Ansel looked at Max like he didn't know who he was. He blinked his eyes rapidly and then said, "I'm fine, Max. Good job." Max offered Ansel his hand, who took it and let Max help him up. They walked over to where Griffa was, but she was gone. "Where's Griffa?" asked Max. Ansel looked around. "I don't know. She was just here." "I hope you aren't mad at her, Ansel. I know she helped me, but she was just trying to give me a good showing in front of all the people," said Max. He was afraid Ansel was displeased with Griffa. "Mad at Griffa?" asked Ansel with a confused look on her face. "No, I'm not mad at her, Max. Definitely not mad. Why would you think that?" "The look you gave her after the duel. It was angry. I thought maybe you didn't like what she did." Ansel turned his head and looked sharply at Max. It seemed as if he was going to say something when they were interrupted. Issa and Nora came up to Max and Ansel to congratulate Max. Issa threw her arms around Max and kissed him on the cheek. "You did so well, Max." Nora patted him on the back and smiled. "Great job, Max. I wasn't really sure what was going on, but you looked very impressive. You did well, too, Ansel." She handed Ansel his hat. Ansel put his hat on his head and asked, "Where did Griffa go?" "She said she was going to head home and clean up. She said she was tired and had seen enough duels for the day," answered Nora. The crowd was cheering as other duels were taking place. Issa had linked her arm with Max. "Do you want to watch the rest of the duels?" asked Issa. "They are quite fascinating." Max was torn. He wanted to stay and please Issa, but he was worried about Griffa. He looked at Ansel with a questioning look, wondering what he should do. Ansel seemed to understand. "You should stay here, Max. The people will want to greet you and congratulate you. I'll go home and check on Griffa. She got pretty dirty during her duel. She probably just wanted a hot bath," said Ansel. He bowed to them all and walked towards the manor. Max watched him go until Issa squeezed his arm and smiled. Max escorted her back to her seat on the platform. Chapter 9. Ansel hurried towards Keene Manor. He needed to talk to Griffa. He wasn't sure what he was going to say, but somehow he would make her understand his feelings. He knew immediately who had knocked his feet out from under him during the duel. He knew Griffa's magic as well as his own. As soon as it touched him, he knew the spell had come from her. After he fell, he looked over at her to see a mischievous look on her face. He knew why she had done it. Max needed the win. The people needed to see their king strong. He wasn't angry, far from it. After Max had won, and they both looked at Griffa, she had smiled at them and winked. It caused several thoughts to come into Ansel's head. Many of them were not appropriate for the very public situation he was in. He wanted her, and he had to have her. Above all, he loved her. She was beautiful and brilliant, and he loved her completely. It shocked him as soon as he thought it. It shouldn't have. He had long thought of Griffa as above anyone he had ever met. He had just never admitted to himself that he was in love with her. He had tried to protect his heart because he felt he could never be enough for her. She was so far above him, to love her had seemed foolish, but it didn't matter. Despite the guards he had put up, she had broken through. He was thoroughly in love with Griffa. Now he had to tell her. Maybe it was selfish, but he didn't care any more. He could never offer her all she deserved, but he would not go through this life without Griffa by his side. Not if she would have him. He needed her to know how much he loved her. He walked to the manor with purpose. He entered the house and found it quiet. He looked in the parlor and studied to find them empty. He finally found Maybelle in the kitchen. "Ansel, are the duels over already?" asked Maybelle while sitting at the kitchen table. "No, I came back early. Griffa said she was coming home to clean up. Have you talked to her?" "I have, and she seemed a little down." "Did she not win her duel?" "She wouldn't tell me a thing about it," answered Maybelle. "I suppose I should have gone, but seeing her fight makes me so nervous." "She won, all right. She was spectacular. Is she in her room?" asked Ansel. He was anxious to find her. "She is. She is having a bath, so you will have to wait to see her," said Maybelle, getting up. She turned to look at Ansel with a sharp look. "You didn't fight with her again, did you? Ansel, I know she can be stubborn and say dreadful things sometimes, but she is a good girl. It devastates her when you two don't get along." "We didn't fight, and I'm not angry with her. I just need to talk to her," said Ansel impatiently. He sat down at the table, not knowing what else to do in the moment. "If you didn't fight, then what's wrong? She wasn't hurt, was she? She seemed tired and a little agitated, but she didn't look injured." "No, she wasn't injured," said Ansel. He propped his head on his hand and laid his other hand on the table, drumming his fingers against the wood. Maybelle studied him for a moment. "Ansel," I wasn't going to say anything, but you have to understand Griffa is like a daughter to me. I take her well-being very seriously. Ansel nodded his head, not knowing where this conversation was heading. "Jonathan and I went to check the beds this morning to see if the sheets needed changing. We noticed that your bed hadn't been slept in." Ansel stared at her, not betraying any feelings. Griffa's always been a very still sleeper. Usually her bed is very easy to tidy, being just her side. But this morning both sides were disturbed, said Maybelle, her face turning red. "What's your point, Maybelle?" "My point is, if you fool around with that girl's heart, you will have to answer to me. I know she is fond of you. It's easy to see, and if you take advantage of her, I will have no qualms ejecting you from this house for good, protector of the king or not." Ansel looked up at Maybelle. "I would never do anything to hurt Griffa in any way. Now, if you will excuse me, I will go clean myself up." Ansel got up from the table. Maybelle nodded and let out a deep breath. "I hope you are sincere, Ansel, because I am quite fond of you as well. I would hate to have to kick you out." Ansel patted her on the arm as he passed and made his way up to his room. By the time Ansel had cleaned up and made his way downstairs, everyone else had returned to the house. Griffa was on the sofa drinking tea and listening to Max and Issa tell her about the rest of the duels. Ansel came in and sat next to Griffa on the sofa, giving what he hoped was a friendly smile. "Hello, Ansel. I didn't realize you had come back early. I hope you had no injury from any part of your duel," said Griffa. "No, I am well. Nothing wounded except my pride, and that has healed quickly," he said. Griffa smiled at Ansel in an apologetic way. "Griffa, you were wonderful today," praised Issa. "I don't really know that woman you dueled, but she seemed like a piece of work." "Thank you, Issa. She is a formidable opponent, but I think she underestimated me in many ways," said Griffa, taking a sip of her tea. "And you, Ansel, you did very well, too. Max looked like he was going to lose for sure," continued Issa. "I guess Max had some luck on his side today," said Ansel, smiling. He leaned towards Griffa and whispered, "Or a pretty little mischievous imp." She looked at him with surprise as Ansel winked at her. "Well, Max, I think you need to get cleaned up. Why don't we take the rest of the day off? Is that all right with you, Ansel?" asked Griffa. Ansel was very pleased with this idea. He hoped it would give him time to talk to Griffa alone. "Of course, Griffa," said Ansel. "Maybe Max and Issa would like to have an afternoon meal out on the lawn or in the fields." "I like that idea," said Issa. "Will you two join us? Maybe we could take the horses and ride." "We will join you if you like, Issa," replied Griffa. She turned to Ansel. "Unless you had other plans, Ansel." Ansel did have plans, but he supposed he could find a way to get Griffa alone out in the fields just as easy as in the house. "I have no fixed plans today. Say we meet in an hour at the stables." Everyone agreed and went their separate ways. Max and Issa went to their rooms, and Griffa went to the kitchens to pack food. Ansel stayed in the parlor and tried to think of what to say to Griffa. How would he tell her he loved her? She had said she wanted to love him. He knew he should feel sure of her response, but he wanted to say the right thing. She deserved to hear how much he felt for her. He wanted what he was going to say to be perfect. The problem was, he was not good with words. He went through several different conversations with Griffa in his head, but none of them felt right. Before long, an hour had passed, and Ansel wasn't any closer to knowing what he was going to say to Griffa. Ansel went to the kitchens and helped Griffa with the basket of food. They bid Maybelle a good afternoon. Maybelle was giving Ansel pointed looks, and Griffa looked confused. They walked to the stables and met Max and Issa. They helped Wallies fit their horses for their ride, and before long they were riding through the fields at a leisurely pace. Ansel rode by Max as Griffa and Issa rode a little ways ahead, chatting back and forth. "Ansel, I wanted to ask you something about the duels today." Ansel turned to look at Max. "Yes?" "It's about what Griffa said to Desmona," replied Max. "You know about you being in Griffa's bed." "Oh," said Ansel. He felt his face go warm. "She was just trying to get under Desma's skin, Max. It worked." "Yes, but is there truth to it? I mean, have you been—" sputtered Max, his face going very red. Ansel was quiet, and he wasn't sure what to say. It's true he had been in Griffa's bed the past 2 nights, but they had done nothing but sleep. After sleeping soundly the first night, Griffa had told him if he had any problem sleeping because of his reoccurring dreams to come talk to her in her bed. Ansel had taken her up on it the night before, and he had again fallen asleep next to Griffa on top of her bed covering. "Well, have you?" asked Max. Ansel stayed silent. "I like you, Ansel. You have been a good friend to me, but if you do something to hurt Griffa, I don't know what I'll do, but it will be something." Ansel smiled. "I think I'll catch up with the ladies if you don't mind." Ansel encouraged his horse forward at a faster pace, catching up with Griffa and Issa riding by Griffa's side. Max soon came up to ride next to Issa. They found a place to eat under a large tree with lots of shade. Max spread out a blanket as Ansel brought over the basket. They ate a late lunch of meat, cheese, bread, and fruit. Griffa passed out cups of wine to wash it down. It would have been a pleasant time if Ansel wasn't so anxious to get Griffa alone. After the meal, Issa took out a book and leaned against Max's shoulder as she read out loud to him. Ansel took this chance to ask Griffa if she would like to walk a bit. She agreed. They told Max and Issa their plans and walked out towards the small stream that ran along the back of the field. "That was nice of you, Ansel, to want to give them a little time alone," said Griffa.
"I'm glad you think so, but I really just wanted to take a walk with you," said Ansel. He grabbed Griffa's hand and put it on his arm.
"Oh, is there something you wanted to speak of? Who have I offended now? Is it about Desmona and our duel? I did go a little too far, didn't I? She just agitates me so much," huffed Griffa, talking rapidly. Ansel stopped walking and took Griffa's hands to make her look at him. "You were wonderful today. Desma got what she deserved. I thought you might have actually held back a little." "I bet you wanted to actually throw her down that well," said Ansel, giving Griffa a half-smile. "You know me too well," said Griffa, laughing. She turned from Ansel and started walking again. He fell in step beside her. They walked in silence for a bit, while Ansel worked up his nerve. "There is something I did want to talk to you about," admitted Ansel nervously. "I just have to find a way to start." He stopped as they had reached the stream, and Griffa turned to look at him. "This sounds serious, Ansel. Is something wrong? Have you heard news from Ormust?" asked Griffa, a small frown on her lips. "No, nothing is wrong. I've just realized some things, and I want," started Ansel when he was interrupted by the whinny of a horse. He and Griffa turned to see Marcus Quick looking at them from atop his stallion. "Gods, you've got to be kidding me," grumbled Ansel under his breath. Griffa gave Ansel's arm a small squeeze before turning to greet Marcus. "Hello, Marcus. It's nice to see you," Griffa said pleasantly. Ansel tipped his hat slightly in Marcus's direction as Marcus hopped down from his horse. "I was glad to go find you out here, Griffa, because I want to ask you a question," said Marcus, coming to stand close to Griffa. "And what's that?" asked Griffa. "The summer ball is tomorrow night, and I was hoping you would let me escort you to the party." Griffa raised her eyebrows and seemed for a loss of words. "Actually, Griffa will be going with me. Isn't that right, Griffa?" "We said we would weeks ago," said Ansel. Griffa looked at Ansel, her eyebrows still raised, and said, "Oh, yes, we did agree to that." She turned to Marcus with a sweet look on her face. "I'm sorry, Marcus. It seems I already have plans." Marcus looked disappointed, but said, "Oh, well, of course you want to go with your old friend. I hope you will at least dance with me. We will see how the night goes. Now, if you excuse us, we need to get back to Max and Issa and head back to the manor," said Griffa, taking Ansel's arm. "We will see you tomorrow night." She started walking quickly, practically dragging Ansel with her. "Thank you for stepping in, Ansel. He cannot take a hint. He's an old friend, but he is on my last nerve lately. I'll have to spend the whole ball avoiding him somehow." "So you will let me escort you to the ball, Griff?" asked Ansel as they walked. "Of course. I mean, we will go as a household with Max and Issa and Nora too." Ansel stopped, pulling Griffa to a stop as well. He turned her towards him so she would look at him. "What I'm saying, Griffa, is I want to escort you to the ball. The rest can come with us if they want, or they can go earlier. They can stay in bed all night for all I care. I want to take you to the ball." Griffa looked at him with a very confused look on her face, but she replied, "If that is what you wish, then I would like to go with you to the ball." Ansel nodded, and they started walking towards Max and Issa again. "I should tell you I've had 2 interesting conversations today. I think Max and Maybelle are ready to duel me for your honor. Maybelle may have noticed I've been sleeping in your bed, and Max heard what you said to Desma." Griffa turned bright red, but kept a straight face and said, "We've done nothing to be ashamed of. I hope you told them so." "I assured Maybelle I would never hurt you in any way. She was threatening to kick me out of the manor." Griffa giggled. I have no doubt she could do it too. Now, Max, I let him think whatever he likes, said Ansel mischievously. Griffa smacked his arm. Ansel, what he must think of me. Ansel gave a chuckle. Let him think it. It's not like he and Issa aren't finding new places to sneak away and kiss all over the house. Griffa laughed as they came upon Max and Issa, who had packed everything up. You two seem in a good mood, said Max, securing the basket to his horse. Ansel followed Griffa to her horse and went to lift her up on the saddle, but before he could do it, Griffa replied to Max, Lots of things happening lately have put me in a good mood. She gave Ansel a smile and raised one eyebrow before kissing him on the cheek. Ansel couldn't help but smile back as he lifted her up. Issa laughed as Max frowned at Griffa. The four of them rode home 2 by 2. Ansel was riding close to Griffa when she turned to him and whispered, My door will be open again tonight if you have any problems sleeping. Never feel like you can't come talk to me no matter what chatter it causes in the household. It's my manor, and I will do as I like. Ansel nodded at her as Max turned to look at them. He wondered how good that boy's hearing actually was. Ansel thought perhaps he could talk to Griffa late that night when he came to her room, but by the time he got here she was fast asleep. She must have been tried from the activities of the day. Ansel gently got in her bed. He laid next to her side and watched her sleep for a while, feeling at peace. When he was sleepy himself, he kissed her on her forehead and snuggled down, laying his head on the pillow close to Griffa. Chapter 10. The early morning light coming through the curtains woke Griffa up early the day of the ball. She stretched and looked in the bed next to her to see Ansel fast asleep. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes with her hand and then stared at Ansel. He looked so young and carefree in his sleep. Usually there were worry lines on his forehead and a constant weariness around his eyes. Lying in her bed, he looked at peace. Griffa reached out and touched his chin, feeling his early morning stubble. She caressed his cheek softly, careful not to disturb him. She knew she should wake him and tell him to go back to his room before everyone woke up, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seemed most already knew of their sleeping arrangements anyway. There was nothing scandalous about it. He merely came to her bed and slept over the covers. They barely even touched, except for holding hands at times. She knew she should be confused and perhaps furious. Griffa and Ansel had danced around each other for the past year. There were moments of kisses, conversations, and shared glances. She had told him how she felt. He had told her of where he stood, yet here he was in her bed. She felt like their relationship had changed lately. It should be no surprise, as their relationship changed much in the years they had known each other. She had always loved him. She knew it, but that loved and changed. It had grown. She had loved him as the boy who let her bother him. She loved him as the young man who stood by her side as she grieved her father. Now she loved him as a man she wanted to share everything with. She knew he wasn't perfect. She knew he had a past filled with mistakes and indiscretions, but she didn't care. She had made her own mistakes. She had her own faults. She didn't judge him for his past or his shortcomings. She loved him completely for who he was, all of it. She had tried to make him understand, but she knew she could never argue him into it. He would have to realize it on his own. She wouldn't give up. She believed he loved her even if he couldn't admit it. Even if he never did, she would never love anyone like she loved Ansel. She didn't know if she would be able to settle for less than him. She knew she needed to have children eventually. The position and duty of her family demanded it. If he never came around, she would have to find someone to marry. She could still find a way to be happy with friendship, her work, and a family, but she really wanted him. Griffa spent several moments just watching Ansel sleep. She watched his chest rise up and down with his breath. She was so at peace that she felt her own eyes grow heavy. She was almost asleep when she heard Ansel whisper her name. Fearing he was having a bad dream, she moved closer to him and put her arm over him. "I'm here, Ansel." "I'm here," Griffa said softly. He opened his eyes slightly and smiled. He leaned forward and lightly brushed her lips with his own, and then closed his eyes again. Griffa sighed, a small smile on her lips as she shut her own eyes to rest a bit more. The day would be a busy one. The household ate breakfast together and then set off for the annual summer gathering at the temple. They crowded in with everyone else in the village in the large room full of benches. Griffa sat between Max and Ansel. She whispered to Max and Issa, who was sitting next to Max, all the things that the clerics were doing during the ceremony. The ceremony lasted an hour, in which they sang and prayed to the gods for a safe summer and a bountiful harvest. They walked out of the chapel, Issa on Max's arm, while Ansel walked between Griffa and Nora, who had come along. They were met close to the statue of the gods by Desmona. "I wanted to apologize for my behavior at the duels, Griffon. I should not have lashed out after ours was over," said Desmona with a straight face. "I accept," said Griffa, though she wasn't sure she meant it. "I hope your dress was not ruined." "If it was, it is no matter. I have plenty," said Desmona, waving a hand. "I hope I will see all of you at the ball tonight." She left, going to join her father and mother. "I bet Hector put her up to that," said Ansel. "He wants no quarrel with you, Griffa." "And I want none with him. His daughter is a different matter. If she stays away from you, then I will let her be. If she tries to hurt you again, Ansel, then I won't be held accountable for my actions," proclaimed Griffa fiercely. "You don't need to worry about me, Griff," said Ansel. "I became immune to her charms long ago." Griffa looked up at the statue of the gods. She studied the blank face of the sister. She reached out and touched the statue's bare foot and closed her eyes. She felt her magic flow through her veins. She listened to the quiet song it made as her magic came to the surface and surrounded her. Griffa opened her eyes to see Ansel and Max watching her. She took her hand off the foot of the sister and gazed up at the statue. "I ask for a peaceful summer for us to prepare to do what needs to be done for the kingdom. I ask protection for all those I love from the false gods and their followers. I ask for guidance to know what is needed of me. I thank the gods for the many blessings they have given me. Above all, I ask for the rightful ruler of Regventus to claim the throne and usher in a time of peace." Ansel walked up to Griffa's side and took her hand. He raised it to his lips and stared at her. She couldn't quite read the intense look he was giving her. He released her hand and shook his head as if to clear it. "Let's head home," Ansel whispered as he offered Griffa his arm. Max gathered Issa and Nora, and they walked home together. After lunch, Griffa and the other ladies excused themselves to get ready, while Max and Ansel said they would go outside and practice. Griffa went to her room and spent some time trying to read and think. Ansel had said he wanted to escort her to the ball. He had also said he had something to talk to her about, but he never did say what it was. Perhaps he would tell her tonight. She spent the rest of the afternoon taking a bath, dressing, and trying to charm her hair into something manageable. Her curls never did do what she wanted. Eventually Maybelle came in to check on her and offered to help her. "Thank you, Maybelle. I can never get this mess to do anything," said Griffa, sitting at her vanity and looking at Maybelle in the mirror. Maybelle ran her fingers through Griffa's hair and said, "Hush, child, your hair is lovely, just like the rest of you. Now what shall we do?" Maybelle waved her hands and worked with Griffa's hair until it was half up in a bun with the rest of her curls running down Griffa's back. "There, how's that?" "Wonderful. Thank you, Maybelle. You work miracles," said Griffa, standing up. She was dressed in a lightweight dark blue gown that came off her shoulders. It fit her at her waist, and then formed a skirt in ruffles down to the floor. She fastened a simple necklace with a jeweled falcon charm on her neck. "I hope this isn't too simple for the ball." Griffa looked at herself in the mirror. "It's lovely," smiled Maybelle. "You don't need a lot of finery to make you shine, Griffa." Maybelle took Griffa's hand and led her over to the bed, sitting down with her. "I know I'm not your mother, but I have known and cared for you your whole life, and I want you to know if there is ever anything you need, even if it's just a chat, I'm here." Griffa leaned over and kissed Maybelle's cheek. "You mean so much to me, Maybelle. I hope you know that. You don't need to worry. I'm a grown woman." "I know you're grown, but that won't stop me from worrying." Griffa smiled and stood up from the bed. She and Maybelle left together and walked down the stairs. Max, Issa, and Nora were standing to one side talking, while Ansel waited at the bottom of the stairs, looking very handsome in his usual protector's tunic with black pants and boots. She walked down to meet him. He took her hand and led her to the door. "Ansel, what about everyone else?" asked Griffa, looking over at Max, who noticed they were leaving. "I said I was escorting you and everyone else could do what they want. I meant it," said Ansel, smiling. "Aren't you supposed to be keeping an eye on your king?" asked Griffa. "Max is quite capable of defending himself for a moment, at least long enough for me to be able to get a few feet away from him." Griffa laughed, enjoying seeing Ansel relaxed and happy. They walked out the door and towards the village center, while the others hurried to catch up. The lawn behind the meeting hall was set up as it usually was for their festivals and parties. The back wall of the hall was open with food, drinks, and tables to sit at inside. Outside was lit by hundreds of magical candles floating around. Summer flowers and ribbons hung from trees. Music was already playing when they arrived, and Ansel led Griffa out onto the dance floor. "Did I tell you how beautiful you look?" Ansel whispered as they danced. "I don't believe you did, but thank you," answered Griffa. "I was afraid this dress would be too simple for the ball, but at least it's comfortable." "It's perfect," said Ansel. His was gently rubbing her side with the thumb of his hand that was wrapped around her waist for the dance. "Will you hide away tonight as usual?" asked Griffa quietly. "No," answered Ansel, "unless you plan to do so. I would like to stay by your side." Griffa looked up at Ansel with a questioning look, but he only smiled at her. Griffa wasn't sure what was happening, but she wasn't going to question it. She leaned in closer to Ansel to finish their dance. Griffa was having a wonderful time. She danced several times with Ansel, enough for people to give them looks. She danced twice with Max, and a few times with other men from the village. She chatted with Issa and Nora, and was pleased to see Nora dance several times. When he wasn't dancing, Ansel barely left her side. He didn't say much to her, but he was very attentive, fetching her drinks and food, asking her if she needed anything several times. Griffa didn't know what to make of him. Griffa had been keeping a sharp eye out for Marcus. When she would spot him, she would dance with Max or Ansel or go get a drink with Issa. She was hoping he would take a hint. Eventually she ran into Marcus's father, Philo Quick, while she was all alone as Ansel was dancing with Nora. "Good evening, Griffon. You look well," said Philo, giving her a small bow. "Thank you, sir. I hope you are enjoying yourself." "Oh, yes, the summer festival is always a happy time. I enjoyed your duel the other day. You are quite a gifted sorceress. Your father taught you well," said Philo, taking a drink from his glass. "Thank you again, sir. My father was very diligent with my training. Ansel was too. I am lucky to have had them both in my life." "Of course," said Philo. "Have you talked to Marcus tonight? I know he was dying to speak with you." "I haven't had the pleasure. We seem to keep missing one another," replied Griffa, looking around, hoping Marcus wouldn't pop up. "That's a shame. Perhaps he could come by and see you tomorrow after lunch." "Will you be home?" asked Philo. Griffa thought it was strange that Philo was arranging Marcus's calls, but perhaps he wanted to forward the Keene quick alliance. It would never happen, but she didn't want to be rude. "We will be at home tomorrow if he calls. I will try not to be out working with Max during that time." "Good. I will let him know in case he doesn't catch up with you tonight. Have a pleasant evening, Griffon." He bowed and left. Griffa sighed, deeply thinking of another awkward meeting with Marcus. Ansel and Nora came over as soon as the music stopped. "What did Philo want?" asked Ansel. "He wanted to know if I would be home tomorrow after lunch for Marcus to call on me. I should have thought of some excuse, but maybe I can put him off for good," said Griffa. "If you can't, maybe I can," replied Ansel. Griffa smiled at him as a man came and claimed Nora for the next dance. "Would you like to take a walk, Griffa? Maybe get out of here for a second?" asked Ansel. Griffa was a little surprised, but was happy to get away from the crowd for a moment, not having to dodge Marcus. She took Ansel's arm, and he led her out of the back lawn and past the temple to a pretty little grove of trees behind some shops. There were a few magical lights on poles here, and the moon was bright, enabling them to see one another. They stood by one of the trees. "Griffa," said Ansel as he got close to her, taking her hands. Griffa looked up at him. "Remember how I said I needed to talk to you the other day?" "Yes, we never did get to have that conversation," Griffa replied. She studied Ansel's face. She noticed he looked nervous, and she worried at what he was going to say. "I know, and I don't know how to start this." Ansel released her hands and walked away from her for a second. "It can't be that bad, Ansel. You've always been able to tell me anything. Just tell me what's troubling you," said Griffa, walking closer to him. Ansel turned to look at her. He reached out and stroked her cheek. Griffa felt her pulse quicken and her breathing become rapid. She hoped he wasn't going to kiss her and run away again. She didn't know if she could handle it. "Griffa," said Ansel tenderly. He was cut off by someone calling his name. It was Max. Ansel took his hand off of Griffa's face. "Damn." "He's over here, Max," called Griffa, giving Ansel a questioning look. Max came running up to them. "Ansel, you are needed. Hector Delis is looking for you. It seemed urgent." Ansel nodded. He grabbed Griffa by the hand and walked with her back to the ball, Max following them. They found Hector easily. "Ansel, we've had news," said Hector as he met them at the edge of the party space. There is someone who claims to have urgent information from Oromist. They have contacted me by a message and want to meet with me outside of the East Village tomorrow at midday. I need you to take some protector guards with you tonight and make sure it's safe. I will come tomorrow at the assigned time." Ansel nodded. "Let me go home and change, and I will gather some guards. We will leave from the gate of Abscon within the hour." Hector thanked him. "Griffa, will you walk with me to the manor?" asked Ansel. Griffa nodded. "Max, gather Issa and Nora, and come home quickly. I want you all safe in the manor while I'm gone." Max agreed and left to find the ladies. Ansel hurriedly walked with Griffa to the manor. Ansel held her hand tight. "Do you want me to come with you, Ansel? I don't mind." "No, I need you to stay here and watch over the others. I should be back by early afternoon tomorrow." Griffa nodded, and they strode into the house. Ansel ran up to his room to change, while Griffa paced in the entryway. Ansel came down the stairs just as the others were returning. Ansel turned to Max. "Stay in the manor or on the grounds while I'm gone. I don't think any enemies have any way to get into Abscon right now, but stay here just to be safe. If anything happens, don't leave the house. I will be back tomorrow afternoon." Max nodded as Ansel put on his hat and walked out the door. Griffa followed after him. "Ansel," she called. He turned and waited for her to catch up. "Please be careful. Promise me you'll be careful." Ansel looked at her intensely. "I promise, Griff. I'll only be gone one night." Griffa smiled sadly at him and placed her hand on his cheek. Ansel kissed it and took it in his own. He looked at her intensely for one moment, before pulling her to him and kissing her. Griffa was shocked for one moment, but then she closed her eyes and threw her arms around his neck. She parted her lips, and Ansel made a noise as he pulled her closer. He couldn't seem to get her close enough. This kiss was unlike anything she had experienced. Griffa had been kissed several times by different men from around the kingdom, but none of them felt like this. It was as if the magic inside of her was ignited. She could feel Ansel's magic swirl around her. She felt protected, powerful, and loved. "Ansel," whispered Griffa breathlessly as they broke apart slightly. "Griffa, promise me you'll stay safe. Please stay at the manor. Whatever happens, stay here," said Ansel, breathing hard, resting his forehead against hers. "I promise," said Griffa as Ansel kissed her again. This kiss was just as intense as the first. Ansel brought his hands up to her face before burying his hands in her hair. Just when Griffa thought she might faint from the intensity of their kiss, Ansel pulled back and held Griffa close. "I don't want to leave you. It doesn't feel right," he whispered in her ear. He held her face in his hands gently and stroked her cheeks with his thumbs. "I have so many things to say to you. But you have to go. It's your duty. I'll be here, Ansel, and I'll see you tomorrow," said Griffa quietly. She felt tears forming in her eyes. Ansel quickly kissed her one more time. "Tomorrow, Griffa. I'll see you tomorrow." With that he turned and walked swiftly towards Abscon's entrance to meet with his guards and travel to the East Village. Griffa watched him go for a moment, not trusting her legs to work well enough to walk back inside the manor. She eventually steadied herself and walked to the front door. She closed it shut, making sure all the charms were in place. She went up the stairs to her room, wondering how she was going to sleep that night. Griffa tossed and turned most of the night. She thought of Ansel and kept reliving their kisses in her mind. He didn't take it back this time. He didn't apologize or say he shouldn't have done it. He had kissed her more than once. He had said he had many things to say to her. Griffa was deliriously happy and worried at the same time. She prayed fervently to the gods to keep him safe. At some point in the early morning hours she fell asleep. The next morning seemed to creep by. Griffa could barely eat breakfast. She tried to drill Max through some magical exercises, but her focus was so bad she just gave up. Everyone told her it would be all right. Ansel had been gone on meetings like this lots of times, but Griffa could not settle down. She tried to be pleasant at lunch, but she was so distracted Max had to ask her a question 5 times, and she wasn't sure she even gave a coherent answer. Issa tried to talk to her at one point after lunch in the parlor, but gave up when Griffa only stared at the fireplace. Griffa knew she was being rude, but she couldn't help it. She was beyond distracted. She had forgotten about Marcus coming by until Jonathan showed him into the parlor. Marcus came in carrying a bouquet of bright flowers. "Marcus," she said, jumping up, "I had almost forgotten you were coming by. Please come in and join us." Marcus looked around at Max and Issa and said, I was wondering if I could speak to you in private for a moment. It won't take long. My father needs me home in 20 minutes. Griffa didn't want to talk to him in private, but she wanted the meeting over with, so she agreed and led him to the little-used music room. Marcus shut the door behind them as Griffa perched on the old sofa. Marcus quickly got to his point. Griffa, I know I've asked before, but I have to ask one more time. Is there any chance you could ever marry me? Griffa took a deep breath. She hated to cause him pain, as he was an old friend of hers, but he needed to hear the truth. No, Marcus, there isn't. I value our friendship, but that is it. I could never see us working as husband and wife. And you're sure? Can I ask why? Is there someone else? It doesn't matter if there is. I just don't feel that way about you. You would get tired of me anyway. Marcus smiled sadly. I doubt that, Griffa, but if that is really how you feel, I ought to leave you alone. He held out his bouquet of flowers. Here, take these as a symbol of friendship, then. I hope we are still friends. Griffa took the flowers, smiled, and said, Of course we are. I hope after a time you will visit us all again. Griffa stood to see him out. I know my way. Don't trouble yourself. I need to be going. I hope whoever you end up with deserves you. He bowed and left the room. He does, said Griffa to herself, thinking of Ansel. She felt a little sad for Marcus. It seemed he really was fond of her. She was sure he would get over her soon enough. Griffa looked at the pretty bouquet of flowers he had given her, thinking she would take them to get some water, when she noticed something odd about them. She saw a small red bulb pulsating in the middle. It seemed familiar to her, and she looked closer. Her blood ran cold as she remembered what it was. It was a magical flower called Last Breath. It opened up before her eyes, releasing its toxins into the air. Griffa jumped up and threw the bouquet into fireplace, sending a spell to blast them into flames before the toxins could spread in the house. It was too late for her, though. She immediately started feeling the effect of the poison. She felt dizzy and sweaty. She tried to walk from the room to get help, to let someone know, but she fell to her knees. She tried crawling and calling out, but she couldn't find her voice. Her nose started bleeding dark blood. She fell completely on her side. She gasped, trying to take a deep breath, but her lungs were on fire. Her vision became very dim. She tried one more time to call out, but her yell for help came out only as a whisper. Before she blacked out, her last thought was she would never see Ansel again. Chapter 11. Ansel had not slept the night before, but he was not tired. It was getting close to midday. He and his 3 guards were hiding in a group of trees outside of the East Village. They had constantly searched through the night for any signs of trouble and found nothing. Ansel sat with his fellow guards in silence, waiting for Hector Delis to appear. Ansel was very interested to hear what this information was. He hoped it wasn't too dire. He hoped it wasn't that the forces of Oromist had found a way to infiltrate Abscon. He worried about Griffa and Max and the others. Ansel tried not to think of Griffa as he was working. It was too distracting, but in quiet moments during the night she would float into his mind. He thought of kissing her, of the feeling of her in his arms. He remembered the way her body felt against his. He couldn't wait to get back and see her. He wanted so badly to actually tell her how he felt. He thought of kissing her again, of holding her close. His thoughts were interrupted by Hector Delis appearing to the right of him. "Ansel, how does it look?" asked Hector quietly. "It seems all clear. We have searched the area several times and found nothing. I will go with you to meet this spy, and the others will go to the left and right and to watch. No one will get by us." Hector nodded. "It's time. Let's get closer to the village." Ansel nodded to his guards, and they scattered. He walked with Hector through the edge of the forest, closer to the town. Ansel spotted someone in a dark robe to his left disappear into a group of trees. He tapped Hector on the shoulder and motioned for Hector to follow him. They silently went towards the group of trees, Ansel on his guard. They entered and saw a hooded figure standing very still. Ansel and Hector faced the hooded figure, waiting and prepared. "Hector Delis?" the figure asked in a whisper. "Yes," answered Hector. "It is I." "And who is this with you?" questioned the figure. "I am Ansel of the line of Rhea, protector to the king. Who are we speaking to?" "It does not matter, protector. What I have to say you will want to hear, and quickly," said the hooded figure. "Do not come closer, or I will leave." Hector nodded. "Tell us, then, what do you have to say?" "I have heard you have a traitor amongst you, someone who says they can get to the king." "Who is this traitor?" asked Ansel, a feeling of dread building in his stomach. "I do not know, but this traitor did say he would kill the king," answered the hooded figure. He seemed confident. "Do you know when this will take place?" asked Ansel. He hoped they weren't too late. "No, only that it would be soon. You will need to hurry back, Protector. Our king is in trouble. We will need him in the fight to come." Ansel felt his feeling of dread spread throughout his body. He wondered how soon this traitor would strike. He hoped it wasn't happening at that very moment. "Can you tell us more? How will they strike?" asked Hector. "I do not know. Hurry back and keep the king safe," said the figure as it turned and disappeared. "I have to get back now. Hector, find my guards and tell them to come back to Abscon, to Keene Manor. Tell them to find the others on the perimeter and join them on guard. Tell them to hurry." Hector nodded, and Ansel closed his eyes, feeling himself travel. Ansel opened his eyes and saw the gate of Abscon in front of him. He hated that he couldn't travel directly to Griffa's backyard, but they had set up wards against magical travel in Abscon to keep it safe. Ansel laid his hand on one of the bent trees of the gate and closed his eyes. The trees lit up, permitting him to enter. He ran as fast as he could towards Abscon and Griffa's house. He was scared of what he would find there. He knew Griffa was smart and strong. He knew Max could defend himself now, but that didn't keep Ansel from fearing the worst. His magic was agitated, and it sat on the surface of his skin. He couldn't tell what it wanted, but it felt angry and worried. He finally entered Abscon. He was winded, but he didn't dare stop. After what felt like forever, he got to the front yard of Keene Manor. Nothing looked out of place. Maybe he had made it in time. Ansel hurried up to the front door and let himself in. He stepped into the parlor to find Max, Issa, and Nora staring up at him. "Ansel, you're back. Is everything all right?" asked Max, jumping up. "I think so. I don't know," said Ansel, very agitated and breathless. His magic was in a frenzy all around him. "Where is Griffa?" He scanned the room to make sure he hadn't missed her. The three looked at each other. "We aren't sure," said Issa. "Marcus came to see her, and she took him somewhere in Manor. He left, but she hasn't come out yet. It was only 5 or so minutes ago." Ansel didn't say another word and walked quickly out of the room. He needed to see Griffa to make sure all was well. He peeked in the study and found it empty. He checked the conservatory, and it too was deserted. "Griffa!" Ansel called, looking through rooms. A familiar sense of foreboding came over him. He felt like he was living his nightmare. He called for her again. "Griffa!" There was no answer. His breath was rapid, and his magic felt almost out of his control. He finally opened the door to the music room, and he heard himself give a cry of anguish. She was laying on the floor on her side, and her hair was covering her face. Ansel's heart was beating out of his chest. He felt like he couldn't breathe. He didn't want to look, but he knew he had to. He walked towards Griffa and took his hat off, letting it fall out of his hands and on the floor. He bent down and gently turned her towards him, moving her hair out of her face. "Griffa," he said quietly. She opened her eyes slowly and then blinked rapidly. "Ansel," she whispered, "it was the flowers, last breath." Her face was very pale, and dark blood ran from her nose, down her face onto her chest and the floor. "I'm sorry. I should have known." Ansel picked her up slightly and held her. "SHH, it's a light. It's going to be all right. I'm here." "The others found them?" "Griffa!" cried out Max, sounding lost. Issa broke into tears, and Nora took charge. "Ansel, get her to her bedroom now. Max, go get Maybelle. Is there a healer or an apothecary in the village?" "Yes," said Ansel, gently lifting Griffa up and into his arms. "Chiron, he lives close to the town center." "Issa, go find Wally's. Tell him to get Chiron here as quickly as possible. Ansel, let's go. Get her to her bed." Ansel walked as quick as he could with Griffa in his arms. She groaned but didn't speak. At least she was alive, thought Ansel. He walked up the stairs and heard Max and Maybelle behind him. Ansel hurried to Griffa's room and softly placed her on her bed. She was shivering and coughing, causing more blood to come from her nose. "What happened?" asked Maybelle. She hurried to stand behind Ansel. She said it was a flower, last breath. "Ansel, take Max and go get a green bottle that's in the cabinet above the sink. Nora and I will get her undressed and cleaned up. Hurry." Ansel didn't want to leave her, but he grabbed Max, who seemed paralyzed, and walked swiftly out of the room. He went down the stairs and into the kitchen with Max on his heels. I've read about Last Breath. Griffa told me about them. This isn't good, Ansel, said Max as Ansel looked for the green bottle. What do you mean? Asked Ansel as he found the bottle and grabbed it. I mean, if she inhaled enough of it, it's lethal. There isn't a lot that can be done, said Max. Ansel, I think she might die. Ansel stopped and looked at Max. She's not going to die. She can't. Max stared at him with tears in his eyes. Ansel. Ansel didn't want to hear whatever Max was going to say next. He pushed by him, saying, Come on. They walked quickly back up the stairs and knocked on the closed door. Mabel answered and let them in. Ansel handed her the bottle and rushed to Griffa's side. She was in a clean nightgown and under the covers. Her face was clean, but dark blood still dribbled out of her nose. Sweat had formed on her forehead, and she was tossing and turning in the bed. Griffa, mumbled Ansel. He knelt down next to her and put his hand on her forehead, pushing sticky, wet hair out of her face. Mabel handed him the bottle. Get her to drink some of this. It will help flush some of the poison out of her system. Max, grab her washing bowl over there. Ansel held the bottle up to Griffa's lips. She opened her eyes at the sensation. Drink some of this, Griffa, said Ansel. She opened her mouth slightly, and he tilted the bottle. Some went into her mouth, while some dribbled down her chin. He pulled the bottle away and sat it on the bedside table. Ansel, move back, ordered Mabel, holding the bowl Max had given her. Ansel moved back as Mabel took his place. Griffa took 2 heaving breaths and then leaned over and vomited in the bowl. She did this twice and then settled back down into the bed, Mabel wiping her mouth and nose with a small towel. The towel was red with Griffa's blood. Mabel got up to go empty the bowl, and Ansel took her place by Griffa's side. Griffa was still now. Her breathing was shallow and fast. Ansel touched her face, and she was hot. Sweat was on her brow. He got up and ran down the stairs after Mabel, Max following him. He followed Mabel into the kitchen. What else can we do? He asked Mabel in a pitiful voice as she emptied the bowl out the back door. We wait for the Chiron and pray, said Mabel. Ansel nodded, but didn't know what to say. Mabel left the room to go back to Griffa. Ansel turned to Max. What happened? What did Marcus do? I don't know. He came to see her. He had a bouquet of flowers, but I never thought. He asked to see her privately, said Max as he paced around. You let him? Answered Ansel loudly. Why wouldn't I? Griffa agreed. They went to the music room, I guess. He didn't stay long. He came to say goodbye, and said he had to get back to his father quickly. Though Griffa just needed time by herself or something. I didn't know Ansel. Ansel took deep breaths, trying to calm himself. He nodded and patted Max on the shoulder. It's not your fault, Max. Ansel walked from the kitchen to find Chiron entering the front door with Wally's. Ansel, what is going on? Is it Griffon? Asked Chiron. He was an older man with little hair and big glasses. He was carrying a large case. Ansel nodded. Yes, come on. She's upstairs in her room. She said it was a flower, Last Breath. Where is the flower now? Asked Chiron sharply. It's not in the house, is it? I don't know, said Ansel.
I think Griffa burned the flowers, said Max, walking behind them. Something was smoking in the fireplace in the music room.
Clever woman, remarked Chiron. Let's hope she didn't inhale too much. Ansel opened the door to Griffa's room and let the Chiron in, Ansel and Max following behind him. The healer examined Griffa. He looked into her eyes and nose. He opened her mouth and looked down at her throat. He listened to her chest and shook his head. It doesn't sound good. It will depend on how much she breathed in of the toxins and how strong she is. I will leave some potions to keep her comfortable. You will need to keep her calm and as cool as you can. I will check back in the morning, or if something changes, come get me any time in the night, said Chiron. He took a few vials out of his case and put them on the bedside. Give her a drop of each every 4 hours. They will help her to rest and keep her fever down. Ansel, walk me out. Ansel nodded and followed Chiron out of the bedroom door and down the stairs. Ansel, I'm not going to lie to you. It doesn't look good. She is already having trouble breathing and isn't responding much to light or touch, said Chiron as they go to the entryway. Surely something else can be done, something, pleaded Ansel. Please, there has to be a way. She is young and healthy. It will be a rough few days, but if she makes it through the next 2 nights, she might live. I think you need to prepare yourself and the others, said Chiron. He patted Ansel on the shoulder. Contact me if anything changes immediately. Chiron opened the door and walked out. Ansel was in shock. He couldn't catch his breath, and his legs felt numb. Before he knew it, he was sitting down against the wall in the entry hall. He hung his head down, trying to take deep breaths, but they wouldn't come. The fact that Griffa could die didn't seem real to him. He sat up, letting his head hit the wall behind him. How could this manor feel so solid when the very heart of it was fading upstairs? How could everything around him be standing and still when the world was crumbling down? Ansel rested his head against the wall, feeling tears in his eyes. She wouldn't die. She couldn't. He felt sobs racking his body. Tears fell from his eyes, and he felt like screaming. His head fell forward, and he covered it with his hands as he sobbed. He wasn't sure he had ever cried like this, but he had never been faced with a loss like this. After a time, his tears lessened, and he sat up with his head back against the wall. Max had joined him at some point, sitting by him on the floor. He looked over at Ansel. "She's still alive, Ansel. There's still hope. Don't give up on her." "I'm not, Max. I just feel so useless. There is nothing I can do." "Yes, there is," said Max, handing Ansel his hat. "What can I do?" asked Ansel. Max got up and offered his hand to Ansel. "We can go visit Marcus quick." Ansel took Max's hand, and Max pulled him up. Ansel put on his hat and nodded at Max. He opened the door, and they both walked out. Chapter 12. Kedden laid in bed and looked over at Turin. She was fast asleep, making a soft snoring noise. He watched her sleep, happy that she seemed at peace. It had been a rough night for her. She had spent half of it vomiting, and the other half unable to sleep. Kedden stayed up with her, rubbing her back and trying to entertain her. They had both finally fallen asleep about 4 hours ago. Kedden had been woken up by the sun coming up over the distant mountains of the lowlands, shining its light through the large window in their room. He was thankful Turin continued to sleep. Kedden watched as Turin's stomach went up and down with her breath. She was still trim. He couldn't believe their child was alive inside of her. He very gently put his hand on Turin's stomach, imagining his child growing. He looked again at Turin, and he was filled with love for her and for their future child. He thought about what kind of father he would be. He didn't want to be like his own father, distant and busy. Kedden wanted his child to know him, and he wanted to know his child. His child could be king or queen someday. Kedden would spend time with the child, teaching him, playing with him, and letting him know he was loved for who he was and not what advantages he could get for his parents. His child would feel valued. His child would know what it was like to have a mother and father. Kedden wanted to be a good father. He knew Turin would be a good, caring, and protective mother. They would be happy, the three of them, maybe with more children to come one day. The thought pleased Kedden. He took his hand off of Turin's stomach. He decided to rise, and he quietly got up and left the bed. He dressed simply and quickly. They had very few servants at the river house, and Kedden liked it that way. He liked feeling like he was all alone with Turin in this peaceful place. After he was dressed, Kedden walked out onto the second-floor balcony off of their bedroom that overlooked the river. He breathed in the clean, cool air. Summer here was so different than in Ormust. In the city it was hot, dusty, and often smelly. He had traveled little as a child. He was always needed for a party or an appearance. He didn't know much of the kingdom beyond Ormust. He decided this was something he would remedy. He would tour the kingdom once he was king, and the kingdom was secure. He would see what other lands were like. He would listen to his people. Kedden looked over the edge at the river below him and the lands that expanded out for miles with their green grass. He wondered what was happening back in the palace. The summer festivities were taking place. He wondered if anyone noticed or minded the lord of the kingdom was not there. Golnar had said they wouldn't mind once they heard the reason for the trip. They would understand Kedden putting the health of his wife and child first. The people would celebrate him for it. Kedden had thought a lot about Regventus the past few weeks. His mind felt so clear in the river valley. He felt more like himself than he had in a while. Turin had said it was because he was away from the pressures of the palace. He agreed. It was much different here out away from others. Kedden had no one to answer to but himself here. He had no meetings, and no viceroy, Till or Golnar, whispering in his ear. He felt like he could think for the first time in a long time. He felt like he was waking up from a long dream. Kedden realized he cared about the kingdom. Sure, he liked living in luxury, and he liked power, but Kedden realized he wanted to be a good leader. He wanted the people of the kingdom to be happy. He had spent years learning about the kingdom and its people. The people at the time had seemed like distant, unreal beings, but as Kedden had grown up and started listening in council meetings, he realized that they were very real. The people had real struggles and real problems. Kedden wanted to help solve those problems. He thought of his future child and shuddered to think how many children went hungry in the kingdom every day. Gulnar and Till had said this new way would stop poverty and hunger. He hoped they were right, but he couldn't wrap his mind about how it would work. He wanted to know more about this new way, but how when he was so far from Oromist? He thought of writing Gulnar for reports, but he doubted Gulnar would answer him. Gulnar had told him to travel with Turin and not worry about the kingdom. He thought of writing Till, but Till would probably ask Gulnar what to do, and Kedden would be right back where he started. Kedden peered out at the river and saw a fish jump out of the water. The kingdom was so beautiful. He wanted to do his job well. The kingdom deserved a good leader. Kedden stayed outside until he felt arms encircle him. "How long have you been out here?" asked Turin. "For a while. It feels so good out here. It's so different than back home," replied Kedden. "It is beautiful," observed Turin. She moved to stand next to Kedden, looking out over the river. "I'm feeling better this morning. Perhaps we could go down to the river today after lunch." "I would like that if you are up to it. Let's see how you feel in a couple of hours," said Kedden, looking at Turin. She was very pale, and she looked tired. His limbs looked thin, and she moved slowly. "We came here to relax and enjoy each other, and I feel like all you've been able to do is watch me be sick and sleep." "This can't be fun for you," said Turin sadly. Kedden turned to Turin. He grabbed her arm and pulled her gently into him, hugging her close to him. "You and our child are the most important things to me in this kingdom. I would do anything to keep both of you safe. I am not bored taking care of you both. If we spend 3 months here doing nothing but what we have, and it helps you in any way, it will have been worth it." Turin started crying in Kedden's arms. He felt her body shaking. He pulled back to see her face. He took her face into his hands, lifting it up to look at him. "What is wrong, Turin?" "You are so wonderful, Kedden." "I don't deserve you. I don't," cried Turin, tears spilling out of her eyes. "Silly woman, of course you do. I love you. I have never loved anyone as I love you. You make me happier than I ever thought I could be. Soon we will have a child, and we will all three be deliriously happy." "Oh, Kedden, you don't understand," said Turin. She broke down again into sobs. Kedden held her close to him, letting her cry. Gulnar had said Turin would be very emotional during her pregnancy. Turin, it's okay. It is. You need to eat. Let's go take some of the potion Gulnar gave you and get you some toast," said Kedden. He led Turin back into the house. He and Turin sat at the small table on the first floor. He ate meat, eggs, and toast. Turin managed 2 pieces of toast and some tea which pleased Kedden. Turin took her medicine. She laid down on the sofa in the parlor of the house as Kedden read a novel to her. Before long she had fallen asleep. Kedden smiled, watching her rest peacefully. He set aside his book and decided to take a short walk around the outside of the house. He informed a servant and told the servant to let him know if Lady Turin woke up. Kedden walked outside in a pleasant mood. It really was very beautiful there. He could imagine bringing his child there in a few years. He could see the child running through the lawn and splashing at the edge of the river. He could see Turin smiling from the balcony as Kedden fished from the river with his own son. Maybe in a few years he would have a daughter, one with light red hair who would rest on his shoulders as he ran around the yard. Kedden took a mental note to tell Turin they should come here every year for at least a month. After walking around the back lawn, Kedden walked towards the river. He listened to it flowing and smelled the water. He hoped Turin would feel like coming down here with him later. They could take their shoes off and wade in the shallow water. Kedden looked out across the river and saw something flying in the sky. It flew closer, and he realized it was a very large bird. The bird appeared to be flying right towards him. The bird glided its way down, coming straight for Kedden. He stepped aside as the large bird landed next to him and stuck out his leg. There was a small scroll tied there. Kedden had gotten plenty of messages by pigeon, but never from a bird like this. Kedden stalled for a moment, but then bent down and carefully untied the scroll from the bird's leg. The bird ruffled his feathers and looked up at him. Kedden nodded at the bird, not knowing what else to do. The bird took off, flying away. Kedden unrolled the scroll. There was a short message written on it. He read over it. "Don't trust those who tell you pretty stories in the city. You do have true friends on the council who will tell you the truth. Write to those who have more interest than Oromist and power. Kedden read over the message 3 times. He wasn't sure what to make of it. He knew he should probably send it immediately to Golnar. It sounded like there was dissent on the council, but something stopped him from immediately going back to the house and writing Golnar or Till. Kedden had been having second thoughts on how the kingdom was run. He wasn't sure he really trusted Golnar or Till. Kedden was curious about the message, and he wanted to know more. He read the message again. Write to those who have more interest than Oromist and power. He wondered who that could be. Kedden knew he should get back to the house, as Turin would wake soon. As he walked slowly towards the house, he thought over the message. He wondered who he should write. He tried to think of someone on the council who would have more interest than Oromist or power. When he thought of Oromist and power, he thought of Golnar and Till, but they weren't the only ones on the council. There were 11 lands besides Oromist represented on the council. Some were very far away from city. Could some of those viceroys be uncertain of the future Till and Golnar were building? Kedden wasn't sure, but he wanted to find out. He would have to be cautious and clever. He would need to send messages that were safe, general greetings to feel things out. It would be difficult work, but if it meant finding out more of what was going on around the kingdom, it would be worth it. He entered the house and found that Turin was still asleep on the sofa. He checked on her and saw the gentle rise and fall of her chest. She looked peaceful and well. Kedden bent over and kissed her on her cool cheek. He then went to the desk in the corner and took out some paper and a quill. For the first time in a while, Kedden felt alive. He felt like he was actually doing the work he needed to do. Chapter 13. Max walked quickly just behind Ansel as they left Keene Manor. He had many different emotions swirling inside of him. He was so worried about Griffa. He couldn't imagine his life now without her in it. He hadn't known her very long, but she had quickly become someone very important to him. She was warm, kind, and brave. She would teach him important spells and then help him play a joke on Ansel. She had taken him into her home while barely knowing him and treated him like family. He wasn't sure how he would fit into his life in Abscon without her. He was also worried about Ansel. He had never seen Ansel like this. In the time he had known him, Ansel had always been calm. Max felt like he always knew what to do, even when things looked bad. No situation ever seemed to faze him, but now Ansel was falling apart. He knew that Ansel cared about Griffa deeply, and he wasn't sure if Ansel could recover from such a loss. Above all, Max was angry. He was angry at himself that he had let this happen. He shouldn't have let Griffa be alone with Marcus. He should have checked on her sooner. He had sat in the parlor happily chatting with Issa and Nora while Griffa was dying just a few feet away. If he had gotten to her sooner, perhaps they could have purged the poison before it did too much damage. He could have looked closer at the flowers and noticed the last breath. Max shook off these feelings and focused on the one thing he knew most in the world at this moment. Marcus Quick would pay for what he had done. Ansel stopped on the path outside Griffa's house as a couple of Protector's guards came up to him. They looked at Ansel and could tell something was very wrong. Ansel looked down, but he couldn't hide his tear-streaked face or his red eyes. "What happened? Is everything secure?" asked one guard, looking at Ansel and Max. Ansel looked at his guard like he didn't know what to say, like he couldn't form the words. "Griffon Keene was poisoned," said Max. "They were probably trying to get to me, but she stopped it." "What should we do? Do you know who was responsible, who the traitor is?" asked the guard, looking back at Ansel. "Watch the house," commanded Ansel, finding his voice. "If you see anything at all that looks out of place, let me know. I know who did this, and I will deal with it." Ansel nodded to the guards and walked on. Max followed. They walked in silence. Max could hear Ansel's breaths coming hard and fast. He caught up with Ansel and walked by his side, looking at his face. Ansel was not crying any more. His eyes were hard, and his mouth was drawn into a straight line. Max wanted to say something to him, but he had no idea what to say, so he just walked beside him thinking of his own fury, thinking of what Marcus had done to Griffa. They finally arrived at a large house. Max saw that it was a little smaller than Keene Manor. It was made to look very grand with none of the warmth of Griffa's home. Ansel walked up to the door and pounded loudly until it opened. A thin man opened the door and looked out fearfully. "Can I help you?" asked the man. He looked Ansel up and down. "I need to see Marcus Quick now," answered Ansel coldly. "Let me tell him you've arrived." "Please wait here," said the man, his eyes darting between Ansel and Max. "And we will go in now," said Ansel. He put his hand on the door and pushed it open, almost knocking the man over. Ansel paid him no mind and walked into the entry hall. Max followed. "Marcus!" Ansel yelled in the entry hall. "Marcus!" Max saw Marcus come out of a door on the right side of the entry hall. "Ansel, what is the ma?" started Marcus, but before he could finish his question, he was thrown against the wall and pinned. Max looked at Ansel, who had his hand raised. His eyes were cold and hard. The thin man at the door squeaked and ran somewhere in the house. "Ansel, what is going on?" asked Marcus frantically. "Let me down." Ansel pushed his hand down, and Marcus fell hard on the marble floor of the entry hall. "Why are you doing this?" asked Marcus from the floor. He sat up and pushed his hair back with his hands. Ansel laughed coldly. "I know, Marcus. I know you wanted to kill the king. What did they offer you?" Ansel threw his hand to the side, and Marcus was thrown into the staircase. Marcus grabbed his back, laying on his side. "Kill the king?" repeated Marcus from the floor. Ansel walked over to stand directly over Marcus. Hell had his hand raised, ready to strike. "You think we are stupid? We know about the flowers. We know what you hid in them. Griffa saw it, and she knew what it was. She destroyed them before they could hurt anyone but herself. If she dies—" faltered Ansel. Max could feel Ansel's magic coming off of him. He was barely in control. "Griffa die?" asked Marcus as he got up, slowly looking at Ansel. "Something has happened to Griffa." Marcus steadied himself against the banister of the staircase. Max was angry. How dare he act like he didn't know? "You're going to act like you didn't know, like you didn't bring last breath into the house to release it on all of us." Max felt his own magic building in him, wanting to get out. He wished he had brought his staff with him to help him control his magic. "I don't know what you are talking about. I never wanted to hurt any of you, especially Griffa. I don't know what's going on," said Marcus wildly. He pushed by Ansel and strode through the side door. Max and Ansel followed him into a large parlor. Marcus sat heavily on a large chair, looking up at Max and Ansel. "Why did you bring a poisonous flower to Griffa? You had to know what would happen," asked Max. "I didn't know there was anything poisonous in that bouquet. My father gave them to me. He said women liked flowers. He told me to take it and visit Griffa, ask her one more time to marry me," explained Marcus, looking very confused. "I went to see Griffa. She said she would never marry me. I wished her well and left. That's it. I would never hurt her." Ansel walked away for a moment and then turned around. "Where is your father, Marcus?" "I don't know. I haven't seen him since I left to go see Griffa. He told me to come back quickly to meet with him. When I got back, he was gone. I thought maybe he decided to go join Mother at the house in the valley, but I don't know where he is." Ansel stared at Marcus. Max could feel Ansel trying to keep his magic in check. "Your father is a traitor, and he tried to kill Max. If you know where he is, you need to tell me now." "I don't. I really don't," said Marcus quickly. "I can write Mother and see if he went there. I can let you know." "You do that," said Ansel. "You think my father wanted to kill the king? Why would he do this?" asked Marcus. Ansel didn't answer him. Max closed his eyes and took deep breaths, willing his magic to calm within him. Griffa had taught him that. "Is Griffa really going to die?" asked Marcus pathetically. Ansel stared at him coldly, and then turned and started to walk from the room, Max following him. When Ansel got to the door, he turned and looked at Marcus. "I would leave Abscon soon, Marcus. Go somewhere far away, because if she dies, I will hunt you down, and I will end you. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care if you are telling the truth and didn't know. I will kill you and your father," vowed Ansel before he quickly left the room, and Max hurried to catch up. They walked back to Keene Manor in silence. Max felt shaky and tried. Ansel looked defeated. As they walked in the front door, the sun was low in the sky. Ansel said, "I'm going to go check on Griffa." Max watched him slowly walk up the stairs. He went into the parlor to see Issa curled up on the couch, crying. Max felt his blood run cold. "Has something happened? Is she?" asked Max, walking up to Issa. Issa looked up at Max and shook her head. "She's still alive." Max felt his legs go weak, and he fell onto the couch next to Issa. "It's so awful, Max. She is so sick. I've never seen anyone that sick. She doesn't deserve this." "She doesn't," sobbed Issa. Max automatically reached out for her and pulled her into his arms. "Issa, it's okay. She will get through this. She will." Max told this to Issa, but he didn't really believe it himself. He knew the effects of last breath. He knew how hopeless the situation truly was. What would they do? Griffa felt essential to all of them. Max held Issa as she cried. He rubbed her back and started thinking. There had to be something he could do. He went over all the potion lessons Griffa had given him. Surely there was something he could make that would help Griffa. Max started thinking about the books he had upstairs under his bed. He suddenly knew there was something he could do. Griffa wouldn't want him to, but if there was a chance to save her, Max would try. There was a loud knock at the front door. Issa sat up and looked at Max. "I'll go see who it is," said Max. He got up and went to the entrance hall. He opened the door to find Madame Sidora, the diviner of the ring, staring at him. "Hello," said Max. "Do you want to come in?" Madame Sidora nodded and walked into the entrance hall. She looked at Max and then took his hand. "I knew there was something terribly wrong here. I can see it now. Young Griffon is very sick, isn't she?" asked Madame Sidora, staring at Max. Max nodded. "You know what you must do? It is a sacrifice, but it must be done. She must not die. You need her, and the kingdom needs her. Do what you must to save her," said Madame Sidora as she gripped Max's hand very tightly. Issa walked in and stood behind Max. Madame Sidora looked at Issa. "Help him, girl. Help him do what he must." She slipped her hand out of Max's and turned. She then opened the door and walked out. Issa came to stand by Max. What was that all about? Max said nothing. He turned and ran up the stairs into his room. He dug under his bed and pulled out 2 large books. He picked them up, ran out of his room and downstairs past Issa, who was still standing in the entryway. "Max, what are you doing?" "Where are you going?" asked Issa as he passed. Max stopped in the doorway to the kitchen. "I'm going to save Griffa, and I need your help." Issa nodded and followed him into the kitchen, down the stairs, and into the cellar. Max walked in and threw his books onto Griffa's cot on the side of the wall. He waved his hand to light the candles that were scattered across the room. The room became dimly lit. He waved his hand again, and a fire sprung up in the fireplace. He then went and sat on the cot and picked up a book. He handed the other one to Issa. "Issa, I need you to start searching this book. Look for anything that mentions giving life or preserving magic. If you find anything you think could be important, show it to me. I'd rather be bothered 100 times than miss the one thing that might work. Do you understand?" Issa nodded and took the book. She went to the chair by the fire and started reading. "Do you think we can find something in these books to help Griffa?" asked Issa as she skimmed a page. "I know we can. It will just take some work," said Max. He looked up at Issa. She must have felt his eyes on her because she raised her head to meet his gaze. "Issa, I want you to know what we are going to do might be dangerous. It's very old magic, and it might have consequences. I don't want to put you in danger." Issa looked at him, her eyes steady. "Max, do you think we can actually save her?" Max nodded. "Then it's worth it. You can do this, and I will do whatever I can to help. We will deal with the consequences as they come," said Issa. She went back to skimming pages. Max looked at Issa for a moment and marveled in her bravery and determination. He felt hope blossom in his chest. They would save Griffa, not matter what it took. Chapter 14. The room was dark, and it was very late. Ansel hadn't slept in over 24 hours. His eyes felt heavy. His whole body ached with weariness, but he would not rest. He sat by Griffa's bed, watching. He watched every ragged breath she drew. She would start coughing suddenly, and blood would come from her nose. Ansel would take a small rag and wipe her face clean. Occasionally she would open blurry eyes and blink at him, but he wasn't sure she could really see anything. "Ansel, you need to rest, dear," said Mabel as she came over to him. She had been in and out of the room, bringing in fresh rags and water. "I'm fine, Mabel. I will not leave her," said Ansel, not taking his eyes off of Griffa. "You have to take care of yourself. Griffa would not want you making yourself ill. Go clean yourself up and rest for a bit. I will stay with her until you come back," said Mabel. "I want to have a private chat with her anyway." Ansel hesitated but nodded. He could go clean up and rest for a short while and come back. "You will come get me if anything happens, won't you?" asked Ansel as he got up. "Of course, now go," replied Mabel, sitting down in the chair he had vacated. Ansel looked at Griffa lying in her bed one more time before exiting the room. He closed the door behind him and then leaned against the wall in the hall and closed his eyes. "It's hard, I know," said Nora, coming to stand by Ansel. "It's hard to see the one you love the most suffer. Ansel opened his eyes and looked at Nora. He wondered how she knew. She smiled sadly. "You never get over losing the one person you love most in the world. I pray you don't have to feel that pain, Ansel." Ansel nodded. "How have you gone on? I mean after?" "It's been hard. I went on for Max. He's like my son. I still want to be here for him. All of you have helped, too. I don't think I will be able to go on. I can't imagine what my life will be like without her. Even when we were apart, I thought of her every day. I knew she was somewhere in the kingdom, and the kingdom was a better place for it," said Ansel. "You know, I've never even told her I loved her. She will die never knowing. I'm such a fool." "She's still alive, Ansel. Don't give up. If the worst comes, you will get through it. I know you will, but right now keep hoping," encouraged Nora, taking Ansel's hand and squeezing it. Ansel nodded, and she let go of his hand. He started walking to his room when her voice stopped him for a moment. "You could tell her now how you feel. No matter what happens, you should tell her. She would want to know, and you will feel better." Ansel closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then walked into his room without saying another word. He cleaned himself quickly and put on fresh clothes. He lay down on his bed. He realized he had not slept there in the past 3 nights. He closed his eyes and thought of those nights he laid close to Griffa watching her peacefully sleep. He thought of kissing her before he left the night before. She felt so good and so right in his arms. He shouldn't have left her there. He knew it was wrong to leave her. He should have taken her with him. He could hear Griffa's voice in his head saying, "But then the others might be in trouble. Max could be dead, and then where would we be?" As Ansel tried to sleep, a memory of Griffa popped into his mind. She was 14. She was slumped down in a chair by the fireplace in the parlor, a book in her lap. Ansel came in and flopped down in a chair close to her. "What are you reading, Griff?" he asked, looking over at her. She didn't answer. He sat up straighter and looked at her book. "Is it that story about the Protector and the Queen again? How many times have you read that?" "Mind your own business. I like this book," said Griffa, not taking her eyes off the page. "Of course you do. Young ladies always like sappy books about romance. You know how unrealistic that is, don't you?" "What's unrealistic about it? Don't you believe in falling in love with someone?" asked Griffa. "In that case, no. A queen could never fall in love with her protector. Their magical bond wouldn't allow it. I don't even really know if I believe in falling in love at all. Love has brought me nothing but heartache and trouble," said Ansel. Griffa put down her book and marked her page before closing it. She gave Ansel a smug look. "I doubt you've known real love then. Father told me that when he met my mother, he felt like he had found a piece of his life he didn't know he was missing. He felt like his life was better because she was in it. He said even though she was gone and it made him sad, he would never regret one day with her." Ansel propped his head on his hand and looked at Griffa. "It's rare, then. I think I'm done with love. I'll just do my duty and mind my own business." "You don't mean that," said Griffa, opening her book back up. "You can't let one bad experience with a horrible woman ruin the rest of your life. You'll find the right person someday, and then I will get to say I told you so. I will demand to give a toast on your wedding day. I will stand up and say nice things about your bride and finish with Ansel, I told you so." "That is one of your favorite things to do. You love to tell me I told you so," replied Ansel, smiling at her. "All right, Griff, it's a deal. If I fall madly in love with some woman and we get married, you will give the toast." Griffa smiled at Ansel and went back to her book. Ansel smiled at the memory and drifted off to sleep thinking of Griffa. He woke up as the early morning light poured into his room. He sat up straight in his bed, remembering what had happened. He went over to his mirror and splashed cold water in his face. He then hurried his room and walked to Griffa's. Her door was slightly open. He quietly walked in the room. Nora was sitting with Griffa, reading to her. She stopped and looked up at Ansel as walked in. "How is she?" asked Ansel, coming over and looking at Griffa. She was very pale and still. "About the same, I think. She hasn't coughed in a while, but she's been tossing and turning on and off," replied Nora. "Go rest, Nora. I will sit with her," said Ansel. Nora nodded and got up and left. Ansel sat in the chair by Griffa's bed. He took Griffa's hand in his and stared at her face. Ansel thought about how beautiful she really was. She always had been. It was an odd sort of beauty, but that didn't diminish it in any way. Ansel touched her soft cheeks with the back of his hand. "I wish you open your eyes and argue with me about something," Ansel said quietly. I never thought I'd say it, but I miss you telling me off. You know you're right most of the time, don't you? I can remember a few times I won an argument, but usually you were right. Who's going to tell me when I'm wrong if you aren't here, Griffa?" Ansel heard the door opened, and he looked over. Max came in and stood next to Ansel, looking at Griffa. "How is she?" asked Max. "I don't know. She seems the same. Chiron will be here soon, and we will know more then." "Ansel, I think I know a way to help her. I think I can save her," said Max. Ansel's head snapped up to look at Max. "What do you mean?" "Isa and I have been looking through some books, and I think we've found something," explained Max. Griffa stirred in the bed. She made a moaning sound and turned abruptly away. Ansel stood up and put his finger to his lips, signaling Max to be quiet. He motioned for Max to follow him. They walked out into the hallway, and Ansel gently closed the door. "So what are you going on about? What do you think you can do?" asked Ansel. "We found an old potion. It can revive those on the brink of death. It's complicated, but it doesn't take too long to brew. I think I can do it. There is a side effect, but I believe I've found a way around it. I'm not sure, though." "What's the side effect?" asked Ansel. "It might take away Griffa's magic," replied Max. "The potion calls for the blood of someone with non-magical blood, and it can cause the person drinking it to lose their magic, but I found a way around it." "Max, are you talking about blood magic?" asked Ansel in an angry whisper. "You know how Griffa feels about blood magic. She wouldn't want you to do this." "I know, Ansel, but if it can save her, isn't it worth it?" responded Max, his eyes bright. "You said it could take her magic away," said Ansel. "Can we really do that to her?" "I know how to prevent it. I was reading all night, and I found out that they used to unlock magic in people by performing sacrifices, willing sacrifices," said Max. "That is not making me feel any better about this," said Ansel. "I don't need an actual sacrifice. I just need some blood from someone who would die for Griffa. That's easy. I can give the blood for the potion. Isa has agreed to use her blood too, since we need non-magical blood. I can do this. It can be ready by tonight," said Max excitedly. Ansel shook his head. "Griffa wouldn't want this. She wouldn't want you to do this, you or Isa. There are always consequences when you use blood magic. There is always a price. I'm willing to pay any price if it means Griffa lives. So is Isa." "Ansel, you won't stop us from trying," declared Max angrily. "I won't let you give it to her. Even if you brew this potion, you will not get close to Griffa with it." Ansel stared at Max, not really believing what he was saying. "You aren't the only one who has a say in this," said Max. "You aren't the only one who cares about her. Isa and I both love her. At least we can admit it." "What's that supposed to mean?" asked Ansel. "I've seen how you are with Griffa. I know how much she cares about you. I think she loves you, but you don't know what you want or how you feel. You flirt with her 1 minute and then say awful things to her when you are mad. I don't think you can even admit to yourself how you feel about Griffa," said Max with gritted teeth in Ansel's face. "You need to stop talking about what you don't know," hissed Ansel in a dangerous voice. He shoved Max away from him. "I will not stop. You might be fine with Griffa dying this way, but I'm not. I'm going to save her, and you won't stop me," said Max. He looked at Ansel, and Ansel could see the fury in his eyes. He could feel magic radiating off of Max. Ansel felt his own magic rise to meet it. "Max, you need to leave now, or I will not be responsible for what happens," said Ansel, trying to control himself. "Go, but don't think you will get close to Griffa with that potion." Max took deep breaths and then turned around and walked away. "We will see, Ansel." As Max was walking down the stairs, Ansel saw that Maybelle was leading Chiron up them. When they got to the top, Maybelle looked at Ansel with wide eyes. "Is everything all right?" she asked Ansel. "Yes, it's fine. Let's go see Griffa." Ansel led her and Chiron into Griffa's room. Chiron looked over Griffa again. He listened to her chest and waved his hands over her. He looked at Ansel and Maybelle and shook his head. "It's not good. I think she took in too much of the poison. I'm afraid there is nothing that can be done," said Chiron sadly. "I wish I had better news." Maybelle sobbed, and Ansel's knees went weak. He propped himself up on the bed. "You can't mean that's it," quavered Ansel. "There has to be something else, anything." Chiron shook his head. "I'm very sorry. I'd be surprised if she'd last through tonight. Come on, Maybelle. I'll give you something to calm you." Chiron took Maybelle by the shoulders and started walking out. "I'm very sorry, Ansel. She is a fine woman, and her father was an excellent man. Hopefully, her suffering won't be long. You better say your goodbyes soon." Chiron walked out with Mabel and closed the door behind him. Ansel looked over at Griffa with a shaky breath. He made his way over to her and fell down to his knees next to her. "Griffa," he said, "you can't leave me, you can't. You know I'm hopeless without you." Ansel felt tears in his eyes. He thought he couldn't cry any more, but he was wrong. "I wanted so badly to tell you everything I felt for you the right way, but I was stupid. I should have just said the simple truth. I love you, Griffa. I love you completely. You were right about love. It is real. I know it is." Ansel took her cold hand into his. "Please, Griffa, stay with me. Stay and argue with me. Stay and tell me when I'm wrong. Stay, and I promise I will work every day to never disappoint you again." Ansel laid his head next to her and let his tears flow. He stayed like that for a while, just crying and listening to Griffa's shallow breaths. He finally sat up, still holding her hand. "I know what I have to do, Griffa, and you won't like it. You will have to forgive me. I can't let you go, not if there is a chance, but I can take care of Max. I can protect him. I know you would want that at least. I'm going, but I will be back. You will get through this, Griffa, and when you found out what I did, you can be displeased with me. You can yell at me and argue all day and night, and I will gladly take it." Ansel kissed her hand and then stood up, letting her hand fall gently by her side. Before he could change his mind, he walked out of the room, down the stairs, through the kitchen, and down into the cellar. He found Issa and Max sitting in front of the fireplace. A kettle full of liquid hung over the fire. They turned and looked at Ansel when he walked in. "Have you started yet?" asked Ansel. "We were just about to add the blood. You aren't going to stop us," said Max firmly. "No, I'm not, but you will use my blood, not yours," said Ansel, walking over to stand by Max. "I need it to be mine." Max nodded, and Ansel gave Max his hand. Max took a small knife and cut a slit down the middle of Ansel's palm. He then grabbed Issa's and did the same. Max then took their hands and joined them together over the kettle. The blood from both of their cuts flowed together into the potion brewing underneath. When the blood hit, it sizzled loudly, and Ansel could feel a change in the air. He let go of Issa's hand and brought it to his side. "That should do it. It will need to brew for a few hours, but then it will be ready," said Max. He grabbed some gauze and rags from a nearby table. He dribbled some liquid on Issa's hand and quickly bandaged it. He did the same to Ansel's. "Bring it to Griffa's room as soon as it's ready," said Ansel. "Tell no one else what you are doing. I hope she can hang on until it's time." "She will," said Max as he looked at Ansel. "She will forgive us, Ansel. I know she will." "I don't know, Max, but if she lives, she can hold a grudge against me forever." Ansel went back upstairs to sit with Griffa. Nora and Mabel came at different times, but Ansel assured them he wanted to stay with Griffa. He would alert them if anything changed. The way he said it must have let them know he wanted to be alone with Griffa. Mabel tried to get him to eat at one time. He ate a little meat and bread to get rid of her. Before long it was getting dark, and Griffa's breath seemed to be getting shallower. "Where are you, Max?" Ansel muttered. "Hang on, Griffa, not much longer." Max and Issa finally came into the room with a cup. Ansel placed his hand under Griffa's head and raised it slightly. Max handed Ansel the cup. "You will need to get her to drink as much as possible," said Max quietly. Ansel nodded. Ansel put the cup to Griffa's lips. He managed to open Griffa's mouth a bit with the cup. He poured some liquid into her mouth and then tilted her head backwards to make her swallow it. He did this 3 more times until the potion was gone. He then gently laid her head back on the pillow. "Now what?" asked Ansel. "Now we wait," explained Max. "It takes time to work. We will know by morning." Ansel nodded. Max plopped down onto a large chair near the foot of Griffa's bed. He made room for Issa to sit, and she curled up beside him. It was a long night. The 3 stayed in Griffa's room keeping vigil. They didn't talk much. Eventually Issa and Max fell asleep snuggled up together. Ansel smiled a little looking at them. He turned towards Griffa and took her hand, staring at her. He didn't know if he was seeing just what he wanted to see, but her breathing seemed more even, and she looked more at peace. Ansel kissed Griffa's forehead. "I do love you. Even if you hate me after this, I will not stop loving you. You're it, Griff. I will never love anyone else, so if you want to tell me I told you so on my wedding day, you'll have to live and marry me one day." Ansel laid his head close to Griffa. He closed his eyes and eventually drifted off. He woke up to the feeling of someone touching the side of his face. It took him a moment to fully wake up and realize where he was. There was a soft light coming in the room. It was very early. He sat up and looked at Griffa. She was staring at him with tired eyes and a slight smile. "Gods, Griffa!" cried Ansel. He took her hand and kissed it with tears in his eyes. "Was it that bad, Ansel?" asked Griffa in a soft, raw voice. "Yes, it was, but it's going to be all right," choked out Ansel. Griffa reached up and touched his cheek. He took her hand and kissed her lightly on her palm. "Ansel," said Griffa, looking up at him, "it was a flower. I did get rid of it, didn't I? Everyone's okay?" "Yes, you burned it. Everyone is fine. We've just been worried about you. Griffa, I was so scared I would lose you." "You can't get rid of me, Ansel, no matter how hard you try. Haven't you learned that yet?" Ansel smiled. "Do you feel like eating or drinking? You haven't had much in a few days." "I am thirsty," replied Griffa. "Then I will go get you some water. I will wake up those two when I get back," said Ansel, nodding his head towards Issa and Max. "You won't leave me for long, will you?" asked Griffa. "No, I won't leave you for long. I won't ever leave you for long again." Ansel walked out of the room. He took a deep breath and smiled before descending the stairs and waking into the kitchen. He quickly grabbed a pitcher of water and a cup. He walked back to the stairs, and there was a knock at the front door. Ansel wondered who would call at the house at dawn. Ansel put the pitcher and cup down on the entry hall table and answered the door. Hanging on to the door frame, breathing heavily, was Talon Wendell. He looked up at Ansel with eyes full of dread. "I had a message from a friend in abscond. I just read it, and I came straight here. Tell me, is it true, Ansel? Did someone poison Griffa?" Ansel nodded and quietly said, "Yes." Talon closed his eyes and bowed his head. He opened his eyes and looked up at Ansel. "And is she? "She's awake. She just woke up, and I think she's going to make it," said Ansel quickly. Talon sagged in relief. "Can I see her?" Ansel looked at Talon, considering. "I don't know. She just woke up. She's very weak." "Please, Ansel. I won't bother her long. I just need to see her." "Fine, come with me." I was taking her a drink of water. Talon followed Ansel up the stairs and to Griffa's room. Talon entered first quietly with Ansel behind him. Max and Issa were still asleep. Talon walked over and sat in the chair next to Griffa. Ansel stood behind him. Griffa's eyes were closed, but she was breathing evenly. Talon took her hand and kissed it. Griffa opened her eyes slowly. She blinked several times and then whispered, "Talon." "Yes, dearest. I just heard, and I had to see you. Griffa, I was so scared." Griffa slightly smiled and then looked up at Ansel. He quickly poured her a drink of water and handed it to Talon. Griffa sat up a little while Talon helped her to take a drink. Griffa laid back down. "Did you really just come here from the valley?" "I did. I heard you were going to die, and I had to come. I wish I had opened that letter sooner, but I had just gotten home early this morning." "I guess you aren't going to tell me what you were doing out so late," said Griffa with a small laugh. Talon gave her a half smile. "I think we need to let Griffa rest," said Ansel. "Would you like a room, Talon?" "Yes, I will stay a few days to make sure Griffa is all right." "Thank you, Ansel," said Talon, standing. He bent down and kissed Griffa on her forehead. "Rest, my dear. I will see you soon." Ansel started to leave to show Talon out when Griffa held up her hand. "Are you leaving too, Ansel?" Griffa said with a whimper. Ansel took her hand. "Only for a moment." He heard Max stirring slightly in the chair. "I think you will have more company soon." Ansel bent down and kissed her hand tenderly. Ansel followed Talon out into the hallway. They walked towards the end of the hall to an empty guest room. When they got past the staircase, Talon turned to Ansel. "Griffa looks like death. If it really was last breath, I don't know how she is still alive." "Is it true Marcus Quick did this?" asked Talon. "Yes, I paid him a visit. He said he didn't know what he was bringing into the house. He says his father tricked him." "Then he is either lying or stupid. Did you kill him?" "Almost," admitted Ansel quietly, hanging his head. "Pity. I don't think I would have held back," said Talon coldly. "Ansel, how could you have let this happen?" Ansel's head snapped up, and he looked at Talon with narrowed eyes. "I didn't let this happen. I was off doing my duty getting information from a spy with Hector Delis." "You left Griffa and the king here unprotected," said Talon in an angry whisper. Griffa is more than capable of taking care of herself." Talon scoffed. "As we can see, I should have convinced her to marry me last year. I should have taken her to the valley with me, somewhere you or anyone else couldn't hurt her." "I would never hurt Griffa," hissed Ansel. He felt Talon's magic rise off of Talon's skin, and his own magic rose to meet it. Ansel did nothing to stop it. "Wouldn't you? Tell me then why she cried in my arms last fall over you. She loves you for some reason, and you just dismiss her. I see how you seethe with jealousy when anyone shows any interest in her. You can't stand to see her with anyone else, but you don't want her for yourself." Ansel felt himself pushed back by Talon's magic. A candle burning in a sconce on the hallway wall flared. "You know nothing of my feelings for Griffa," said Ansel through gritted teeth. "She is the most precious thing to me in this kingdom." "Is that why she almost died under your watch?" Ansel held up his hand, and Talon slammed into the wall. Talon bent over and collected himself. He grinned at Ansel nastily. "Are we going to do this?" asked Talon, straightening his shirt. He held up his hands. "I'm not opposed. I've been wanting to do this for a while." Talon had fire in his eyes, but Ansel did not back down. He held up his hands, waiting to strike. "What is going on?" asked Max urgently, coming out of Griffa's room and walking towards them. "Talon, when did you get here?" Max looked between Talon and Ansel with wide eyes. "I arrived this morning, Max," said Talon. He put his hands down and glared at Ansel. "Griffa is asking for you, Ansel. I'm surprised you too haven't woken the whole house." "Max, make sure our guest is settled," said Ansel, putting his hands down. "Find Mabel and Nora soon, and let them know Griffa is safe. I'll go to Griffa. Talon, we will discuss this later." "We will, Ansel. I will not leave until we are clear on many things." Chapter 15. Golnar counted out 30 bottles of elixir, 30 bottles that would go to a grand house in the upper ring of Oramus tonight. 30 more magical-blooded folk would be freed that evening. The thought made Golnar smile. So far everything was going exactly to plan. Golnar waved his hands, and the 30 bottles gently went into the crates, packed and ready to go. Golnar sat down in the middle of his room on his sofa. He raised up his hand, and a book flew into it. He raised his other hand, and a glass of wine was summoned from the side table. Golnar smiled. He loved using magic. He opened his book and read. He was reading about magical travel. He longed to be able to travel wherever he liked at any time, but he hadn't mastered it yet. There was much he hadn't been able to do yet. Some simple spells came very easy to those who drank Golnar's potion. It was easy for many to summon things and manipulate objects. Those with enchantress blood would find it easy to enthrall other people. Golnar seemed to have a natural ability at potions, but some things took work and knowledge. He thought they would probably need to open up training sessions for the newly released magical folk. Once they were all trained, they could set up schools for children who were born with magic. It would take work, but it would be worth it. Golnar knew he would have to lead these training sessions at first. He would need to master a few more things himself, but that shouldn't take too long. He worried for a moment that he had moved too fast with his plan. Shouldn't he have thought of training in the first place? He shook his head. There wasn't much harm any of them could do with their new magic. Golnar wanted order in the kingdom. He wanted the correct way of doing things to come to be in Regventus. He wished he could snap his fingers, and it would be done instantly. If it was as simple as summoning a book or glass of wine, but it was not so. To create the kingdom he envisioned, it would take years. The kingdom was large with many different types of people. It would take some time to find all those with magical blood. It would take time to subdue those who were unworthy. There would be a few years of suffering, unrest, and death, but when it was over a better Regventus would be born. Golnar drank his wine and read his book, trying to understand how magical travel worked. He was reading over the same page a third time when there was a knock at his door. He gave an impatient sigh and put down his glass and book. "Who is there?" asked Golnar. "It is Till and Daracha," replied Till from behind the door. Golnar curled his hand, and the door opened, letting both Till and Daracha inside. Golnar stood and bowed. He motioned for them to sit. Till sat heavily in a chair to Golnar's right. Daracha sat very carefully at the edge of the chair to Golnar's left. "We have had news," said Till. "Our spy has written." "And what news does he have? Is the king dead?" "No, whatever he did not work. He severely injured someone in the king's home, but the king is safe and sound." "Do we know who was injured?" asked Daracha in her quiet, wispy voice. No, he did not say. Does it matter? Replied Till, looking at Daracha. I suppose not, but it is always good to get all the facts you can about everything. It would be helpful to know who the king is living with, and if they are truly training him. I would like to know how advanced he is, answered Daracha. That is very true, Daracha, very true, said Golnar. When you write back, Till, ask him what he knows of the king's household. Ask him who was injured and how badly. We need to know everything we can about our enemy. Very good, said Till. I will also ask him for any other names of those who could provide us with information. He will not get a seat on the council, but we could reward him in other ways depending on what information he gives us. Golnar nodded his agreement and turned to Daracha. When do you return to the forest of the lowlands? In 2 days. I will need to get back for our own summer festival. I need to start finding those who have magic in their blood, said Daracha. Will you send some of your elixir with me? Not much, but enough where I can find a few assistants. It will be necessary for me to have the help when the time comes for multiple release events. Yes, you can take 5 bottles. You must be careful with them, though. If they get into the wrong hands, they can be deadly, warned Golnar. If they are stolen, broken, or lost, you will not receive any more until I deem your lands ready for release. Daracha nodded. Of course, I will use extreme caution. Have you heard from our young lord, Golnar? Asked Till. He's been gone almost a month, hasn't he? Not quite a month. I haven't heard from him, and I take that as a good sign. He must be very preoccupied with Turin, said Golnar, picking up his glass and taking a sip of wine. True, but it wouldn't hurt to check in, though, would it? Make sure everything is going well. I don't want to be surprised by anything, said Till. You can write him if you wish. Let him know how the summer festivities are coming. Encourage him to do everything he can to ensure the safety of his wife and child. Tell him we are working on his new title, and he should not come back until it is ready. Yes, the longer we can keep him out of Oramus, the better for all of us, said Till. Do you really foresee the young lord to be a problem, Golnar? He seems harmless to me. He has no real powers. You could dispose of him in a second, said Daracha, her large eyes staring at Golnar. He's very popular with the people. I have made deals with his mother, and we need her. Turin is also an important piece of our plan. It is her blood we have used in much of the potion. I would like to keep her safe. I'm not sure if her death would have any effect on those who took her potion, but I wouldn't like to find out. I need to do more studying, said Golnar. You haven't mentioned this before, Golnar. Do you really think the well-being of the person who gave the blood for the potions has an effect after the potion is drunk? That could be dangerous for all of us. You should have mentioned this, said Till angrily. Calm down. I don't know if it will. I didn't read about it until recently. I think it is just superstition from back when sacrifices were used for this type of magic. I am sure we are perfectly safe, no matter what happens to Turin or anyone else, said Golnar calmly. I will study more and let you know. Until then, it will do no good to worry about it. Till still looked agitated, but nodded his head. So how many gatherings within the next moon cycle? Just 2. I don't want to overdo this. I think we need to gather those who have drunk the potion and hold a training of sorts soon. There are some things that come naturally, but other skills need to be learned. There are also limits to what can be done that need to be discussed. You don't want to press your magic too much without understanding it. I have found that myself, said Till. It seems to work with my emotions and feelings. There was a very lovely servant of mine who got more than she bargained for when she came to me the other night. Luckily, she wasn't hurt, just shaken up. Till laughed. We should set up those trainings very soon, replied Golnar. I don't want anything to go wrong. We don't need houses being torn apart because there are simple people who can't control their desires. He looked sharply at Till. It wasn't bad as all that. Have you had any issues, Daracha? Asked Till. No, I haven't scared any young girls because I couldn't control myself, replied Daracha dryly. You know what I mean? You having any issues controlling your magic? Asked Till impatiently. Not yet, but I haven't pushed it much. I've just done some simple things. I have some books I want to read on the matter first, answered Daracha. Golnar, do you have anything I could borrow on the subject? Any of your personal writings would be appreciated as well. Golnar nodded. Very good, Daracha. Golnar held up his hand, and a book flew into it. You may borrow this. It is very good and very old. It has information on why magic was subdued in the first place. Golnar handed Daracha the book. He held his hand up again, and a large scroll flew into it. And this is some of my findings on the results of the potion, as well as my guesses on why it works. It also talks about some limits it may have." Golnar handed the scroll to Daracha. "Thank you. I will read them and get them back to you soon," said Daracha, putting the book and scroll in her lap. "Take your time. I have plenty more books and writings. When you are done with those, I can send you more." Daracha nodded her thanks. "Well, I think we better get going, Daracha. Our summer ball is tonight, and my wife will be upset if I am late," said Till. "She hardly notices where I am unless there is some event to go to, but I'm not complaining about it." "Thank you, Golnar. I will be in touch about my findings. I would appreciate you sending me anything you learned that you think would be helpful," said Daracha as she stood and walked towards the door. Till got up with a groan as Golnar rose from his own chair. "Thank you for the information, Till. Keep me informed of what our spy has to say. Let him know we can be very generous with the right information. If he gives you any names, bring them to me before you write anyone," commanded Golnar, walking with Till to the door. "I will write him by tomorrow. Maybe we will get an answer in a few days' time. It's a shame he couldn't get to the king, but I guess we aren't any worse off than before," said Till. "No, we aren't," agreed Daracha. "We should be careful in the future, though. We don't want to rush things and get into some battle we aren't ready for yet. Those magical folk you speak of have probably been practicing magic for years. They can more than likely do things you can only dream of." Golnar stopped and looked at Daracha. "That's true, Daracha, very true. Till, do you think our spy would come here for the right price? Or maybe he could send someone who is very proficient in magic. If we have some of these old magic users on our side, we should use them. We could learn from them. See what this spy has to say." "Ask him to name a price," said Golnar. "Good thinking," nodded Till. "I will go home and write at once. If I'm late, my wife will have to get over it. Good day, Golnar." "Good day, Till Daracha," replied Golnar, seeing Till and Daracha out the door. Golnar closed the door and went back to his sofa. He picked his book and wound back up. That meeting proved to be much more productive than he could have ever imagined. Chapter 16. Griffa had never been so bored in her life. She wasn't a person who could sit still easy. Maybelle taught her etiquette lessons as a young girl, and Griffa lost count of the number of times Maybelle had to tap her on the head hard to make her sit still. Griffa liked being outside. She enjoyed running or riding through the fields. She liked to be in her cellar brewing potions. She loved to wander around the forest for days looking for herbs and flowers. She spent many weeks finding fun and excitement in villages all over the kingdom. She did not like sitting up in her bed all day. Griffa threw her book down on her bed as Ansel came into the room. "Is something wrong? Did you not like that one? I can fetch you another," offered Ansel, coming to sit by her side. "No, it's a fine book. I'm just tired of reading," admitted Griffa. "I never thought I would hear you say that. You love to read," said Ansel. "I do, but I'm sick and tired of this bedroom and this bed. Can't I go downstairs and sit in the parlor for a while? Maybe even sit outside for a bit to get some fresh air," said Griffa, practically begging. "Chiron said 2 weeks in bed. It's barely been over a week," said Ansel. "Hang Chiron! I want to get out of here," yelled Griffa. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. He's a lovely man, but Ansel, I'm going to go mad. I'm really feeling much better. I'm not asking to go running around the village. I'm asking to go sit quietly in the parlor." "I suppose you will want to get dressed then?" questioned Ansel, smiling at Griffa. "Of course. I can't sit out in the house in the middle of the day in my nightgown," said Griffa, starting to get up. "I'll go get Maybelle to help you," said Ansel, starting to get up out of the chair. "Ansel, you know if you send her in her, I will never get out of bed. She barely lets me sit up," said Griffa, flopping back down in her bed with a huff. "What do you suggest? Should I get you dressed?" asked Ansel with raised eyebrows. Griffa smacked him on the arm. "Go get Issa. She'll help me." "Griff, I really don't think this is a good idea. It's just 1 more week." "Ansel, I'm fine. Go get Issa. I promise I will only sit in the parlor until lunch. Then if I'm tired, I will nap all afternoon in bed. Please, Ansel, I'm going mad." Ansel got up. "Fine, but if I see one yawn, I will throw you over my shoulders and bring you right back up here." "Yes, sir," said Griffa gleefully. She started to get out of bed. "No, you wait right there until I come back up with Issa," said Ansel. Griffa nodded, happy to finally be getting out of her room. She ran her fingers through her hair as best she could. She couldn't imagine what a mess it really was, tangled and frizzed. She sighed. It wasn't that she wasn't grateful to be alive. She was. She knew she had been close to death. Those days and nights were a fuzzy, dark nightmare of pain and noise. She thankfully couldn't remember most of it, but it still made her shake to think of it. It also wasn't like she was often left alone. Everyone would come spend time with her. There were times she would have to shoo Ansel away so he could eat or train with Max. He seemed scared to let her out of his sight. She supposed she could understand why. There was a knock at the door, and Talon entered her room. "Good morning, Griffa," said Talon brightly. He walked over and kissed her cheek as he sat down in the chair next to her. "You are looking very well today." "I feel good today. I'm going to get dressed and go downstairs. I can't stand another moment in this bed." "Are you sure that's the best idea? It's barely been a week since you woke up," said Talon. "Not you too. I thought you'd be on my side. I just convinced Ansel to go get Issa to help me dress. I just want to sit downstairs for a few hours," explained Griffa. There was another knock on the door, and Ansel and Issa entered. Talon stood up as they approached the bed. "Good morning, Issa. You will help me, won't you?" asked Griffa. "You think this is a good idea, Ansel?" asked Talon testily. "No, I don't think it is, but if Griffa thinks she can handle it, I doubt we can change her mind." "I can handle it," assured Griffa, throwing off her covers. She put her feet on the floor and pushed up. Her legs were very wobbly, and she was a little dizzy. She fell back sitting on the bed. Talon reached for her, but Ansel stepped in front of him quickly. Talon backed off slightly. "See, this is why I don't think this is such a good idea," said Ansel. "I'm fine. I just haven't been out of bed much. It'll just take a bit to get my strength up." "Now help me get up, please," said Griffa, giving Ansel a smile. "All right, come here," said Ansel, holding out his hand. He pulled Griffa up into his arms. She leaned against him, trying to steady herself. It felt good to be held by him. He had barely touched her since her illness. He was often in her room well into the night, but he stayed in the chair next to her bed. He seemed to think she was made of glass. She rested her head against his chest and closed her eyes. Talon cleared his throat. "Should I come back later, then?" asked Issa. Griffa pushed back from Ansel. No, I'm good." She stood up straight and let go of Ansel completely. His arms hovered by her side. She didn't fall back. "See, I can do it. Ansel, you can go. You too, Talon." "Are you dismissing me?" said Ansel with a half-smile. "Let me see you walk over to Issa first." Griffa lifted her head, then very carefully and slowly walked over to Issa. She was proud she only stumbled twice. Griffa raised her arms in celebration and smiled at Ansel. "Fine. Issa, if she gives you any trouble, just shout. I'll be right outside this door. Griffa, I will see you outside in a second, if you have the energy after this," said Ansel. He bowed and left through the door. "You can leave, Talon," said Griffa, staring at him. "Are you sure, Griffa?" "I don't know about this. I can stay here in case you need help. I can turn around for the interesting parts." Talon gave her one of his sly smiles. "Talon," said Griffa sternly. "Fine, I'm going. I'll be right outside as well." He walked out the door and closed it. "Are you really sure about this, Griffa?" asked Issa worriedly. "I'll help you, but I don't want you to overdo it." "I can do this, Issa," reassured Griffa, carefully going to her vanity and sitting down in front of her mirror. "Now will you go into my closet and find a light blue dress. It's short-sleeved and very simple." Issa disappeared into Griffa's closet, and Griffa tried to catch her breath. She didn't want to admit to Issa the small walk from the bed to her vanity had worn her out. She was determined to go downstairs. She felt the only way to regain her strength was to push herself. "Is this the one you want, Griffa?" asked Issa, popping out of the closet with a dress. "Yes, exactly, thank you," replied Griffa. Issa helped Griffa into her dress and sat her down to comb out her hair. When Issa was done, Griffa examined herself in the mirror. Her face was thin and still pale, with dark circles under her eyes. Her hair was untamed, but at least she wasn't in a nightgown. Issa came over and helped Griffa up from her chair. "Well, I guess that's as good as it's going to get right now." "It's no matter," said Griffa, pushing up off the vanity and holding on to Issa to get up. "You look great, Griffa." "I'm just glad you're here," said Issa happily. Griffa squeezed her arm. "Let's go." They walked out the door to find Ansel and Talon both leaning against the wall, waiting for them. "So you are really going to try to do this?" asked Ansel, tilting his head and looking at Griffa. "Of course, I told you I was fine," said Griffa. She started to walk very slowly towards the stairs, stumbling a little. Talon caught her hand and steadied her. Ansel clucked his tongue. "Oh, yes, you look absolutely fine," said Talon, holding on to her arm. "You should go lay back now." "I am determined to make it to the parlor," said Griffa, pushing away from Talon. She swayed a little, but stayed upright. She started slowly walking towards the stairs. Ansel came and swept her up in his arms. "Are you serious, Ansel?" asked Griffa. "I am perfectly able to make it down the stairs." "Humor me," replied Ansel, walking with Griffa in his arms. Griffa huffed, but didn't struggle. Ansel walked down the stairs with her in his arms and into the parlor. He sat Griffa gently on the sofa and sat down beside her. Talon sat in a chair next to her. Max looked up from the book. He was ready to smile widely at Griffa as Issa sat in a chair beside him. "Griffa, I didn't know you would be coming down so soon," said Max happily. "She shouldn't be down here, but you know how she gets. It's like arguing with a wall. So here we are. Remember one yawn, and I will take you right back upstairs," said Ansel, looking at Griffa. She ignored him. "It is so nice to look at something besides my bedroom walls. What have I missed?" "Just you almost dying," grumbled Ansel under his breath. Griffa shot him a look and then turned to Max expectantly. "Not much. I've been reading and studying about shielding charms. I've also been reading an old book about making things appear in places far away, like I could send an orange to someone in Clarton. I didn't know you could do that," said Max. "I've heard of it, but I've never seen it done. I'd like to look at that book when you are done," said Griffa to Max. "Oh, of course, Griffa," replied Max. "What about you, Issa? Have you had a chance to practice archery this week?" asked Griffa, turning to Issa. "Yes, a little. It's harder without you there to help me, but I did manage to hit the target a few times." "Good. Hopefully by next week I can join you again." Ansel let out a laugh. "What?" asked Griffa. "Nothing," said Ansel. "He's probably thinking it's funny. You think you'll be outside shooting arrows by next week. You'll be lucky to make it to the bench by the back door," said Talon dryly. Griffa rolled her eyes and continued to talk to Issa about archery until there was a knock at the door. Everyone turned to the door and waited. Nora came in with Hector Delis and his daughter. Hector smiled at everyone, and when he saw Griffa, he started a little. "Griffon, I didn't expect to be able to see you today. I would have brought you something. Perhaps not flowers, but maybe some fresh fruit," said Hector, coming over to her. "Thank you, Hector, but I don't need any presents. I'm glad to see you and Desmona," said Griffa pleasantly. "Please have a seat. Hector, why don't you take the chair there by Max? Desmona, there is room on the sofa with Ansel and me." Ansel shot Griffa a look, but she only smiled at him. She knew she shouldn't tease him, especially about Desmona, but sometimes it was too tempting. Desmona sat down on the couch and turned to Griffa and Ansel. "Griffa, I was very concerned to hear about your accident. I am glad you are better." Griffa raised her eyebrows, surprised at how sincere Desmona sounded. "You don't have to look so surprised. I know we haven't gotten along, but I never wished any harm to come of you," said Desmona. "I may have wished you disappeared sometimes, but I also hoped you went somewhere far away and nice." "The feeling is mutual, Desmona," said Griffa with a smirk. "Talon, I see you are still visiting as well," said Hector, looking over at Talon. "Yes, I wanted to make sure Griffa is truly well. I have also been wanting a word with you about the ring, so it is advantageous you have stopped by today." "Oh," said Hector, "what were you wanting to speak to me about?" "There are many things the valley has concerns over that need to be addressed by the ring. We have not had a representative from the ring contact us in some time," answered Talon, looking over at Hector. "I have not had any word from the Council of the Valley," said Hector carefully. "We cannot address concerns if we do not know them." "I am in constant contact with the true leader of the ring," said Talon, "which brings me to my first point. I am very concerned with your lack of concern for the safety of our king, and particularly your leader, Griffon Keene." "Talon," said Griffa, alarmed, "Hector holds the first chair of the ring." "He shouldn't," said Talon forcefully. "He should have stepped aside for a while now. He should have encouraged you to take your place." "I am willing to step aside any time Griffon is ready to lead," said Hector with sincerity.
"I know that, Hector,"
assured Griffa. "We all know that." Griffa turned and looked at Talon. She wondered what his point was to all of this. Talon glanced at Griffa with a half smile. "We will see how true that statement is. I hope very soon. The ring could use Griffa's leadership. I'm afraid you have grown rather complacent." "I'm sorry you feel that way. You are welcome to join us for a meeting at any time, Talon." We would like to have input from the valley, said Hector, bowing his head slightly. I will take your invitation when Griffon Keene takes her place, replied Talon. Until then, I'm afraid the Council of the Valley has little faith in any promises made by the ring. I am not sure this is a conversation we need to have today, said Ansel. When Griffa is ready, she will lead. She doesn't need this stress right now. She needs to focus on healing. Talon gave a loud sigh of exasperation. So, what brings you by today, Hector? Asked Griffa, trying to change the subject. Hector looked at Talon and then answered. I wanted to let you know that we have seen no sign of Philo Quick. He did not go to meet his wife in the valley. We have no idea where he is. I know this, said Ansel. My guards have been searching, of course. We will find him eventually. He is not in the valley. I have heard from my contacts back home. His house is empty. We will continue to keep it under watch, said Talon. Hector nodded. I also wanted to let you know we have heard from our own informant again. They want to meet. This time outside of Clarton. They say they have new information and something to give us as well. When do they want to meet? Asked Griffa. In 3 days at sunset, answered Hector. I figured you didn't want to go, Ansel, but perhaps you could send some of your guards ahead and a few with me. Of course, said Ansel. It will be no problem. Why wouldn't you go, Ansel? You could at least escort Hector there. You would only be gone a couple of hours at most, probably less than that. Griffa, I don't think, started Ansel. You can't stay here at the house forever because of me. You have your duty to attend to. We need information to win the kingdom, and more importantly to keep Max safe, said Griffa passionately. I'm sure I'll be fine with guards that Ansel assigns, Griffon. It's not a problem, said Hector, looking between Ansel and Griffa. Of course it's not a problem, Hector. Desma, can I speak with you for a moment over by the desk? Asked Ansel. Desmona looked surprised but nodded, and they both stood up and walked to the writing desk in the corner. Griffa turned around to try to see what they were doing as Max and Hector talked. Before long, Ansel and Desmona came back. Father, I think we must be going. We don't want to wear poor Griffa out, said Desmona. Ansel came to stand by her. Of course not, Desmona, said Hector, standing up. It is so good to see you doing so well, Griffon. Please take care of yourself. Ansel, let me know what your plans are with your guards for the meeting. Talon, if there is any way the ring can serve the valley, I am ready to listen. Ansel nodded as Talon said, I have told you where we stand. I will await Griffa's word that she has taken up the first chair. Desmona came up to Griffa and put her hand gently on her arm. Griffa looked up at her. It is good to see you up and about, Griffa. Please don't exhaust yourself. I'm afraid you are going to make yourself very tired, said Desmona, looking intently at Griffa.
Griffa looked at Desmona and suddenly felt very peaceful and very sleepy. She found herself in the middle of giant yawn before she realized what had happened.
There we are. Goodbye, Hector, Desmona, said Ansel. He saw them out and came back over and scooped up Griffa off the couch. You cheated, and you did it with her, pouted Griffa. You invited her to sit by me. She has to be good for something, right? Asked Ansel. But I did cheat, so I won't throw you over my shoulder. How about that? Griffa frowned, but nodded as Ansel took her upstairs and laid her on her bed. Griffa angrily picked up her book and opened it. I know you're miserable, but this won't last forever, said Ansel, smiling at her. It might with the way you're treating me, replied Griffa angrily. Ansel, I'm not going to break or disappear before your eyes. I'm getting better. Griffa threw her book down to her side. Ansel continued to smile at her as he sat down on the chair next to the bed. Oh, and you will be going with Hector to that meeting in a few days. You know you have to go. I will be fine here at the house. I'll even stay in my room the whole time you are gone, if that is what it takes. You have to go. Ansel continued to just smile at her. Aren't you going to say anything? Asked Griffa. Her face was very hot, and it was probably bright red. I think you are doing just fine without me. Go on with your argument, said Ansel happily. So you're enjoying this, me being upset, fussing at you? Yes, I like you being able to fuss at me, said Ansel. He picked up her hand and held it. Griffa, can you please be patient with me? I thought you were going to die. I know how hard this is for you, but please just let us all take care of you for a while. Griffa felt her face soften. Fine, but will you at least think about going with Hector? You wouldn't be gone long. Ansel nodded. I will think about, but if I can't leave you this time, you will have to forgive me. Griffa smiled a little and picked up her book. Well, don't just sit there all day and stare at me. Go do something productive. Ansel sighed and stood up. I will be back later to check on you. I'll even bring you some different books. He bent down and kissed her forehead gently, and Griffa closed her eyes. As Ansel turned to go, Griffa asked, Will you stay with me tonight? Ansel turned to face her. Of course. I don't mean in the chair. I mean with me in the bed, said Griffa. She felt her cheeks go warm. Like before all this. Ansel looked at her for a moment like he might argue with her, but he gave her one of his half-smiles. If that's what you would like, I will do it. Good. Now go do something interesting so you can tell me about it later, said Griffa, picking her book back up. Ansel looked at her for a moment more before walking out of the room and closing the door. A few moments later, there was a knock at the door. It opened, and Talon walked in. He came over and sat down next to Griffa. Did you enjoy that conversation with Hector? Asked Griffa, laying her book by her side. I did. It needed to be said. Griffa, it's ridiculous. He is leading the ring. You are of age, and you are very capable to lead the ring. Why is no one encouraging you to take your place at the table? We've been over this, Talon. Most don't think I am suitable for leadership. I have different ideas than most people in Abscon, definitely than those on the ring. Good. They all need to be shaken up a bit, said Talon. He put his hand on Griffa's. He messaged the outside of her hand before threading his fingers with hers. What does Ansel have to say about it? Griffa looked down at their joined hands. She flexed her hand a bit and then turned it over. Talon took to tracing the lines of her hands with his finger. We don't really speak of it. Talon sighed. He picked up Griffa's hand and kissed it. He held it between both of own, staring at her. You would think the man who loves you would be encouraging you to become who you were meant to be. Griffa looked down. You say that like it's a settled thing. I'm not sure how he feels about me. Griffa, said Talon impatiently, it's clear to everyone that Ansel is completely in love with you. You must see it. Griffa shrugged lightly. I don't know how I can be sure when he won't tell me himself. He barely touches me since my accident. He did kiss me the night of the summer ball, but he's done that before and taken it back. Why do you put up with this? You should move on. You deserve so much more. I disagree with you, and you know why I can't move on, Talon. Talon sighed again and kissed Griffa's hand. He let it go. Fine, he said, standing up. Where are you going? Asked Griffa. What are you going to do? Never you mind. You just rest and focus on getting completely better. Please don't go make things worse than they already are, begged Griffa. When have I ever done that, Griffa? Griffa raised her eyebrows at Talon. He gave her a brilliant smile and then turned and walked out of the room. Chapter 17. Ansel came in the front door of Keene Manor. It was late in the evening. He had gone to speak with his guards after dinner. He wanted everything set for Hector's visit with their spy. He looked up the stairs, remembering his promise to Griffa, when he noticed a light in the parlor. Ansel, called Talon from the parlor. Is that you? Yes, answered Ansel. Come in here for a moment. I would like a word with you. Ansel hesitated, looking up the stairs. Can't it wait until morning? No, it can't. Come in and have one drink with me, insisted Talon. Ansel looked up the stairs one more time and then walked into the parlor. He found Talon sitting in a chair by the fire with a glass of wine in his hands. Come sit by me, Ansel, said Talon. He sat up and picked up a pitcher of wine from a nearby small table. He poured some wine in a glass. Ansel walked over and sat down in the chair facing Talon. Talon handed him the glass of wine. He looked at Ansel for several moments, as though considering what he might say. It's late, Talon. Whatever it is you want to say, you better do it. Talon drained his glass of wine and put it on the table. First, I want to apologize for my first night here. It was a difficult time. Griffa is very important to me, and the thought of losing her was too much to bear. Ansel nodded slightly. I understand. I apologize for my part as well. I had not slept much in the days before, and I had to face the fact that Griffa could die. I don't wish you harm, not really. Talon smiled. Ansel, I'm going to tell you a story. You aren't going to like it much, but I ask that you hear me out. Ansel nodded again and took a sip of his wine. I have known Griffa almost as long as you. I saw her several times a year when her father would visit the valley to meet with my father and the council. I was always very attached to Griffa. She was a few years younger than me, but you would never know it. She was unlike anyone else I knew. As a child, she was adventurous. She didn't care for rules. When she visited, we would get into all kind of messes. She usually got us out of trouble, though. She could charm my father like no other. He always liked her. We grew up, and by the time Griffa reached the age of maturity, she was magnificent in every way. She was and is everything beautiful, wild, and fierce, but still completely good. I don't need to tell you. I know you see how wonderful she is." Ansel smiled a little. He did know what Talon was saying. He thought he described Griffa well. When she was of age, we spent our time differently. I don't want to pain you too much with the specifics, but it was enjoyable. She would visit, and we would sneak away when we could. Her house was always empty in the valley. It was very convenient, said Talon, smiling. He filled up his glass and took a sip. She came to see me a few times throughout the next few years after she reached the age of maturity and could travel as she liked. You know I have a reputation, and it's well earned. I knew I was fond of Griffa, but I thought that was it. I thought she was just another one of my special friends. Perhaps I felt more connected to her than the other women, but I convinced myself it was just because of our lifelong friendship. It wasn't until the midwinter ball 2 years ago that I knew I was wrong. She had told me she was going to come to the midwinter festivities in the valley that year, but I didn't see her at the temple or the feast. I figured something had detained her, so I arrived at the ball, ready to find my next conquest. Griffa walked in just before the music started. I'm not exaggerating when I say she looked like a goddess come to life. I remember everything. She wore a dark red dress that looked perfect on her. Her curls were piled on top of her head, with a few escaping their pins coming down her neck. I rather like her hair down, but it was enticing to see her lovely neck. My father found her and danced with Griffa. She was passed between other important men of the valley to dance. The whole time I stood on the edges, waiting for an opportunity to talk to her, to hold her. Talon paused and took another drink of his wine. The weather was strange that year for the winter. There was a storm brewing. I don't know how much you know about mages and storms, but it has a very interesting effect on our moods. I was very keyed up, watching Griffa, just waiting for the time I could hold her. I finally got my chance. We danced, and everything felt so charged. I couldn't hold her close enough. I become bold. I kissed her neck, and then her lips in front of the whole valley. I knew it would cause whispers, and I didn't care. After our dance, I convinced her to leave with me. We went to her home in the valley. Talon paused and closed his eyes. He smiled slightly before taking a deep breath and continuing his story. I won't explicitly describe that night to you. I don't imagine you would want to hear it. No, said Ansel darkly. I'm hoping you are coming to your point soon. If not, tell me so I can leave. I am. We arrived at her house just as the storm broke. That night is one of, if not the best memory I have, yet so much of it is a blur. We started in the entryway and somehow ended in Griffa's bed. I'm not even sure how we got there, to be honest. I held her after, and I knew this was much more than just some fling or casual activity like with my other women. I didn't want to leave her. I knew I should go home. My father would be expecting me, but I couldn't do it. I stayed with her that night. We woke up several times. I couldn't get enough of her. She can be quite insatiable herself. Ansel looked at Talon. You can move along in this story. I woke up the next morning, and I knew my father would have things to say to me. For the first time, I wasn't dreading hearing one of his lectures. I needed his advice. I left early, hoping to come back to her as soon as I could. My father was waiting for me as soon as I entered Wendell House. He took me in his study. He knew where I had been. How could he not know? He sat me down, looked at me, and said, Griffon Keene is not the kind of woman you just fool around with. She is a woman you love completely and forever. He warned me I would never get over her if I let my chance with her slip through my fingers. He told me I should go back that second to her and beg her to marry me. He told me to tell her that I would do anything to earn her love and that I would grow up into who I needed to be for her. I agreed with him, Ansel. I couldn't ask her to marry me, not yet, but I knew I wanted her. I knew I was young and so was Griffa, but wherever would I find another woman like her? I loved her. I didn't even realize it at the time, but I had been hopelessly in love with her for a while. I ran back to her house to try to tell her how I felt. When I got there, she was getting ready to travel back to Abscon. I asked her why. Do you remember why she traveled back that year? Yes, replied Ansel. I came to Keene Manor to see her. When she wasn't there, I sent a note to tell her I had arrived. I said I wanted to see her, and if she didn't come to abscond, I would go find her in the valley. I practically begged her to stay, but she would not change her mind. I thought maybe it was for the best. I could work on myself. I could show her that I could change. I spent that winter and spring learning from my father. She visited me on her birthday that year. I tried to talk to her of us, but she would not hear it. She would not take me seriously. I wanted to spend time with her to convince her, but you came to the valley, so she went back home. I remained in the valley. I saw no women. I continued to learn from my father. I thought only of her. I invited her to spend the summer festival with me, and she agreed. I could show her I had changed, that I could love her as she deserved. Then my father died 2 weeks before the summer festival. She came, of course, and she comforted me. She spent time with me, but I could not tell her how I felt. I couldn't at a time like that. She went back to abscond. I spent fall and winter trying to earn respect as the leader of the council of the valley. She told me she would come to me that spring. She said she would spend the spring festival in the valley with me, but she did not come. You, of course, know why she did not come. Yes, said Ansel quietly. I came to see her for her birthday last year. I went with her to Abscond's spring festival. Ansel remembered that festival well. It was the first time he had kized Griffa. He had kized her and run away. I couldn't take it any more. The council talked of wanting to know more about the king that was coming to Abscond. I volunteered to come here for the harvest festival to meet Max. I really only came to see Griffa. I got here, and I watched her at the festival. I know she thinks I was looking for other women, but I watched only her. I hoped to talk to her of us. I wanted to convince her to spend time with me, to see that I had changed. When I spoke with her late that night or early that next morning, I said she should marry me, and I meant it. When she told me she couldn't, when she told me there was someone else, I figured it out pretty quickly. Every time she left me, it was for you. In Abscond, she seemed to revolve around you. When you danced with her, she lit up. Above all, when she told me she loved someone who did not want her, I knew only you could be so foolish. It's not that I didn't want her. That has never been true. I wanted her as soon as I kized her at the spring festival last year. If I'm honest, I have wanted her before that as well. I have never wanted anything more, but I don't deserve her. Besides that, you know who I am, Talon. You know my position in this world. How could I ask Griffa to love me when I can't even make her my first priority? If it helps, I agree with you. You don't deserve her, but the only thing that matters is that Griffa believes you do. She loves you, Ansel. She has loved you for a long time. She knows all it encompasses to love you. She says she will have no other. What is your point in talking with me tonight, Talon? Asked Ansel. My point is you need to stop being an idiot. My father was right. Griffa is a woman you never truly get over. Griffa is probably right in refusing to marry me. I don't know if I could have loved her as she deserved, but I would have done everything I could to try. I believe I could have been faithful, but I don't know how I would have suffered the fact that Griffa could never truly love me because of you, said Talon, standing up. He walked up to lean on the mantel, looking at the empty fireplace. Do you love her, Ansel? Yes, said Ansel. I wanted to tell her before she was poisoned. I planned to tell her, but I couldn't find the words. I kept getting interrupted. I told her when she was ill and couldn't hear me, but I suppose that didn't do much good. No, confirmed Talon. She still can't quite believe you love her. Why haven't you told her since she has gotten better? I honestly don't know. I wanted to wait until she was well, but each day she gets stronger, and I still haven't said it. I suppose much of it has to do with the fact that I can't protect her as she deserves. In everything I will always have to choose my king over everything. How can I ask her to love me knowing that? Talon sighed. He turned and looked at Ansel. She knows who you are. She knows what loving you means, and yet she loves you anyway. Ansel, if you have any sense at all, you will march up those stairs at once, go to Griffa, and tell her you love her. Let her decide how she wants to spend her life. I guarantee she will choose you. Of course, you could keep putting it off. You could find reason after reason to not tell Griffa how you feel. She is stubborn. She will wait, but no one can wait forever. What happens when she finally gets tired of waiting, and someone else is ready to step in and love her, even if she can't love them back with her whole heart? Ansel, there are those of us who would rather have half of her heart than the whole of someone else's. Are you prepared for that? Are you prepared to let her go forever? No, said Ansel, standing up. Then go tell her how you feel. Don't waste any more time. Ansel nodded and turned to walk from the room. "Oh, Ansel," said Talon as Ansel got to the door, "if you hurt her in any way, I will finish our conversation from the other night, and it will not end well for you." Ansel stood outside of Griffa's door in the darkness of the hallway. He didn't know why he was stalling. He didn't know why he felt unsettled, nervous about going into her room. He had been in her bedroom at night many times. He had slept in her bed before the summer ball. It shouldn't be any different now, but it was. He needed to tell her. He had to tell her. Ansel took a deep breath and softly knocked before opening the door. He walked in and shut the door quietly behind him. He walked over to the bed to find Griffa asleep. He knew she was weaker and more tried than she would admit. He looked down at her. She was curled up on her right side, resting her cheek against her hand. Her hair was spilled out on her pillow, with a few strands falling in her face. Ansel stood and watched her sleep soundly for a moment, thanking the gods she was still here with him. He considered just sitting in his usual chair. He didn't want to wake her, but he had told her he would lie next to her. He was also exhausted himself. Sitting in a chair was not the best way to sleep. He had tried to go to his own bed a couple of nights after he knew Griffa would be well, but he couldn't sleep. He would quietly go back to Griffa's room, sit by her side, and watch her sleep until he drifted off himself. Ansel very carefully sat on Griffa's bed. He slipped off his boots and pulled his feet up. He quietly lay down facing Griffa. He tried not to disturb her, but as he turned towards Griffa, she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at him and smiled. "I didn't want to wake you," Ansel said quietly. "It's no bother. I tried to wait up for you, but I suppose I drifted off," replied Griffa. She scooted closer to him until her head rested on his shoulder. He pulled her to him gently and rolled slightly so she was snuggled up against him, her arm resting across his chest. "Have you thought about going with Hector?" asked Griffa against his side. "I have. I haven't changed my mind, but I have thought about it," replied Ansel. "You will. I will win. You know it, so you might as well just give in now," said Griffa, slightly moving against him. Ansel laughed a little. "We will see, but don't worry about that now. Go back to sleep." He knew he needed to tell her he loved her, but she needed sleep more. He turned his head and kissed her forehead. She looked up at him and moved to kiss him lightly on his lips. Ansel made a noise as he felt his body react to her. He wondered how one simple kiss from her could spark his desire so quickly. He turned his head to gather his thoughts and moved a little to put a small amount of distance between them. She scooted completely away from him. "I'm sorry, Ansel. I shouldn't have done that. I just thought that since what happened that night when you left that maybe—" Griffa trailed off, not completing her sentence. "I'm sorry. I said I would give you time." Ansel lay there. He turned to Griffa, looking at her. She was on her back with a pillow over her face. He smiled to himself, but quickly felt awful. Talon had said she had cried over him. He had said she didn't really believe that Ansel loved her. "I'm so stupid," she said, muffled by the pillow. "If you want to leave, I understand." Ansel moved closer to her, propping himself up next to her on his elbow. He used one hand and removed the pillow from her face as he hovered over her, smiling. She looked up at him with her cheek flushed red. "Griffa, I have been a fool for too long. I wanted to tell you before the summer ball, but I couldn't find the right words. I don't know why I made it so complicated. It's simple, really. I love you. I have loved you for a long time. I just wouldn't let myself believe it. I know I don't deserve you. You deserve so much more, but I love you. I don't want to spend one more second without you being absolutely sure of it." Griffa looked shocked. "Are you sure?" Ansel kissed Griffa tenderly. He wished he could show her in other ways the proof of his love, but she was still weak. "Yes, I have never been surer about anything in my life. I love you, now come here." He pulled her gently to him. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed the top of her head. "I love you too, Ansel," said Griffa quietly. "I think you already know that, but I wanted to say it anyway." She looked up at him, and Ansel lowered his head to kiss her again. "Go to sleep, my love," he said as she settled in close to him. He soon heard Griffa's breathing become even indicating she was sound asleep. He closed his eyes and drifted off as well. Ansel woke up to something tickling his face. His hand went to swat whatever it was away when he suddenly realized it was hair. He opened his eyes and looked over to find Griffa still by his side, but she had turned in the night. He could see that she was still sleeping soundly. The room was filled with early morning light. He lay in bed looking at Griffa, wondering if he should get up and go back to his own room. He thought they were probably past that at this point. Him being in Griffa's room was a thing accepted by the household now. He didn't care anyway. He wouldn't be parted from her any time he could help it. Which was why he would not be going with Hector Deli's later this week. He knew Griffa would argue with him. He knew she would tell him he needed to go, and she was probably right. Ansel just didn't know if he could bear to leave her again so soon after what happened. His common sense told him she would be fine, as would everyone else in the house. They would be even more cautious than before, not taking any visitors. His common sense said it would be fine, but the fear inside him told him if he left Griffa again, she might not be there when he got back. Ansel reached over to gently put his arm around Griffa. He held her, watching her sleep. She had said she loved him. He supposed he already knew this, but it made him smile to remember her saying it. There was no doubt in his mind any more. He loved her. He knew he was first pledged to his king. His life should belong to Max, his duty, but if it was ever between Griffa and his duty, he didn't know how she wouldn't come first. She stirred slightly, and Ansel removed his arm. He wanted her to sleep longer, so he carefully rose from the bed and went to his own room down the hall to prepare for the day. After dressing, Ansel walked out into the silent house and down the stairs and to the parlor. He found Max sitting in a chair, reading a book. "You're up early, Max, or did you sleep at all last night?" asked Ansel as he came into the room. "I slept some," said Max, not taking his eyes off his book. "I wanted to come down here and finish this before everyone woke up. I wanted to talk to Griffa about it today, if she's up to it." "I'm sure she will be glad to have something to do. I think she can handle the conversation." "How long until you finish?" asked Ansel. "I'm actually just about done. Why?" inquired Max as he looked up from his book. "What do you say to going outside and working through some things? We haven't had much time for training lately. I'd also like a rematch for that duel when Griffa isn't around to get you out of a jam," said Ansel, smiling. Max put his book down. "Sounds good to me. Let me go get my staff." Max and Ansel spent a pleasant early morning shooting curses and spells back at one another. In the end, Ansel was able to knock Max down and force him to yield. "You are doing very well, Max," said Ansel as they walked back to the house for breakfast. "You've come a long way very fast. You should be proud." "Thank you, Ansel, but I think it says more about your and Griffa's teaching," replied Max. "Speaking of Griffa, has she convinced you to go with Hector?" "Not yet. I just don't feel right leaving her here, any of you really, after what happened." "It won't happen again, Ansel. I wouldn't let it. We can close the house to all visitors. You need to go. We can take care of ourselves here. Griffa is doing well, and she is strong. And maybe if more time had passed, I would agree with you, Max, but it's too fresh in my mind." "You can't protect her or any of us every second, Ansel. At some point you are going to have to be away from Griffa and me," said Max as they paused at the back door. "Max, have you been speaking with Griffa about this?" asked Ansel. "She's right, you know," responded Max. "Of course you take her side," said Ansel, rolling his eyes and opening the back door, walking into the house. Max followed. They laughed together as they entered the dining room. Ansel looked up and rolled his eyes again. Griffa was sitting at the table between Nora and Issa, sipping tea. She looked up and smiled as Ansel. "Good morning, Ansel. It looks like you and Max were having a nice session in the backyard." Ansel sat down heavily in a chair across from Griffa, staring at her. He looked at Talon in the chair next to him, who just shrugged. Mabel came in shaking her head and sat down next to Ansel. "What are you doing down here?" asked Ansel. "Having breakfast, of course. It's a lovely day." "I might sit outside for a bit," said Griffa happily. "Eat, Ansel. The bacon is quite good this morning." Ansel looked at Mabel, who sighed and shook her head again. Griffa raised her hand, and the teapot came and poured tea into Ansel's empty cup. Ansel looked at Max. This was the first time they had seen Griffa use magic. Ansel had sensed the magic still in Griffa, but he was relieved to see she had no problems using it. Max smiled at Ansel. "What is it? Is something wrong? Did it spill?" asked Griffa, seeing the look between Max and Ansel. "No, it's fine. It's just good to see you feeling better, Griff," replied Ansel, putting food on his plate. Griffa smiled at Ansel. "Will you meet with Hector today?" "I'll probably go meet with my guards quickly this afternoon and set everything up. 3 can go ahead the night before. I can send 2 others to go with Hector the day of the meeting. I will write to Hector when everything is in place," said Ansel, putting some jam on his toast. Griffa took a drink of tea and then put her cup down, looking at Ansel. Quit being stubborn about this. You need to go with Hector. We need that information. And we will get it. I have complete trust in my guards. There will be no issues, insisted Ansel. What if there are, and you aren't there? How would you feel then? You would be here just watching me sleep or read while something happens to Hector. I know you, Ansel. You wouldn't be able to handle it. You need to go. It's your job, stressed Griffa. I don't want to argue about this, said Ansel calmly. Fine, then say you will go. Write to Hector now. You can send 3 guards ahead, but you will escort Hector yourself, said Griffa sternly. She took a bite of bacon and swallowed. And what if this is just some trap set up to get to Max? What if I'm gone and something happens to one of you? Then what? You think I can live with that? Especially with what just happened to you, Griffa, said Ansel angrily. He didn't want to do this in front of everyone. He stood up abruptly and walked out of the room through the entryway and into the parlor. A minute later, Griffa walked in. Ansel, why are you being so difficult? Something bad happened, but it's over. It's done. Nothing else has changed. We still have to win the kingdom. We still have to get Max to the throne of Oromist. This meeting could move us closer to our goal. This is your life, why you are here, argued Griffa. She swayed a moment, but steadied herself by grabbing onto the couch. Ansel rubbed his face with his hands. Why couldn't she see that everything had changed? His duty may be to the king, to the kingdom, but his life belonged to her. He walked closer to Griffa. He took her hand and looked at her. Can you just try to understand? I had to watch you dying. I had to think about what my life would be without you. Do you know what I saw? It was an empty existence. I know I have a duty to Max, a duty to Regventus, but those don't mean a thing to me if you aren't here with me. I can't lose you, said Ansel. He was gripping her hand and staring at her, trying to make her understand. Griffa's eyes softened. Ansel, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be by your side the whole time. We will win Regventus, and Max will be king. At the end, we will all 3 stand together, but to get there we will have to make sacrifices. There will be difficult times, but it will be worth it. I'm scared of losing you, too. I wish I could keep you here with me safe, but I know who you are. I love you. I love every part of you. I would never hold you back from what you need to do. Go with Hector, please. I will lock myself in my room if you want. I will lock us all in my room if that is what it takes. Please, just do what you need to do. Tears were forming in Griffa's eyes, and a few ran down her cheeks. Ansel took her face into his hands and wiped her tears with his thumbs. He couldn't stand to see her cry. I will go. I will. You are right, of course. You usually are. Promise me you will stay safe. Promise me you will be here when I get back, implored Ansel. Of course. I will be waiting for you right here, said Griffa quietly. Ansel kissed her gently and quickly, but Griffa claimed his lips again, and this kiss was more passionate. She wrapped her arms around Ansel as he held her. Hal heard someone come into the room. They broke apart and looked over to see Max and Talon standing in the doorway. Max had one eyebrow lifted, and Talon was smiling smugly. I was wondering if you want to talk about that book we were talking about yesterday, Griffa, but I can come back when you are less occupied, offered Max. I was just going to say I was leaving in a bit, but I can just leave with no fanfare, said Talon. Goodbye, Talon, safe travels. You should come back later, Max, said Ansel with a smile at Griffa. Griffa wiped her cheeks and her lips with the back of her hands. No, it's fine. Come in, Max, Talon. I need to sit down for a while anyway. Ansel escorted Griffa to the sofa. He sat down next to her as Max sat in a nearby chair. Talon stood close to the fireplace, watching. Max and Griffa talked about the possibilities of transporting objects for a while, with Talon interjecting comments every now and then. Eventually Max said goodbye to Talon and left to go find Issa. You are leaving today? Asked Griffa, looking up at Talon. Talon smiled at Griffa and walked over to sit next to her. Yes, in a few minutes, actually. I need to get back to the valley, and you seem well on the road to recovery. You are in a particularly good mood today. Griffa blushed and looked down. I am. She looked up and smiled at Talon. I am glad you came. I always enjoy visiting with you. I consider you a dear friend, Talon. Talon took Griffa's hand and held it up to his lips. He kissed it and rested his chin on their conjoined hands. You are very important to me, Griffa. You always will be. If you ever need me, just let me know. I hope you will take your place on the ring soon. Talon kissed her hand one more time and let it go. We will see, said Griffa. She stood up and swayed slightly. Talon stood up and grabbed her to him. He wrapped his arms around her as she did the same to him. "Please stay safe, Griffa. The kingdom needs you, and I couldn't stand it if something happened to you," said Talon as he kissed the top of her head and let her go. Griffa sat back down on the couch. "Ansel, will you see me out?" asked Talon. Ansel nodded and stood up. He walked with Talon to the entry hall. "I take it everything is as it should be?" questioned Talon. "Yes, everything is clear and out in the open," answered Ansel. He felt a small twinge of guilt, knowing he had not told Griffa about the blood magic they used on her. "Good. Take good care of her. I'm sure she will challenge you at times, but she is always worth it." Talon gave Ansel a wicked grin. "You will find out soon enough." Ansel resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "Safe journey, Talon." "One more thing, Ansel. Griffa needs to be the leader of the ring. It's who she is meant to be. I hope you will encourage her. If she decides that is her path, I will not stand in her way." Talon shook his head. "You can't protect her forever. She is meant to lead. I meant it when I said the Valley Council will not deal with the ring until she is in her place. The ring has never been the same since Renware died. It needs a Keene at its head. Your encouragement will go a long way with Griffa. I will discuss it with her when she is fully recovered. I will not push her into it, though. She will have to make the choice for herself." "Very well. Let me know if I can help in any way," said Talon as he opened the door. "Don't forget, Ansel. Treat her well or answer to me." Talon slipped out the door. Ansel closed it and wondered what Talon would think if he knew what they had actually done to save Griffa's life. The next 2 days passed peacefully. Ansel spent time with Max training. He watched Griffa grow stronger. The morning before he would leave, she actually sat on the grass outside while he and Max dueled, giving instructions and her opinions. In the late afternoon, Ansel prepared to leave. Everyone was gathered in the parlor. "Remember, do not open the door to anyone, even if it is someone you know. Stay in the house and stay together. If anything happens, stay together. I won't be gone long," addressed Ansel to the group. "You will need to get going to meet Hector," said Griffa, coming up to stand beside him. "Let me walk you out." She took Ansel's arm, and they walked out to the front portico. Ansel turned to look at her. He didn't want to leave her. He was scared she wouldn't be safe. Griffa seemed to read his mind. "I'll be fine, Ansel. We all will be. Go do what you need to do and hurry back. I'll be worrying about you, too. Come back as soon as you can." She leaned up on her tiptoes and kissed him lightly on his lips. Ansel took her into his arms. "It won't take long if everything goes to plan. Stay in the house, promise me. No walking, no standing out here watching. Promise me." Griffa nodded, and he kissed her. When they broke apart, Ansel put on his hat and walked a few feet away. He turned back to look at her. Griffa waved at him and walked into the house. Ansel hurried to meet Hector at the gates of Abscon. When he got there, they greeted each other and traveled to the forest edge outside of Clarton. They hid in a small circle of trees. Ansel could just see the charred remains of Dannon's stables. They hadn't been rebuilt by anyone yet. Ansel was greeted by his 3 guards. They reported they had seen nothing unusual. Ansel told them to spread out and to keep their eyes open. "Isn't this where our king grew up?" asked Hector quietly as they waited. "It is. He worked in the stables just up there. They were burned down during the invasion of Ormus soldiers this past fall. Max's guardian was killed," said Ansel. "Poor boy, he has been through a lot for his young age," sighed Hector. Ansel nodded. Max's life did have a lot of tragedy in it, but he was surrounded by friends now. For all he had endured, Ansel was proud of who Max was. He would make a good king someday. They watched together in silence as the sun started to set. Ansel noticed a small disturbance to their right, and the hooded figure appeared. It walked over to stand a ways away from them in the hidden safety of the trees. "Hello," greeted Hector. "What do you have to tell us?" "The king is safe? I heard that his home was attacked," asked the figure. "Yes, the king is very well. He was not harmed in any way," answered Ansel. "But someone was injured, weren't they?" asked the figure. Hector looked at Ansel. "Yes, someone was inured, but she is recovering," responded Ansel. "Now, what do you have to tell us?" "The palace has figured out how to release those with dormant magical blood. They plan to release those who follow the way of the ancients to create a new order within the kingdom. They believe those with magical ability should rule over those who are non-gifted. I don't think they wouldn't mind if non-magical people died out completely. They have already started releasing some magical-blooded folk in the first ring of the city." "How are they doing this?" asked Hector. "How are they releasing the magic in people?" "With this." The figure pulled out a small vial. "It's an elixir. I know it contains the blood of a magical folk, but I don't know what else is in it. You may take it." Ansel looked at Hector, who nodded. Ansel hesitated for a moment, but then held up his hand and summoned the vial to him. He looked at it. The liquid was the color of gold, and the vial was warm in his hand. "I also have this. It is a copy of writings of the one who made the potion. You may take it as well. I have the original." The figure pulled out a scroll. Ansel summoned it as well, and it flew into his hand. "What of the spy who attempted to kill the king? Do you know where he is?" "No, but he is still in touch with the palace. They are asking him to come there to teach them how to use magical ability. I don't know his answer," said the figure. "That is all I have. I will contact you again when I know more." The figure turned and was gone. Hector turned to Ansel. "That was interesting. What do you think is in that vial?" "I don't know, but I think between Griffa and Max, they could figure it out. It's obviously some sort of blood magic." "Can I take it and show it to them?" asked Ansel. Hector nodded. "Give me the scroll. I will read over it and call the ring into a meeting. I will want you and the king there. Will Griffon be able to come?" "She will come no matter how able she is. If you could hold it at the end of next week, it would be best." "Very well. Should we travel back?" "Let me call my guards back," replied Ansel. After calling the guards, they traveled to the gates of Abscon. "I hope you don't mind if I walk ahead of you to get home. I am anxious to check on everyone," said Ansel to Hector. Hector smiled and nodded. Ansel walked home quickly in the darkness. His heart was beating fast. He told himself that everything was fine, but his body wouldn't listen. He broke out into a run when he saw the manor in the distance. Soon he was at the door. He busted in and walked into the parlor. He found Max and Issa cuddled up in a chair by the fireplace. "Is everything okay? Where is Griffa?" demanded Ansel. "It's all fine," said Max, standing up. "Griffa said to tell you she was sorry, but she was tired. She went up to her room to wait for you." Ansel nodded, left the room, bounding up the stairs. He walked down the hallway into Griffa's room. She was sitting up in bed with a book. She smiled at him as he walked in. "Did everything go as planned? Did you find out anything?" asked Griffa, setting her book aside. Ansel hurried over and sat next to her on the bed. He took her into his arms and kissed her. When he pulled back from her, she smiled and said, "I guess everything went well." Ansel moved her hair out of the way and kissed her neck. He murmured, "Everything went fine. I don't want to talk about it tonight." "Very well," said Griffa as she removed his hat. She released it from her hands, and it flew to her vanity. "What do you want to talk about?" Ansel gave her a smirk. "I'm not good with words. I'd rather show you if you are feeling well." Griffa leaned forward and put her hand on his thigh before kissing him. As she pulled back, she lightly nipped at his lower lip. "I am feeling very well, so go ahead and show Minnie anything you would like." Ansel felt his eyes widen slightly. He wondered what he had gotten himself into, loving such a woman, but he was very ready to find out. Chapter 18. Max sat next to Griffa on the back lawn staring at an apple. He waved his hand, and nothing happened. He closed his eyes, concentrating on a spot 10 feet away from them. He opened his eyes, waved his hands, and the apple exploded. "Well, at least that time you did something," said Griffa, pulling a chunk of apple out of Max's hair. "Destroying it wasn't exactly my goal," replied Max. He reached over and grabbed another apple from the basket next to them and placed it in front of them. "What do you think I'm doing wrong?" Griffa shrugged. "I don't know. I read the same book you did. I think it will just take a lot of practice. A vast amount of using magic is just the belief that you can really do it. Remember, it's like a living thing. It responds to your feelings and your emotions. If there is doubt in your mind that it can be done, most of the time it won't work." Max nodded. He looked at the apple in front of them, but couldn't concentrate. "Have you been thinking of the potion Ansel brought back from his meeting?" "I have. It's obviously some sort of blood magic. I shudder to think of all the people who are taking this potion. What cost it will have. You know how dangerous blood magic is," said Griffa. Max looked at Griffa and felt guilty. She didn't know that she owed her life to blood magic. Without the potion Max had brewed with Ansel and Issa's blood, she wouldn't be here now. Ansel had discussed it with him. They both agreed they had to tell her. Ansel had said he would do it when she was stronger. Max wondered if that time would ever come. "Is something wrong, Max?" asked Griffa with a concerned look. "No," said Max, shaking his head. "I'm just thinking. I wish there was a way we could figure out what it really was. It may help us understand what to expect from these newly released magical-blooded folk, how we can best face them. I do want to find out what is in that potion, but Max, I don't want you to think of most people in the kingdom as your enemies. Most of these people probably have no idea what the powers in the palace have in mind. When you take your place as king, most of them will hopefully be your subjects, your people. You need to see them as something worth protecting in this war. If we can figure out the makeup of this potion, maybe we can save them in some way, help them not be cursed by this evil magic," said Griffa, looking at Max. "You really think there is a way to avoid paying the price for a blood potion?" asked Max. "I'm not sure, but I want to try to find out a way. A lot of people could be affected by this. People who had no idea what they were getting into when they took that blasted thing." Max swallowed and turned his attention back towards the apple as Ansel walked out the back door. He came and sat down next to Griffa on the grass. "Any luck here?" asked Ansel, giving Griffa a gentle nudge with his shoulder. "Not yet," replied Griffa. "I think we are making progress, though. Max definitely made the apple do something." "It looks like he smashed it everywhere," said Ansel as he picked small pieces of the apple out of Griffa's hair. "Like I said, progress," Griffa gave Ansel a smile. "I just talked to Hector. He has scheduled a ring meeting, and he wants all 3 of us there. It's in 2 days. He hopes that is enough time for you to be recovered, Griffa," said Ansel. "I take it he has learned something from the writings, then," remarked Griffa. "He didn't say, but I guess we will find out soon enough," answered Ansel. They were all 3 quiet for a second before Ansel asked, "So how is this supposed to work?" "Well, in theory, I should be able to envision the fruit 10 feet over there and then make it travel by magic," said Max, still looking at the apple. "But so far, all I've managed to do is make it explode." Max stared at the apple and then closed his eyes. He put out his hand and opened his eyes. Nothing happened. "Ugh, maybe this is hopeless." "You can't give up after 1 day," insisted Griffa. "Here, let me help. Maybe we can do something together." Griffa grabbed Max's hand and held it. Max could feel Griffa's magic alive under her skin. He was glad it hadn't been lost in the potion that saved her life. "Okay, Max, now concentrate with me," said Griffa, closing her eyes. Max closed his as well. "When I squeeze your hand, open your eyes and envision the apple over where we want it to go." Max concentrated. He saw the apple in his mind. He saw where he wanted it to go. He felt Griffa's magic mingling with his own through their conjoined hands. She squeezed his hand, and they both opened their eyes. The apple disappeared. Max and Griffa looked at each other as Ansel got up. He spotted the apple 10 feet away and picked it up. "It's here. It was upside down, but it was here," said Ansel, looking impressed. Griffa smiled at Max. "We did it." Max grinned back at her, still holding her hand. "So, are you 2 ready to call it a day? You've been out here all afternoon," said Ansel, coming back to them. Griffa dropped Max's hand and stood up slowly, groaning. "Yes, I think that is enough for today. I didn't realize I had been out here so long. I think I'll take supper in my bedroom if no one minds." Max stood up as Ansel came over and took Griffa's hand. "No one will mind. Come on, you need to rest." Ansel led Griffa into the house and threw the apple backwards to Max, who caught it. "You coming, Max?" Max nodded and followed them inside. Max ate dinner with everyone in the house except Griffa. Ansel told everyone she was fine, but had worn herself out being outside most of the day. After dinner, Max sat in the parlor with Issa in companionable silence as they read next to each other on the sofa. He looked over to see what Issa was reading. "What is that book?" asked Max. "One Griffa gave me. She had it locked in a cabinet in the study. It's about blood magic. I'm trying to help her find a way to counteract any curses or other consequences of using blood magic." Max looked up at Issa. "You haven't told her what we did, have you?" "No, of course not. I thought Ansel was going to tell her eventually. Griffa asked me to help her. I think she's worried about all the people in the kingdom who will be taking that potion Ansel brought home." Max nodded. "Issa, are you worried what might happen because of what we did to save Griffa?" Issa shrugged. "Maybe, but I meant what I said the night we did it. I would do whatever it took to save Griffa. It worked. She is here and well. Whatever happens, we will deal with it." Max put his book aside and turned to Issa. Issa put her book away as well. "Are you worried about it, Max?" "Yes, I am. I know we did what we had to, but I worry about you and what could happen. I can't find anything on the effects of someone with non-magical blood, because when blood magic was widely used, those with non-magical blood were usually just sacrificed," said Max. "Oh," said Issa. "Well, I guess what will be, will be." "Issa, I'm going to find something. I won't let something bad happen to you. I'm sorry I ever drug you into all of this." "I'm not." Issa took Max's hand. "I love it here. I miss my father, but I love everything about this place. I feel so connected to everyone here." "Even Ansel?" asked Max skeptically. "Yes, even Ansel," said Issa, giggling. "He's not so scary when you see how Griffa manages him. Most of all, Max, I'm so happy to be here with you." Max smiled at Issa. He brought her closer to him and held her. "I'm glad you are here, too. I just want to keep you safe." "I know. I worry about you, too, in the future. But right now, I just want to be here with you. I love you, Max." Max smiled, feeling warm all over. "I know you said we were young, and we are, but I know what I want. I want you. I love you, and I don't think that will ever change," said Issa. Max kissed her. "I love you, too, Issa. I know that won't change." He kissed her over and over. The next morning after breakfast, Max was again with Griffa out on the grass with an apple. They had moved the apple several times to different places together. Max wasn't sure why neither could do it by themselves, but for the moment they were excited they could at least make it work together. "Do you think this could ever work on something other than fruit or non-living objects?" asked Max after he had gone to retrieve the apple from across the lawn. "You mean like on people?" "I don't know. It would be very tricky, but in theory I think it could work. I'm not sure we are ready to try that, but maybe someday," mused Griffa. She stood up slowly. "I think that's enough for today. We have the ring meeting tomorrow, and I want to make sure I'm in top shape to go." Max nodded, and they walked back into the house together and into the parlor. Issa was sitting in a chair by the fireplace, reading a letter. "Who's that from, Issa?" asked Griffa, sitting down on the sofa. Max looked at Issa as he sat next to Griffa. "It's from my father. It's the most amazing news. He's getting married," exclaimed Issa, looking up at them both. "What?" asked Max. "Married to who?" "A woman from the West Village. He met her while he was working for her brother. They have been seeing each other since last fall. He is marrying her and moving to the West Village." "How wonderful, Issa. When is the wedding?" asked Griffa. "They are getting married on the last day of summer. He wants me to be there, but I don't know if that's possible." "Why wouldn't that be possible? I think Max would want to be there as well." "I would, of course I would," said Max, smiling. "We should all go. I know Nora would want to attend as well." "Yes, we shall all go," said Griffa happily. "Go where?" asked Ansel as he came into the room. He sat in a chair next to Issa. "To the West Village at the end of the summer. Issa's father is getting married," explained Griffa. "That is wonderful, Issa, but I don't know if that will be possible," said Ansel. "That could be a big risk." "It will be fine, Ansel. We can all travel there in a second, attend the wedding, and then come back the same day." Griffa smiled at Issa. "Hardly any risk at all." "Griffa," began Ansel carefully, "we should at least consider that there might be some risk. We know things are happening in the Oromist. We don't know when they might move to other parts of the kingdom." "Well, you have guards. Those guards are for the king's protection. They can scout out for us before we go. If things look even a little off, we could cancel. We have to at least try for Issa," said Griffa. Ansel looked at Griffa and then Issa. "I will consider it. Write back and tell him we will try to find a way for you to attend Issa." Griffa smiled brilliantly at Ansel. "Thank you, Ansel. I really didn't have the strength to argue with you much longer." The next day was gray and cool for a summer day. Rain fell from the sky, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Max dressed for the ring meeting and went downstairs to breakfast. Ansel and Griffa were already at the table. Griffa was dressed in her usual Keene finery, her hair braided elaborately on top of her head. She looked magnificent in her black dress with the red and gold phoenix feathers along the waist. "You look good, Griffa," said Max, sitting down. "Thank you, Max. I feel good, better than I have in a while," smiled Griffa. She turned to look at Ansel, and he winked at her. Max rolled his eyes and started filing his plate. "Do you have any idea what was on that scroll the informant gave you?" No, I haven't seen it yet. Hector wanted to read it. I am sure we will find out today, replied Ansel. I'm hoping to get a copy of it, said Griffa. I'd like to read it for myself. Ansel nodded. I don't think it will be a problem. I'd like to see it too. Griffa swallowed a piece of toast and asked, Will you tell the council about us traveling to the West Village later this summer? I will mention it. They may not like it, but I will tell them if we do go, we will take every precaution. Griffa nodded her approval. We better hurry. I told them we would be there first thing after breakfast, said Ansel. Griffa excused herself to get her cloak while Ansel and Max finished breakfast. She met them in the entryway. Issa and Nora came in to wave them off before eating breakfast. Nora brought Max his cloak and placed it on him. With a kiss from Issa and a pat on the shoulder from Nora, Max walked out onto the portico with Ansel and Griffa. Ugh, we've had such nice days lately. It just had to rain today, said Griffa, putting up her hood. Ansel put on his hat. I like the rain. He held out his arm for Griffa. You would? Griffa took Ansel's arm. Come closer to us, Max. As Max came closer, Griffa raised her hand. There, stay close, and you shouldn't get too drenched. The three walked quickly to the meeting hall of the Ring of Nine. They were led in by a small, bald man with glasses. Hello, Ansel, Miss Keene, my king. I am particular glad to see you, Miss Keene, looking so well. I heard about that nasty business. I'm glad to see you have recovered. Thank you, said Griffa. Is the ring ready for us? Yes, you can go right in, answered the man. They came to the large double doors, and Griffa knocked loudly. One door swung open to let them in, and they walked into the room. Welcome, said Hector. The ring stood as they came to the table. They were asked to sit down. Griffa was asked to sit next to Madame Sidora, while Max and Ansel sat between the leader of the ring, Hector, and the second chair, Helmer. Helmer was not Max's favorite person. I am glad you could join us today. A particular welcome to you, Griffon. I am sure everyone on the ring is glad to see you alive and well, said Hector, nodding at Griffa. There was a general sound of agreement around the ring. Madame Sidora took Griffa's hand and squeezed it. Max noticed Helmer was quiet. Now, let's get to it. I was given a scroll from a spy that says it came from the palace. I have examined it. It is writings from a man named Golnar. Much of it is information about a potion he has used to awaken the magical blood in those that magical ability had long lay dormant. It is his observations on how it works, and what happens during transformation. It also lays out what abilities are automatically received, and which will need to be worked on. So, you are saying powers in Oromist are awakening magic in dormant magic users using a potion. How is this possible? Asked Gorm, a tall man with brown hair, beady eyes, and a long nose. With blood magic, answered Griffa. We have a sample of the potion used. Max and I have been trying to figure out what exactly it is. We aren't sure of the exact potion, but it is old blood magic for certain. Is it effective? Asked Helmer. Do we know if it is actually working? According to Golnar's notes and our informant's witness, it is working. Hector looked over the scroll in front of him. The writings talk of a plan to release magic in the first ring of Oromist, and then work on those amongst the Oromist soldiers who have magical blood. This Golnar also has released magic in himself. We also know that Philo is most likely in contact with the palace. He may be traveling there to train the new magic users soon, related Ansel. Are we sure it's Philo who is working with them? Asked Gorm. Do you have proof? I do, declared Ansel. It was Philo's son, Marcus, who brought the poisoned flower into the house. Without Griffa's quick thinking, the whole house would have been exposed, which could have resulted in everyone's death, including the king. Max and I confronted Marcus. He said he had no knowledge of any plans, but could confirm that he was given the flower by his father to take to Griffa. And there were murmurs around the ring. Where is Marcus? Quick, asked Helmer. Can we bring him in? Maybe he knows something. He has disappeared as well, said Hector. I believe Ansel has some of his guards continuing to look for both Marcus and Philo. Is that correct? Ansel nodded. Very good. I think in light of all this information we need to be very vigilant. What is said in the ring must stay here. I am asking all in attendance to take an oath bound by magic. If anything said here is related to those who would harm our king, they will be banished from Abscon. Does anyone object? Hector looked around the ring. The room was silent. Very good. You are now bound to secrecy. I hate to do that. I want to trust everyone here, but I think to keep our king safe, we must do everything we can. What do we do about this new information? We know they are releasing magic user in the city. How long until it spreads out into the lands? Asked a brown-haired, middle-aged woman across the table from Helmer. It seems we have time. They are taking things slowly according to the writings. We have time to plan. We need to find out more about this potion, what it actually unlocks. Griffon, do you think you can find out more soon? Asked Hector. Yes, with Max's help, I think we can find out something by at least harvest time. If we know this is happening now, shouldn't we strike before they gain strength? We have the power now. We could gather forces, sneak into the city, and end those of the first circle before they start abusing their power, stated Helmer with purpose as he put his hand down loudly on the table. That is your answer? Asked Griffa incredulously. To go and kill all these people who have no idea what's really been done to them. If that is what we do, then we are no better than those in power right now. We must fight for everyone, especially those who are being used by this Golnar person. You do know what they plan to do, don't you, girl? Said Helmer, looking at Griffa. I've read this scroll. They want to get rid of all non-magical users. They want to use them where they can, and then wipe them out. What say you to that? It's awful, and it must be stopped, but those who are taking this potion now are not at fault. They will have to learn a new way when Max becomes king, but they should be given a chance. We can't just go in and destroy the city's inner ring, killing families. We can't. Griffa stood up. We have to believe every person is worth something, even those who may not agree with us right now. I know there will have to be sacrifices. I know there will probably be deaths, but we must save everyone we can. Well spoken, Griffon, said Madame Sidora. You are right. We cannot destroy ourselves in the war to come. Griffa sat down. Hector nodded. Very true. Griffon, we will await your report on the potion. If we gain any more information, we will meet again. Is there anything else? Max plans to travel to the West Village on the last day of summer. His particular friend Issa's father is getting married. Griffa and I will travel with them along with several of my guard. I will have the area scouted before we arrive. If it is safe, I would like Max to be able to go. It will just be a few hours away from Abscon. You think this is wise, Ansel? Shouldn't we keep the boy here where he is safe? Asked Hector. We cannot keep him caged up. He needs to live his life as best he can. I think the risk is minimal, replied Ansel. Max saw him quickly look at Griffa, who smiled. If you are sure it will be safe, then I see no reason not to let him go. If there is the slightest thing out of place, I hope you will bring him back quickly, said Hector. Of course, agreed Ansel. Good. Is there any objections? The room was silent again. Very good. You three may go. Griffa stood up and said, I would like a copy of those writings, if you please. It might help when researching the potion. Hector nodded. I will send it to you by tomorrow. Griffa thanked him as Ansel and Max stood up. They walked together out of the meeting hall and onto the path for home. What do you think, Griff? Asked Ansel. A lot of things, but mostly I think we have some good information. We know more than we did before, which is always helpful. I hope we can figure out that potion soon. It will help us know what we are up against. Until then, Max needs to continue to study and to train. The better prepared he is, the better protected he is, said Griffa. Max agreed. He silently vowed to apply himself even more to become who he needed to be. Chapter 19. Golnar sat at the large desk in the palace study just off the throne room, staring at the door. Till had asked to meet him there. He said he would have someone with him that Golnar would want to meet. Golnar hoped this meeting wouldn't take too long. He needed to get back to reading. He needed to figure out how to control his magic in new ways. They had unleashed 58 new magic users in the city, and he needed to figure out how to train them. Golnar had put a hold on any other gatherings until he could come up with a way to do trainings. He was learning new things every day, but it was long, hard work. If his plan took a little longer to complete, it was no matter. It would be better to do things right and take time than rush things through and ruin everything. Golnar had time. He had plenty of time. Regventus would become the kingdom he foresaw, even if it took the rest of his life. He wondered who Till could be brining to see him. He hoped it wasn't some fancy person from the first ring who wanted a favor. Without Lord Kedden there, Golnar sometimes had to play host and show favor to those who were valuable to the kingdom. He hated doing it. It was the only reason he missed having Kedden at the palace. Kedden was very good at handling the people. Golnar had thought a lot about Kedden the past few days. He needed to do something about him soon. He hoped Turin was keeping him well subdued on their trip. Golnar knew the title of king would go a long way to make Kedden happy and distract him from doing any actual leading. He had already put into motion the plan to make Kedden king. He believed he had support from almost the full council. It was enough to get it done. Those who didn't like it could rant all they wanted. They would fall in line eventually. There was a knock at the door of the study. Golnar raised his hand, and the door opened. Till walked in with a man Golnar did not know. He was tall, blond, and handsome. He looked no more than 40. His eyes were looking around the room. He had the look of someone who thought he owned any room he walked into. Golnar stood to greet his guest. "Good afternoon, Till," said Golnar. "Who have you brought with you?" "This is Philo Quick. He is the man I've been telling you about, the one who has been in contact with us," replied Till. Golnar's eyebrows lifted, and a smile formed on his lips. "Is it now?" "Good, good. Welcome, mister. Quick, please come in and make yourself comfortable." Golnar pointed to the 2 chairs in front of the desk. Till nodded, and Philo and Till each took a seat. "I am glad you could join us here. Are you settled somewhere?" asked Golnar. "I am staying with Viceroy Till at the moment. I have no complaints," said Philo, looking over at Till. "You are most welcome to stay at the mansion as long as you like," said Till, smiling encouragingly at the man. "I think you can be most helpful to us here." Golnar looked at Philo. "So, you are from an old magical family? Can you use magic proficiently?" Philo nodded. "I have been using magic my whole life. I could demonstrate something if you wish." "No, that won't be necessary right now," said Till as he looked at Golnar. "I was disappointed your plot to kill the so-called king did not work out." "I was as well, but sometimes things do not work out as they should. I am sure you will have more chances in the future," said Philo. "Perhaps." Golnar stared at the man. "What can you tell us about the king? He is strong. How is his magic ability? Who is he staying with? Who is training him?" Philo crossed his legs and took his time answering. "The king is a 17-year-old boy who has only known of his magical ability for less than a year. He grew up in Clarton under the guidance of a stable master. He is living in a young woman's household. She is the only survivor of an old magical family, one of the oldest. I understand he is being trained by her and his protector." "Ah, yes, the protector. I've read about the line of protectors. So the line is still intact," said Golnar, making notes. "What is the protector's name?" "Ansel of the line of Rhea. The king is staying in Keene Manor in Abscon. I can't get you in the village, so don't ask. I doubt I could find it now if I tried. They have many protections set up. They have been on high alert since the attack on Clarton," explained Philo. Golnar made several notes, writing down Ansel, Rhea, and Keene. "What is the king's name?" "Maxwell of the line of Adalwin. He is said to be a direct descendant of the original king, King Nathan, on both sides." It was quiet for a moment, with the scratching of Golnar's quill being the only sound. "Good. This is helpful information. Now, you say you are proficient at magic. Are you willing to hold trainings for us?" Golnar finished making his notes. "I can be for the right price," said Philo, sitting up straighter. "What do you want, Mr. Quick?" asked Golnar, setting down his quill. "I want a large home in the inner circle of the city. I want my wife moved safely here soon. I want protection for my only child, Marcus, no matter what nonsense he believes in, and I want a place on the council," said Philo, confidently. Golnar studied the man for a moment. "I can give you a home, move your wife, and guarantee the safety of your son. For a place on the council, I will need to see you in action during trainings first. I would like you to start with some of our citizens of the city who have had their magic unleashed. I would like to include some soldiers I have identified as well." "I can wait for the place on the council, but I want it guaranteed if the trainings please you," said Philo. "What position on the council do you think you could take? The council is full at the moment." "They represent the 12 lands of our kingdom," said Till. "Maybe a new position could be created. I will be training your soldiers. I believe I could be a good fighter. I am very good at magical dueling. You could put me on the council in a military position," offered Philo. "That's an idea. We will have to see how proficient you are," said Golnar. "I understand. Of course, I also have a friend in Abscon right now who can give up information on the king. I would be glad to send messages to him and see what he has to say, with assurances of this military position," said Philo with a small smile. Golnar drummed his fingers on the desk. I suppose your friend will want things as well? Naturally. I am sure he will want protection for himself and his family and some sort of power. I can ask and find out for you, said Philo. Very well. Let's start with the trainings, shall we? Can you begin in 2 days? I can bring in 20 of our citizens and some of our soldiers, related Golnar. I don't see a problem if I am able to have my wife moved here within the next week. I have been apart from her for too long, said Philo, looking down at his nails as if he was bored. Golnar shrugged. It will be done. You will come to the throne room in 2 days. I will lead you to the ballroom where we will have lessons. You will start with teaching basic control, simple curses and spells, and then move on to more advanced magic. Is that understood? Yes, that will be fine, said Philo, nodding. You will come to my chambers after the training and work with me one-on-one. You will help Viceroy Till in his home whenever he likes, ordered Golnar, nodding towards Till. Philo nodded in return. You will also write your friend and find out what you can about what's going on with the king. If you are given useful information, I will guarantee your friend a place here in the capital with all the money and power he can stand, said Golnar, standing up. Will that all work? Philo stood up and took Golnar's hand. Yes, that all sounds very satisfactory. Golnar pulled Philo close to the desk. If you betray us in any way, you will be immediately terminated. Your wife will die, your son will die, and none of it will be swift or painless. Are we clear? Philo smiled slightly and nodded. Good. Now, I think we will be great friends. I will see you in 2 days' time. Go wait in the throne room for Till. I want to speak with him. Philo walked out of the room and shut the door behind him. You trust him completely? Asked Golnar, sitting back down. Till shrugged. He risked a lot coming here. He did try to kill the king as far as we know. We need him and his skills. I think we have to trust him to some extent. True, we do need him. Watch him closely. If he shows the slightest sign of betrayal, let me know. If he betrays us in any way, I think he knows what will happen to him. Fear should keep him in line. He will stay with me for a while. It will take time to get him and his family a house anyway. I will have my servants watch him. We have much to gain from the alliance, said Till. I'm not sure that man is afraid of anything he has seen here. Keep him close to you as long as you can. We have a lot to lose at this point. Go, take him home. See how well you can get to know him, Till. If he says anything interesting, let me know. I want to know everything I can about this man. Till nodded and rose from his seat. I will. I think this is a good thing, Golnar. I hope so, said Golnar, walking Till out the door. Golnar stood in his room with Philo quick at his side. Philo shook his head at Golnar. No, you have to really think you can do it. Believe you can. That's the trick with magic. It works with your reactions. If you have doubt, it will not work. Haven't you noticed when you're angry or agitated your magic reacts differently? Golnar thought back to when he first received his magic, the power and elation he felt. He killed Burnout so easily. He hadn't had power like that since then. He thought it had been the effect of the potion, but maybe it was the confidence and emotion he had that day. You're right, said Golnar. Now try again. Knock down those books by raising your hand. Think about what you want to do. Think about why you want to do it, why you really want to do it. Golnar thought of the kingdom finally being the way he envisioned it. He thought about his mother dying of hunger. He thought of all the people who tried to push him down when he was younger. Golnar pushed his hand out, and the pile of books set up on the table exploded in a flurry of pages. Well done, said Philo. I think we should leave it for there today. I can come back next week after the next training if you like. Golnar nodded. Will you have a drink with me before you go? Yes, of course, replied Philo. Golnar motioned for Philo to have a seat in one of his large chairs. He poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Philo as he sat next to him on the sofa. I think training went very well today. I think in a few weeks the people we have gathered will be proficient magical users, said Golnar, taking a sip of his wine. They will know the basics at least. That might be enough for some of them. If you think any of them will need more advanced magic, we will have to have more individualized lessons. Perhaps with the soldiers, I could start next week meeting with 2 or 3. It would be helpful to have some able fighters on hand. That is good thinking, Philo. I have no objections, said Golnar, though I hope we don't have to fight too soon. I would rather build up our armies first. I understand, but if an opportunity did arise, it would be good to be ready, said Philo, drinking his wine and looking at Golnar. What type of opportunity are you thinking of? Asked Golnar, putting down his glass. You may not know this, but the king was actually in Clarton during the invasion of Oromist soldiers. He had to be fetched away by his protector and that woman he lives with. What if we could catch the king outside the safety of Abscon? We could ambush him with proficient soldiers and be done with him. He won't go anywhere without his protector, will he? Asked Golnar. I imagine he is a proficient fighter. Won't there be guards as well? It only takes one curse to end a 17-year-old boy. It might be worth a shot if the opportunity comes up. I don't think we should rule it out. We should keep our ears and eyes open, said Philo, draining his wine glass. Golnar raised his hand, and a jug of wine flew into it. He refilled Philo's glass. I think a military position on the council may do very well for you, said Golnar, toasting Philo. Very well indeed. Chapter 20. Griffa sat in her cellar in front of the fireplace. She had a book propped on a stool in front of her. She waved her hand, and the fire lit in the fireplace in front of her. She waved her hand again, and the large kettle nearby lifted itself on the hook over the fire. She pulled out the small vial of gold potion out of her pocket and looked at it. I need to find out what you are, she said to herself. Griffa magicked some water from a nearby bucket into the kettle. She added many different ingredients from around her small room. The liquid inside bubbled high. Griffa waved her hand, and her fire burned lower. She found a dropper next to her, and took a very small amount of the potion in the vial and added it into the kettle. The liquid in the cauldron turned dark green and foamed. She looked at it and nodded her head. I guess that looks right, mumbled Griffa, reading the book she had propped open. Now I have to let it sit for a few days. Griffa got up off the stool she was sitting on, stretched her back, and yawned. It had been a long day. She had trained with Max in the morning, studied with Issa about blood potions in the afternoon, and spent several hours after dinner in her cellar, trying to find out how to do the potion in front of her. She felt herself sway a little. Her head was spinning. She was feeling stronger every day, but perhaps she had overdone it a little. She steadied herself as best she could, opened the door, and walked up the stairs. She didn't think she could make it up the larger stairs to her room, so Griffa went into the parlor and fell onto the sofa. It was very comfortable. A night there wouldn't be so bad. Griffa, said Ansel in a sleepy voice. Griffa looked over and saw Ansel was slumped in one of the chairs by the fireplace. Ansel, what are you still doing up? Asked Griffa, sitting up on the sofa as best she could. I was waiting for you, but I guess I dozed off. How long have you been working? Ansel rubbed his eyes. Too long, I think. I guess everyone else has gone to bed, said Griffa. Yes, ages ago. I knew I should have gone down there and got you. What were you working on? I think I've found a way to find out what's in that potion. It will take a few days, but if I'm right, we will know at least some of the ingredients in it. I added all that I could find that might be in something like that. She yawned at the end of her sentence. You need to go to bed, said Ansel, standing up. Come on. Griffa looked up at him. Don't be smug about this, but I don't think I can make it upstairs. Griffa gave him a look she hoped wasn't too pathetic. Ansel smirked at her. Finally going to admit you overdo it sometimes? Well, I guess you can sleep down here. That sofa doesn't look too bad. Ansel started walking away. Ansel, really? Huffed Griffa. He came back and picked her up. I can definitely tell you're eating better lately, said Ansel, giving her a little squeeze. Griffa swatted him. If that's how you're going to be, I'll just crawl up the stairs. No, I'll make it somehow, smiled Ansel. He carried her up the stairs and into her room, placing her on her bed. He closed the door and came over, taking off his boots and shirt. Griffa pulled down the covers, and he walked over and lay beside her, pulling up the covers over them both. He pulled her into his arms, and she immediately started feeling warm and sleepy. I should probably get cleaned up and undressed, but I don't think I have the energy, said Griffa with her eyes closed. She knew her hands and face were probably filthy. I can help you if you like, or don't bother with it. You can have a bath in the morning, said Ansel. He kissed her on the cheek as she fell asleep. Griffa dreamed of her father. She was around 7 years old and was sitting by the fireplace in the parlor when her father came in and smiled at her. Here's my little queen. What have you been doing today? I made Ansel teach me how to jump my horse over the fence by the pond, but it didn't go so well for him. I, on the other hand, jumped the fence twice, said Griffa triumphantly. Already ordering young men around, said her father. I will have to find some very special young man to marry you some day. Will I marry? Do I have to?" asked Griffa, looking up at her father. He came over and sat down in the chair in front of her. "No, you don't not have to marry, but why wouldn't you want to?" asked her father. "Because then I'll have to leave you." "And what if my husband won't let me ride with Ansel?" asked Griffa sadly. "My sweet, you will never have to leave me if you don't want to. Any man that marries you will have to live here with you. You are a Keene, and this is your home. As for seeing Ansel, I doubt any man could not give you anything you asked for. I would like to fall in love some day, but I want to do all kind of things. I want to see the whole kingdom. I want to brew every potion ever written and come up with new ones. I want to read all the books in the town library. I want to dance at every festival in every village I can find. Do you think if I find a husband, he will let me do that?" "You will have to find someone very special. It might take a while. That's good, though, because I won't give you up any time soon. You will have to find someone fit for the queen that you are. Don't settle, Griffa. It took me a while to find your mother, but when I did, I knew almost immediately she was the love of my life." "I wish I had known her," said Griffa sadly. "I hope she would have liked me." "She loved you, and she would love you even more now. You do know her. You are so much like her, Griffa. She was strong, brave, and kind. Your eyes are just like hers. I could always tell what mood she was in just by looking at them, just like I can do with yours. I think yours say you are hungry right now. Run into the kitchen and see if it's time for dinner." Griffa stood up. "Father, I don't want to leave you any time soon. I love you." Her father walked up and touched her little nose. "And you won't. You will be the lady of my house for many years. I love you, my dear. Now run along." Griffa woke up from her dream in the middle of the night. She smiled at the memory of her father. Griffa looked over at Ansel sleeping soundly next to her. She had found someone very special. She wondered what her father would have made of her and Ansel's relationship. She had to think that if her father saw how much she loved Ansel, he would approve. Griffa snuggled into Ansel's side and fell back asleep, feeling very happy and very loved. The next day found Griffa outside in the yard with Max. They had an ottoman from the parlor in front of them. It was large and green. "I wish we could actually send this thing somewhere outside of Abscon and be able to go check on it," said Griffa, looking over the ottoman. "But we can't travel anywhere unless we leave the gate." "I know, but we can at least try something larger than an apple. Where do you want to try to send it?" asked Max. How about by the back door?" replied Griffa. Max nodded and took her hand. Griffa concentrated and felt the magic pulsing through Max's hand. It intertwined with her own, creating a warm feeling in her palm. It was strange how his magic felt with hers. It was not the first time she had felt her magic react to others. She remembered how it felt to feel her father's magic combine with hers when she was younger and learning to do new things. She was always aware of Ansel's magic seeking hers when they were close. With Max it was different. It was as if their magic was working to create something new, something more powerful. Griffa took a deep breath, envisioning the ottoman by the door, and squeezed Max's hand. She opened her eyes, and the ottoman disappeared. She looked over, and it was in front of the door. She glanced at Max to find him smiling at her. "I think we are getting better at this." Max let go of her hand. She nodded and messaged her palm, feeling how hot it was to her touch. "It's strange that we can only manage it together, but I suppose it takes powerful magic to make it happen." Max nodded. They spent the rest of the morning moving the ottoman around. They added other objects with it. They found success moving the ottoman with an apple, a broom, and a teapot all in one try. After moving 5 different objects at once, Griffa moved over to the nearby bench and sat down, messaging her hand. "Are you a light?" asked Max, looking at her with concern. He flopped down on the bench next to her opening and closing his hand over and over as though trying to get feeling back in it. "Yes, I'm fine. I just need a break," said Griffa. She put both her hands on the bench and stretched her back. "Has anything new been heard from Oromist?" Max stopped flexing his hand and moved it around. "No, we have not heard from our spy," replied Griffa, sitting up on the bench. "I wonder if Philo has found his way there yet." They were silent for a while until Max asked, "Have you ever seen Oromist in person?" Griffa nodded her head. "I have. I visited there about a year before I met you. There was a time I traveled the kingdom for a while, sometimes with Ansel, sometimes with other friends, and sometimes on my own. Why do you ask?" "What's it like? What does it look like?" asked Max. Griffa smiled and stood up. She held out her hand, and Max took it. She pulled him up. "Come on, I'll show you." Griffa took him to the large map of Regventus that was located in a room off of her father's study. The map laid on a huge table that took up most of the room. Griffa smiled, thinking of the time she had spent with her father in this room as he taught her about the kingdom. She walked over to where Oromist was located, on the east side of Regventus, next to a large river that ran through the kingdom. She put her hand over the spot it would be and raised it. The city came to life before their eyes. 5 rings appeared, all with their own buildings, paths, and roads. It started small, with scattered buildings on the outer ring, and became crowded with mismatched buildings in 4th and 3rd rings. The 2nd ring was full of sprawling buildings and lawns. The 5th was all large homes with neat gardens and stables. In the middle was a large palace with many towers and courtyards. Griffa smiled at Max. "This is Oromist. It has 5 rings. The outer ring is mostly inns, stables, and some older homes. The poorer citizens live in the 4th and 3rd rings. The shops are also mostly contained in the 3rd ring. The 2nd ring has the largest library in the kingdom and places for children from the upper rings to learn alongside older children who have been chosen from all over the kingdom. The 1st ring is where the most powerful and wealthy of the kingdom live. Of course, in the center is the palace. It was first built by King Nathan and then added on to by several other kings and queens for various reasons. Some good, some bad." Max looked closely at the city. He seemed to be studying it, trying to take in every detail. "What is your favorite place in the city, Griffa?" asked Max. "Oh, the library here," said Griffa, pointing to a large building in the 2nd ring. "I also really like this pathway behind the library that leads to this large field. It's a pretty place to walk, and the field had a large celebration going on one day when I visited with Talon. You know, there are many paths there, some of them quite secluded." She trailed off, lost in her own memories for a moment. Max snapped her out of her short daydream by saying, "I can't imagine living there. It is so different than anything I've ever known." "You will get used to it, Max. Remember how strange and different Epscon seemed when you came here. I think in the short time you've been here, you seem very comfortable. It's because you were meant to be amongst the magical folk. Maybe you will feel at home in the palace because you were meant to be king," said Griffa, looking at Max. "I thought you said no one is meant to do anything. I thought we make our own choices." Max stared at the palace. "We do. We choose what we want to do and who we want to be, but if we are secure in those choices, I think it makes a difference. If you are sure in your choice of being the king, you will grow into the role. You will become comfortable with all it takes to rule Regventus. I'm not saying it will happen magically, but you will do what you need to do to adapt, to become the king you need to be for the kingdom." "I hope so, Griffa," said Max, looking up at her. He didn't seem very sure. "I know so, Max. You won't be alone. You'll have Issa and Ansel and of course me," said Griffa. Max looked over Oromist for almost another hour, asking Griffa questions. She didn't mind, but eventually she did drag him to lunch. After lunch she checked on her potion and adjusted her fire. She spent the afternoon with Issa researching blood magic. They found some very interesting information on how blood magic had been used through the ages, but nothing very helpful. By dinner, Griffa was wondering when Ansel would be home. He had been with his guards all day, training. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. Griffa read for a while in the parlor. She was hoping Ansel would come home soon. Eventually she got bored, threw her book aside, and went into her cellar to watch her potion. Time went by as she watched her potion bubble. She looked over the book in front of her, searching for anything she might have done wrong. She knew it was getting late and was thinking of heading to bed when the door opened and Ansel walked into the room. "Here you are. I thought you would have been in bed, but when I didn't find you there, I went looking for you," said Ansel. He came over to her and bent down and kissed her. He sat on a stool next to her, looking very tired. "Long day for you," said Griffa, looking at him. "I didn't know you would be gone so long." "Neither did I, but I haven't trained with my guards in a while. They also had many questions about what happened here. Then I had to go over the plan to go to the wedding in the West Village. They just got away from me." "Have you eaten?" asked Griffa with concern. "I have," said Ansel, looking at her. "What book do you have there?" "It's one of the books I could find on blood potions. I used it to find out how to make this potion. I've been trying to learn more about the consequences of participating in blood magic, and maybe how to offset them, but I haven't found much. I can't believe all the people who are taking this potion without their knowledge. I shudder to think what might happen to them." Ansel turned his eyes away from her and stood up. He walked over to her small cot and sat down. "What's wrong, Ansel?" asked Griffa, standing up as well. She walked over and sat next to Ansel. Ansel was quiet. He rubbed his face with his hands and turned to look at her. "There is something I need to tell you. I should have told you sooner, but I wanted to make sure you were well. This may not be the right time, but I don't like keeping secrets from you." Griffa sat up straighter. A bad feeling crept over her. "What is it, Ansel? Just tell me." Ansel turned to face her. He took her hand. "Griffa, I want you to know how close we all were to losing you. You were dying in front of us. It was awful. I can barely think about it." "Then don't," said Griffa. She put her hand on Ansel's cheek. "It's done. I didn't die. I got better." Ansel took her hand in his own. He kissed her palm and brought it down. He stared at their joined hands. "You did get better, but for a reason. Chiron said there was no hope. He said you had less than a day left, but Max said he knew a way to save you. He had been studying things on his own. He said he had found a potion that would heal you." He looked up at her slowly. "Griffa, it was blood magic." Griffa took her hands away from Ansel. "What? Blood magic? You used blood magic on me?" She felt shocked. He could not really mean it. She stood up and walked over close to the door. She grabbed her chest. It felt hard to breathe. Ansel stared at her from the cot. "Griffa, we had to do something. We couldn't let you just die. I couldn't lose you, not when there was something that could be done." "Whose blood did Max use, Ansel?" asked Griffa coldly. "Mine and Issa's," replied Ansel. His head fell forward, and he looked at the floor. "Max was going to use his, but I said I wanted to use mine. Issa's blood was to save you. Mine was to preserve you magic." Griffa felt her anger rise. "You let Issa do this. She has non-magical blood, Ansel. I can't even begin to imagine what this will end up doing to her. And Max brewed this potion. You let them do this, and you gave it to me? You knew how I felt about blood magic, and you let this happen." Ansel stood up and glared at Griffa. "I didn't let Max and Issa do anything. They were determined. We didn't do this without great thought, Griffa. It was the only way. You are only here right now because of that potion made with blood magic. I am not going to apologize for it. I would do it again 100 times if that's what it took for you to be standing there angry at me." Griffa stared at Ansel, not knowing what to say. She was angry and confused. She felt betrayed and hurt. She just wanted to get out of there. She turned, opened up the door, and ran up the stairs. She got to the entrance hall before Ansel caught her. He grabbed her hand and pulled her to him. Ansel gently tilted her head up to look at him. Griffa lifted her eyes and looked into his face. His eyes were red with dark circles underneath. She could see tears on the surface. She wanted to be angry. She wanted to throw his hands away and run, but looking at him, her anger started fading away. She felt his magic reach out for hers, and her own respond. She felt calmer. She took a breath and felt at peace. "Griffa, don't punish me for this, please, at least not like this. Don't run away. I understand you are angry and hurt, but don't pull away from me. I know what we did sounds wrong, but it was the only way. I was told you were going to die. I was watching you get weaker and weaker. I had to imagine, really imagine what my life would be like without you in it. It was awful. I don't think I could have handled it. We all knew the risk. We know them now, and we don't care. I don't care. All that matters is that you are here with me now. So go ahead, yell at me. Tell me how wrong I was. Do what you need to do, but don't leave me. Don't push me away. Do what you need to do so we can get through this, because I'm not ever going anywhere." Griffa saw his tears fall, and she felt tears come to her own eyes. She was angry. She was hurt, but she could understand. If she was faced with losing Ansel, wouldn't she go to the same lengths to save him? There was no doubt she would. Griffa took a shuddering breath. She reached up and pulled Ansel's face down. She kissed him. She felt him collapse on her a little and felt his tears fall on her face. He grabbed her and pulled her into him. She wrapped his arms around him, and he held her tight. "Griffa, I'm so sorry." I just couldn't," apologized Ansel. Griffa pulled back to look up at him. "I know. I do, Ansel. I'm not going to let this come between us. I'm not going to let this do anything to any of us. We will find a way to deal with whatever happens." Ansel smiled at her. He kissed her forehead, and Griffa closed her eyes. Ansel kissed her eyes and her nose before claiming her mouth in a hard kiss. He pushed her over to against the wall, covering her body with his. He kissed her again and again. He moved on to her throat, placing little kisses there down to her shoulder as he pulled the neckline of her dress down. She heard herself make a small noise of satisfaction. She pulled Ansel as close to her as she could as he moved back to kissing her lips. Her hands were buried in his hair as she moved her body against his. His hands started at her hips, and one was making its way up her side. They heard a door open upstairs and broke apart, hiding back into the shadows. They looked up to find Max looking out of his door with Issa behind him. They watched as he kissed her before she walked quickly to her own room. Griffa looked at Ansel, and they both started laughing. She then grabbed his hand and led him up the stairs to their bed. Chapter 21. Kedden sat at the desk in the parlor of the river house, reading one of the many messages that had been delivered to him over the past week. He had been sending out many messages to different parts of the kingdom. He had sent them to several viceroys on the council. He had kept them light and vague. He had asked general questions about the state of each land. He had asked if they had any request he should know about. He made sure to put one line in each message. I know sometimes we can be so blinded by the power and business of Oromist that we forget what we owe to the many lands that make up our kingdom. He had hoped this line would be enough to signal to anyone who might have sent him the message by the large bird that he wanted to talk without alerting anyone else. So far, all the messages he had gotten had not been overly informative. The 3 he had read today had only thanked him for his interest. They had said their lands only wanted to do what was best for Oromist and the kingdom. Kedden threw down the letter in his hand and sighed. He had 3 more letters left. 2 were from Till, and Kedden wasn't sure he was in the mood to read those today. He picked up one letter that had no name on it besides his own. He opened it and was about to start reading when Turin walked into the room. Kedden noticed she looked much more well-rested and happier lately. She seemed to have gained some weight, and she was able to sleep better at night. "Good morning, Turin," said Kedden brightly. Turin smiled and walked over to him. She took his hand and gave him a kiss on his cheek. "Good morning, my lord. I'm sorry to have slept so late this morning." "You can sleep all day if it makes you feel better. You need not worry about any schedule here. Have you eaten?" Turin sat down in a seat in front of Kedden's desk. "Yes, I just had breakfast, but with the way I've been feeling I might have to eat again in an hour. I'll be as big as a house if I keep this up." "Hardly, my dear. You have wasted away to almost nothing. I am glad to see you have an appetite again. Is there anything I can get you now?" "No, I am well. I was wondering if you would take a walk with me. I haven't been out in ages, and I would like to go down to the river." Kedden looked down at his unopened messages. He decided they could wait until later. He was happy to see Turin with so much energy, and he wanted to please her. "Let's go now, while you are feeling well-rested and fed. I can work on this correspondence at any time." Turin smiled as they stood. She took his hand, and they walked out the door and onto the back lawn. Turin closed her eyes and breathed in deep. "It is so beautiful out here. Part of me wishes we never had to go back to Oromist or the palace." "I know what you mean. It's been wonderful to just be in the quiet. I always believed I wanted nothing but my life in the palace. I thought I wanted importance and power. I craved the lavish parties and people begging for my attention. But since coming out here, I envy those who live a simpler life," said Kedden as he looked down to the river flowing by. "So you want to live in some small cottage and raise crops?" asked Turin with a giggle. "I don't know if I can picture you as a farmer or me as a farmer's wife. You would come home after milking you cows to me barefoot with 3 kids cooking dinner." Kedden smiled, thinking of Turin with 3 of their children hanging off of her. "Well, maybe not a farmer, but a nice-sized manor out in the country sounds nice. Just a few people on staff. You and I able to spend our days as we want. You could raise roses, and I could breed horses." Turin grabbed Kedden's hand. "Come on, let's go wade in the water." They walked down to the water and took off their shoes. They spent a pleasant morning walking in the shallows of the river. Turin would kick water at Kedden, and he would retaliate by splashing her. Before long they were both laughing and drenched. Eventually they sat together on the bank, Turin in Kedden's arms. "I've missed you so much, Kedden," said Turin. "I know we've been together this whole time, but I feel like I've been so sick and tired that I've barely spent time with you." Kedden kissed Turin on her head. "I know, but you are doing better now. If you are well and our child is well, this has all been worth it. We can stay a little longer and enjoy each other now. All that matters to me is that you and our child are safe and happy." Turin turned around to look at Kedden. "Kedden, you know that I love you dearly, don't you? I have loved you for a long time. No matter what I do, it is because I love you." Kedden gave Turin a confused look. "Of course I know you love me. I've never doubted it. Is something wrong?" Turin looked intently at Kedden. He had a feeling she wanted to tell him something. "No, nothing's wrong. Not right now. I just want to do a better job of taking care of you. I want to spend more time with you. I got so wrapped up in being the lady of the kingdom that I think I forgot to show you how much I love you." Kedden laughed. "I distinctly remember you showing me quite often how much you loved me. I think we have the proof right here." Kedden rubbed her stomach affectionately. Turin gave Kedden a half smile. "You know, I am feeling much better right now. Perhaps we might go up to the house and retire to our room." Kedden gave Turin a smile and stood up, dragging her with him. He placed her arm in his and said, "Let me escort you, my lady." They walked arm in arm back to the house. Kedden lay in bed looking at Turin. She had fallen asleep quickly after their time together. He watched her for a moment and smiled. He was glad she was finally feeling better. He had been so worried seeing what this pregnancy was doing to her. He had been scared that she may not survive it. He had been debating going back to Oramus to see Golnar to try to help her. But now it seemed she had turned a corner. Kedden was pleased. Maybe they could stay there by the river another month complete. Kedden got up slowly out of bed and redressed. He needed to look over all his messages, even the ones from Till he had been avoiding. He walked downstairs and poured himself a drink from the wine on a side table close to his desk. He took his wine and sat down. He took a drink and picked up the message that had no name but his own. Opening it, read, "Lord Kedden, I was glad to have read your letter. I believe you are more than others let you be. I think you have a real interest in the kingdom. You must know that you are being kept from seeing the whole truth. You shouldn't trust anyone, especially those closest to you. You need to go back to the palace. Do what you need to do to stay close to the powers there. There is much that will happen. Play the part you need to play to keep safe. You will be needed. I will be in touch soon, and I will tell you more then. My only loyalty is to the kingdom and the gods." Kedden read over the letter twice. He wasn't sure what to make of it. It said he shouldn't trust anyone, especially those closest to him. Who was closest to him? He thought of Till and Golnar. He already had a feeling he shouldn't trust them. Who else? Turin was very close to him, but he could trust her, couldn't he? Kedden thought about Turin. He had known her for so long. They had been together for a long time. She was his wife and the mother of his child. Surely he could trust her. Kedden tried to think over the time since he and Turin married. Was there anything suspicious? His memories seemed clouded. His time with her in Oromist was a blissful blur. Kedden shook his head. He loved Turin, and she loved him. If there was anyone he could trust, it had to be her. Kedden folded the letter and put it in his pocket. He would need to find somewhere safe to put it to look over it later. He didn't want anyone to find it, not even Turin. He picked up Till's first letter and opened it. It started out as just news about the Oromist. Till described the summer festivities. He went on and on about how much Kedden was missed by the people. He hoped Turin was doing well and that Kedden was enjoying his break. Till encouraged Kedden to stay as long as he liked in the river house. Before the letter ended, there was a paragraph added on. It contained much more interesting information. There was a spy from the magical folk staying in the kingdom. He was training those whose magic had been released, including Till. He had information on the supposed king. They hoped to be able to move against this king before long. Kedden set the letter down and sat back. This was interesting and much unlike the other letters Till had sent. All the messages before this were just general news of the city and a call for Kedden to stay in the river house with Turin. Kedden had gotten the sense that Till didn't want him to know what was going on in Oromist. It was strange that Till had added this paragraph with actual news. Kedden eyed the other letter from Till and wondered what it might say. He picked up the letter as Turin walked into the room and smiled at him. "You left me. I guess I feel asleep again," said Turin, coming to sit in front of Kedden. "I wanted to let you sleep. I know you are feeling better, but you still need plenty of rest. I had some letters to catch up on, so I came down here to read them." "Who's that one from?" asked Turin, looking at the letter in Kedden's hand. "It's from Till," replied Kedden, looking at the letter. "What does he have to say? Is everything going well in the city?" Turin sat back in her chair and stared at Kedden. "I haven't read this one yet," said Kedden. Well, go on then. Tell me how things are back home. Kedden opened the letter and started reading. It wasn't a very long letter, but Kedden read it slowly 3 times just to make sure he was actually understanding what it said. It seemed they wouldn't be able to stay another month by the river after all. "Well, Kedden, how are things in Ormust?" asked Turin. He kept reading over his letter. "Kedden?" She sat up straight and looked at Kedden. He looked over the letter at Turin. "You are feeling better now, correct? You are almost completely well?" Turin cocked her head and gave Kedden a confused look. "Yes, I feel much better now, almost back to my normal self. Why do you ask?" Kedden smiled at her. "I think we will need to travel soon. We will need to be back in Ormust within the next month." She looked interested. "Whatever for?" Kedden cocked one eyebrow and handed her the letter. "For our coronation, my queen." Chapter 22. Ansel walked out onto the back lawn to find Max and Griffa standing in the middle of various objects from the house. They were holding hands and had their eyes closed. Close to them were their 2 horses, grazing nearby. Ansel stopped and stared at this odd sight.
"Griffa, what in the kingdom are you 2 doing?" asked Ansel, looking all around.
"S.H.H. Be quiet, Ansel." "Wait," said Griffa, sounding irritated. Ansel watched in silence as Max and Griffa stood quietly with closed eyes, holding hands. Suddenly their eyes flew open and everything on the lawn disappeared. Max looked at Griffa and smiled. He dropped her hand and quickly mounted his horse. Griffa ran to hers as well, jumping on the back of her large mare and pulling herself up. She turned to Ansel. "Well, come on. Come see if we did it," said Griffa with a broad smile. Ansel gave her a confused look, but walked over and mounted behind her on her horse. They took off, galloping toward the fields. Max followed close behind. They rode until they came to a large tree in the field. Ansel's eyes widened. Every object from the back lawn was arranged around the tree. Griffa and Max hopped off their horses. They looked around in gleeful excitement, then turned to each other as Griffa launched herself into Max's arms. He caught her and swung her around. "We did it," said Max, sitting Griffa down. Ansel hopped off of Griffa's horse and walked over to them. "You 2 did this? You moved all these objects at once with magic?" asked Ansel, looking around. "Yes," said Griffa happily. "Isn't it wonderful?" "We should move it back now," commented Max, picking up an apple on top of a table. "We should," said Griffa. She turned to Max with a cocked eyebrow and a smirk. "Do you think we can put it all back where it goes? Could we send it all to different areas of the house?" Max looked at her with a huge smile. "I don't know, but now I want to try it." Max held out his hand, and Griffa grabbed it. "Okay," said Griffa, taking a deep breath. "We have to imagine everything where it goes. Can you do that, Max?" Max nodded, and they closed their eyes. "Are you too sure about this?" asked Ansel, standing back. "What if you drop a table on someone's foot, or that pillow ends up in Nora's stew?" "Quiet, Ansel. Positive thoughts. We can do this," assured Griffa. They stood in silence as the late summer wind blew around them. They opened their eyes, and everything disappeared again. Max ran to his horse. Ansel helped Griffa up this time, jumping up behind her. They rode to the house quickly. On the back lawn, Griffa and Max jumped down. "Can you take the horses to the stable for us, Ansel?" asked Griffa. Ansel wanted to see what mischief they caused in the house, but he nodded. Max handed Ansel the reins to his horse, and Ansel rode off on Griffa's mare to the stable. After seeing to the horses, he walked to the house. He entered the parlor to find Griffa turning the table in front of the sofa right side up with a flick of her hand. "So, how'd it go?" asked Ansel, watching them work. "Not too bad, actually," said Max. "A couple of pillows were in the wrong spot. This table was upside down, and Issa got smacked a little with a book." Max looked over to Issa, who was sitting by the fireplace. He gave her an apologetic look. "But everything was in its general area, so for our first try, I would call it a success," declared Griffa as she held one hand with the other and sat down on the sofa. "What's wrong with your hand, Griff?" asked Ansel, sitting down beside her. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just a little burn from the spell. It happens," said Griffa. "I can put some ointment on it later. Max, do you need some?" Max looked at Griffa and nodded while holding up his hand. Ansel took Griffa's hand gently and looked at it. It was very red and had blisters all along the palms. "This spell causes this. I've never heard of anything like this, have you?" Griffa shook her head. "No, but it's not too bad. No real harm, not when you see what we can do." Ansel released her hand and shrugged. You two might want to take a break from this, at least until you find out more about it. It'll be fine, Ansel. Is it almost lunch? I'm starving, said Griffa, getting up. Ansel knew in Griffa language that meant drop it, so he did for now. They all went in for lunch. Issa, have you heard from your father this week? Asked Griffa, putting some food on her plate. I have. He's arrived in the West Village. Everything is ready for the wedding. He is hoping we will make it, replied Issa. Of course we are going to make it, said Griffa, picking up a glass of water. Everything is in place, right, Ansel? Ansel nodded. My guards are leaving today. If there isn't anything out of place, we will leave in 3 days as planned. Issa smiled at Ansel. I hope my father is very happy with his new wife. I can't wait to meet her. You will soon enough, said Griffa. How are we going to do this, Ansel? We will have to walk to the gates of Abscon. The wedding is after lunch, so we will need to eat early here and leave. Between you, me, and Max, we can take Nora and Issa and travel magically just outside the West Village. That should leave us plenty of time to say hello before the wedding starts. Thank you so much for making this happen, Ansel. I know it's a lot of work and bother. I wish I could repay you somehow, said Issa, looking at Ansel. Ansel waved her away. You help us every day, Issa? Not to mention what you did for me, said Griffa quietly. You are very brave and kind, Issa. We are all glad to be able to do this for you. After lunch, Ansel took Max outside to work on some blocking spells. He figured Griffa would join them, but he did not see her until dinner. After dinner, she disappeared down into her cellar. When she didn't come up for 2 hours, Ansel went down to check on her. What are you doing down here? Asked Ansel. Griffa was sitting at a table with many different vials of ingredients lined up on it. She had a book opened next to her. These are the ingredients I could separate from that potion we received from the spy. I'm trying to look through these books and see if it matches any of the spells in here. Maybe I can figure out what potion was used and find out any known effects. Ansel reached over and shut her book. She looked up at him with a frown. You've worked long enough today. Come to bed, said Ansel. There is so much we don't know, and I feel like I am so close to finding out more. If I can figure this out, maybe it will help me with that potion Max used for me, said Griffa, reopening her book. Ansel kneeled down beside her and gently made her turn towards him. Griffa, for someone who doesn't take prophecy as truth, why are you so sure about blood magic superstitions? Griffa shook her head. I know what they can do. I just do. Now let me get back to it. Griffa, what is it? What is it, you know? Griffa propped up her elbows on the table and laid her face in her hands. She eventually looked up at Ansel and said, I did something terrible, Ansel. I think I killed my father. Ansel leaned back. Griffa, what are you talking about? Before he died, I was sneaking down here, reading about blood potions. I wanted to try one. I wanted to try one that said it would let me talk to my mother. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I was 16 and I was lonely. Father was wonderful, but I always wondered about my mother. I wanted to know her so badly. I brewed the potion using my blood. I was letting it brew when Father wanted to go on a ride with me. I left it down here. You know what happened on that ride, said Griffa. She wouldn't look at Ansel. Griffa, you don't actually believe you caused Renwerd's death, do? It was probably just something that happened with his heart. He may have had magic, but he was still a man. People die all the time from many different things. He was so healthy, and he looked so young. He was barely 45. It's the only thing I could think of that would kill him. Tears started falling from her eyes. Griffa stood up abruptly and walked over to her cot. She sat down and wiped her eyes. Ansel walked over to her and sat next to her. You mean to tell me all this time you think you killed your father because of some stupid potion you found when you were 16? Griffa, you realize that's madness, right? I'm not saying blood magic doesn't have a price, but do you even know if what you were trying to do was a real spell? Griffa shrugged. I got rid of it as soon as I got home that day before I locked myself in Father's study. I messed around with something I shouldn't have. You can't blame yourself for your father's death. It wasn't your fault. You also can't blame yourself for what Max, Issa, and I did for you. We were all willing to take the consequences, whatever they may be if they exist. You can't go through life with all this guilt. Come here. He pulled Griffa into a hug, and she wept in his arms. What you need is to sleep and not worry about all this for a while. We will be going to Issa's father's wedding in a couple of days. Take a break from all this until we get back. Can you do that, please?" Griffa nodded in his arms. She pushed away from him and sat up. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hands. "Ugh, once again I'm a weepy mess." "Come on, let's go upstairs. You are filthy. We can get you a bath, and you can sleep." Griffa nodded. "I'm sorry. I'm sure you didn't think you were taking on such a chore when you decided to love me." "Griffa, I knew exactly what I was taking on when I decided to love you. You may be a chore sometimes, but you're worth it." A few days later found them all walking to the gates of Abscon to travel to the West Village. They were all dressed simply for the wedding. Max and Ansel both dressed in simple black tunics and pants with boots. Max carried his staff. Nora wore a long light blue gown with short sleeves. Her dark hair, was loose and curled. Issa wore a high-waisted white dress. She had braided her blonde hair with white summer flowers. Griffa wore a muted yellow dress that Ansel quite liked. It had mid-length sleeves, and the neckline was scooped. It fit in at her waist and flowed out into a simple skirt. A red ribbon was tied around her waist. She left her hair loose with her curls spilling over her shoulders. She carried her staff with her, and its red ball gleamed in the sunlight, casting a soft light that surrounded the top of her head. Griffa and Ansel walked beside each other in the back of the group. As they passed the gates of Abscon, Ansel looked around them on all sides. "Do you sense anyone, Griffa?" asked Ansel, looking at her. She looked all around. "No, it seems all clear to me. Are we ready to go?" She took Nora's hand and brought her close to her side. "Okay, Ansel, you go with Max to make sure he and Issa get to where they are going. Everyone ready?" They all nodded. Ansel watched Griffa disappear with Nora. He touched both Max and Issa and felt himself travel. They soon arrived in the forest on the edge of the West Village. Max and Griffa stowed their staffs in a tree just on the edge of the village. The West Village, like the East Village, was just 2 rings. The wedding of Issa's father would take place in the meeting hall of the 2nd ring. Griffa led the way as Ansel stayed in the back to keep an eye on everyone. As they approached the meeting hall, Ansel heard Issa give a happy shriek. She ran in ahead and was taken up in a hug by her father. "Issa, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it," said her father, Eden Finn, releasing Issa from his hug. "I didn't want to miss this. I can't believe you are getting married. I mean, I'm happy. I really am. Can I meet her?" asked Issa with excitement. "Of course she's dying to meet you. She's on the other side of the building. I haven't told her about Max's, abilities. She thinks you are both studying over in the East Village. She is a little confused as to why you aren't spending the night, but hopefully she will be too preoccupied with her new husband to worry much about it," smiled Eden. Issa shook her head with a frown. She then took Nora and Griffa with her to meet her future stepmother. Eden approached Ansel and Max. He shook both their hands. "I want to thank you for bringing Issa. I hope it wasn't too much trouble," said Eden to Ansel. "No, we didn't want her to miss this. We appreciate Issa and want to see her happy," replied Ansel. Eden nodded. "I'm going to tell her this, and I want you to know that Issa can live here with me and Miriam if need be. We would both be happy to have her in our home." Max looked at Ansel with wide eyes. Ansel chuckled. "I don't know if you will be able to convince Issa to leave or Griffa to let her leave. They are great friends. Issa is very useful as well. If you are comfortable with her staying with us, I don't think there will be any reason for her to leave," said Ansel. "All I ask is that Issa is happy and safe. She'll be reaching her majority soon. I suppose some girls get married at her age," pondered Eden. He looked carefully at Max. "Not that I want her to go rushing into anything." Max blushed and dropped his head as Eden laughed. Griffa, Issa, and Nora came back from around the building. Issa smiling and practically skipping. "Father, she is lovely. I know I only just met her, but I believe she will make you a wonderful wife. She invited me to stay with you. Do you want me to come back?" Issa looked at her father carefully. "I want you to be happy. If you are happy living with these people, and they don't mind you being with them, I have no problems with you staying put. I wouldn't mind you coming to visit now and then. Don't forget about me." "I could never forget about you, Father. I will come visit. I'll wait a bit so you can have time with your new bride, but maybe next summer. I'll write you often as well." Issa's father took her hand and gave it a squeeze. A man stepped out from the community hall and waved at Eden. "Oh, it's time. You all need to get inside to grab a seat," said Eden, giving Issa one more hug. She leaned up and kissed his cheek. Max took Issa's arm and escorted her in as Nora followed closely. Ansel offered Griffa his arm, who took it, and he led her inside. They sat just behind Max and Issa on a bench in the middle of the room. Everyone took their places for the wedding as the bride came in and walked to her future husband. The ceremony was simple. It was one used by non-magical people in the kingdom. It was not like ones Ansel had been used to in Abscon, but as the couple pledged their love and lives to one another, he couldn't help but look at Griffa. Ansel had not thought too much about marriage in his life. He knew he would have to marry at some point and have children. His father had married only for advantage and only for the sake of having boys to carry on the protector's line. Ansel knew he wanted something different than his parents' relationship. He wanted someone who he could talk to and who would challenge him. Someone who would be a partner in every sense of the word. Griffa was the answer to every one of his wishes. She wasn't afraid to tell him what he needed to hear. She was adamant about the things she believed in, but she was kind and most times understanding. She made his life better in every way. He would never find a woman who he would want to spend his life with more than Griffa. Ansel took Griffa's hand and held it. She turned and looked at him. He stared at her. One day, perhaps, when things were settled, he could ask her to marry him. Ansel squeezed her hand, and she scooted closer to him. He couldn't help himself from giving her a broad smile. "What is it?" Griffa asked in whisper. "I love you," said Ansel simply. Griffa patted his arm. "You really are becoming quite a sentimental fool." She then leaned up and kissed his cheek affectionately. Chapter 23. Golnar was very pleased. Everything was going well. Since their new friend came to town, everything was falling into place. Philo Quick had been just the boost they needed. He was clever and gifted. He worked hard. His price might be high, but he was worth every bit of it. The newly released magic users in the kingdom were all doing much better under Philo's guidance. Golnar believed they might be able to restart gatherings in the fall to release even more magical-blooded people. Golnar had spent the morning walking amongst the fourth and third ring. He did this often. He never wanted to forget where he came from. He wanted to be reminded of the stench and filth that made up the dwelling places of those who lived in the lower rings. He wanted to remember the beggars on the sidewalk who sat with their bowls, cups, and hats out as they wasted away. He wanted to remember all these things so he could be reminded why what he was doing was so important. In Golnar's vision, Regventus was a place no one suffered from poverty. No one had to do without. There would be those who had more, there was no changing that, but there would never be those who had nothing. There would be order. Those with magical power would rule as they should. Those who didn't have the gift would serve where they could, or they would be eliminated. He knew there would be those who opposed his vision. He would have to fight for it, but he would create forces so strong that the fight would be one-sided. Once people saw how those who tried to rebel were destroyed, there would never be any dissenters again. Today, Golnar decided to go see how Philo Quick was doing with the newly released magical-blooded soldiers. Golnar was anxious to have some soldiers who could use magic. He never knew when he would need to strike those who opposed him. The old magic users had their own ideas of what Regventus should look like. Someday soon, they would start fighting to put their king on the throne. He observed Philo working with 15 guards in the ballroom. Golnar was impressed. Philo had set up different targets throughout the room. He had taught the soldiers many different spells. They could throw things across the room. They could summon wind from nothing. They could make fire and water behave as they wished. Golnar watched as the soldiers sent flames from torches along the wall to burn up wooden targets. Water from buckets flew to knock down barriers that had been put up. The soldiers looked disciplined. Philo, in his new captain's garb, looked like quite a leader. Golnar was very happy with his partnership with Philo Quick. He continued to watch the trainings until all 15 guards had destroyed every target in the room in some way. These 15 would be quite a formidable group of fighters. At the end of the session, Philo worked with the soldiers on magical travel. They all did exceptionally well. Philo dismissed them with simple praise and came to talk with Golnar. "Think was very impressive, Philo, or would you prefer captain?" asked Golnar as Philo came to stand beside him. "Philo is fine when we are alone. Captain will work nicely at the next council meeting. I take it I will get my seat after all?" asked Philo. "Yes, I believe so. You have shown your worth. Come, let's go to the study and have a drink." Philo bowed and followed Golnar to the study off of the throne room. Golnar offered him a seat in the sitting or of the front of the room. He poured 2 cups of wine and handed one to Philo and took a seat. "I think that group of soldiers may be ready for some sort of demonstration," said Golnar. "What are your thoughts?" What kind of demonstration are you thinking of? Asked Philo. Kedden's coronation is coming up very soon. Perhaps they could do something for the occasion. Golnar took a long drink of his wine. Yes, I think that could work. Something grand to celebrate the new king. I don't see that being a problem. I can work something up with them in a few days and let you see it next week. Whatever you think would be acceptable for the event, I trust you to get it right. Golnar set his glass down. So when does our future king return to the palace? I am looking forward to meeting him, said Philo as he finished his drink. He should be here by the end of next week. I wouldn't expect too much. Kedden is handsome and charming, and that is it. His mind is soft. He is nothing more than a figurehead to show the masses what they want to see. His wife is already a powerful magic user. I imagine with some training she would be magnificent. I believe the child she is carrying will be powerful as well, said Golnar. Still, this Kedden will be your king. He will have the ultimate power. Are you confident in your ability to control him? For the time being, yes. He is enthralled by his wife constantly. She keeps him busy with her magic and her more baser abilities as well. Now he has a child to worry about. His mother is also a valuable asset. Her only goal is to keep him safe. She will keep him in line. If at any time he becomes an uncontrollable problem, then something can be arranged. Accidents happen all the time. Philo raised his eyebrows. You say it like it's nothing to just get rid of him. Would you have no regrets? You were willing to kill a 17-year-old boy, Philo. Would you have had any regrets if you succeeded? Asked Golnar. For the boy? No, there was nothing special about him. My son was smitten with a woman in the king's household. I would have felt bad for my son had my plan worked. She didn't want him, though, so he would have gotten over it. Where is your son now? He noticed that Philo seemed fond of his son, but unlike Philo's wife, his son had not joined him. I'm not sure. He probably got spooked by the incident that happened. I have some people I know searching for him. He doesn't understand the way things need to be, but when I find him, I will make him understand. It shouldn't be hard. He's always been easy to sway, said Philo as he summoned the pitcher of wine to refill his and Golnar's glasses. We shall begin gatherings again after the coronation. Are you ready to do more training sessions? Asked Golnar, leaning back in his chair to get more comfortable. I believe so. I think I will have to identify one or two gifted new magic users to help me soon. If we want to train more newly released magical folk, it would be helpful to have some assistance. Golnar nodded. I agree. Have you met Kedden's mother, Camellia Bells? She is already more advanced than most. She has been very helpful. I have not met her, but I would like to. Any help would be appreciated. I have a full schedule as is. Perhaps I will meet her at the coronation, and we can work something out. Golnar nodded. I will arrange it. She will do it. I will tell her it's for the safety of her son. She will do anything for Kedden. As a parent, I understand it. My son, Marcus, may be a soft idiot, but I will still do what I can to make sure he is safe. I've never had a child. I don't know what you mean, but I will take your word for it, said Golnar. They drank in silence as Golnar thought of all the possibilities before them. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock at the door of the study. Who is it? Called Golnar. It's Till. Is Philo in there with you? I have something for him that looks interesting. Philo looked at Golnar with a quizzical look and nodded. Golnar raised his hand, and the door opened. Till came in with a message in his hand. This came for you not too long ago, Philo. It was delivered by a rather large bird. I figured it had to have come from one of your old friends. I thought it might have some information in it we needed quickly. Till handed the message to Philo, who opened it and read it. I think that demonstration of our military forces may come sooner rather than later, said Philo. He drained the wine in his glass. What do you mean, Philo? Asked Golnar. Philo stood up and stretched. The young king of the magical folk is out of Abscon. He is visiting the East Village as we speak. Can you get the soldiers there in time? Are we sure this young king is there now? Asked Till excitedly. If my friend is correct, then, yes, he is there now. My soldiers are ready to travel, said Philo. Is this a risk we are willing to take? What if you or your soldiers are killed or taken prisoner? This king will have guards with him and his protector. Do you think you can be successful? Asked Till. I know exactly who will be with the king. He will probably have others with him who will be extremely vulnerable. I have no doubt of our success. We can ambush them, and it will be over quickly, reassured Philo. I'm not sure this is our moment, Philo. I'm sure there will be more chances, said Till with uncertainty. Philo turned to Golnar. What do you think? We will have to make a decision at this moment. Golnar took a sip of his wine and looked at Till and then at Philo. He smiled slightly and said, Let me know how this demonstration goes. Tell your soldiers there will be no need to take prisoners. Chapter 24. Griffa sat at a table with a nice piece of cake and a full glass of wine. It had been a very good day. Issa and Max were talking to Aidan and his new wife. Ansel was by Griffa's side, and he seemed relaxed for once. She took a bite of her cake and turned to Ansel while swallowing. This has been nice. I'm so glad we could do this for Issa. It has been nice, agreed Ansel. He used his finger to wipe some icing off of Griffa's cheek. Aidan's bride seems like a nice woman. I hope they will be happy. If they decide to be happy, they will be. Hard times might come, but if they commit, they will see each other through them. Then that will be that, said Griffa, looking over at the newly wedded couple. You make it sound very simple, said Ansel. Isn't it, though? Asked Griffa, looking back at Ansel. There are always many things we can't control, but I won't argue with you today. Griffa laughed. We should probably get going, shouldn't we? It will be dark soon. I don't want to keep your guards out in the forest for another night. Ansel nodded. Finish your cake. I'll go collect the others. Griffa watched as Ansel walked up to Max and Issa. He shook Aidan's hand and came back over to Griffa with Max and Issa in tow. Where's Nora? Asked Griffa, looking around. Nora was talking to a few older ladies at a table in the corner. Max left to go collect her, and soon they were all ready to go. They waved goodbye to Aidan and his new wife and stepped out into the cool evening air. I hope you enjoyed today, Issa, said Griffa, linking Issa's arm with hers. I did. I like Miriam very much. I hope to visit next summer. You might get to meet your new half-sister or brother by then, said Griffa happily. You never know. Miriam is young and father is not so old himself. It would be wonderful, smiled Issa. The group walked through the outskirts of town and into the cover of the forest. As soon as they stepped into the tree line, Griffa's senses went on alert. She dropped Issa's arm and immediately summoned her staff to her. Ansel, do you sense it? Something is wrong, said Griffa quietly. Ansel looked at her and whispered to Max. Summon your staff now. Max raised his hand and his staff flew into his hand. Griffa turned to Issa and Nora. Hold on, you two. She raised her hand and the ladies flew up into a high large branch in a nearby tree. Griffa motioned for them to be quiet. Griffa, Max, and Ansel stood back to back, forming a triangle. Whatever was in the forest with them, Griffa knew it wasn't friendly. She felt the hairs stand up on her arms. She could feel Ansel's magic, and it was agitated. They all three looked around, waiting. Where are your guards, Ansel? Asked Griffa under her breath. I'm not sure. They should be around here somewhere. Should we just get Nora and Issa and travel to Abscon? Max asked. Can't you feel it, Max? Griffa kept looking around the forest. We can't travel. Someone has put a ward up, a powerful one. All was quiet for a moment, and then the forest erupted into chaos. Aramis soldiers encircled them with their hands up. Griffa could sense a great source of magic. Ansel, they can use magic. They must have used the potion, cried Griffa frantically. I know. Somehow we are going to have to fight through and get out of here, replied Ansel. The soldiers stared at Ansel, Max, and Griffa for a couple of moments, and then, as if on command, they struck. Curses and spells flew at the three in the center from all directors. Griffa slammed her staff in the ground, placing a barrier around them, deflecting curses. She kept it up as Ansel raised his hand and blew 3 soldiers back into nearby trees. Max raised his staff and brought it down, and 2 more soldiers lost their footing and fell. Back and forth it went until Griffa couldn't block any more, and she, Ansel, and Max had to move away to avoid any hits. Griffa jumped and rolled left. She quickly got up and pushed her hand at 2 soldiers. They flew to the side. She felt another one at her back, and she raised her staff to block a spell he threw at her. Then she turned and sent the soldier backwards into a tree with her raised hand. Griffa lost track of where she was as she dodged and threw spells all around her. It couldn't have been more than 20 soldiers, but they were strong and well-trained. She looked around for Ansel and Max. She saw Max between 2 soldiers blocking curses. She threw a blast of wind and blew one back, while Max lifted one into the air and threw him to the side. Max ran towards her. They backed into each other, looking around. "Where's Ansel?" said Griffa, dodging a spell. She saw Max look over to her left. "There, he's there." Griffa turned to look, and she saw Ansel fighting with 3 soldiers. He threw too easily to the side, but then he paused and looked at something to his right. Griffa looked too and saw Philo quick. Ansel turned and ran towards Philo. Griffa ran after him. She was interrupted in her pursuit by 2 soldiers, who each had a lit torch in their hand. The fire launched at her. She raised her hand, and a wind blew the fire away from her. She bent down and moved her hand across her body. The soldiers doubled over as if being hit in the stomach. She ran by them, hitting them both with her staff. She finally caught up to where Ansel was. He was exchanged curses and words with Philo.
"You brought that deadly poison into our house to kill Max," seethed Ansel, angrily sending a wave of power at Philo.
"I did. Too bad it didn't work. I could have gotten rid of all of you. Last I heard that little Keene girl was dying, but I guess she recovered sadly." Philo looked over Ansel's shoulder and sent a spell at Griffa. Ansel turned to look at her as Griffa deflected the spell, but was thrown to the ground by the force. Philo took advantage of Ansel's momentary lapse of attention and sliced a curse at him. It hit Ansel's shoulder, splitting it open. Griffa saw a spray of Ansel's blood fly through the air, and he fell hard to the ground. No, she screamed. She hopped up off the ground and pushed down with her hand. She flew in an arc and landed standing over Ansel, staring at Philo. Philo smirked at her and raised his hand. Before he could strike, a spell from above caused him to throw up a block as 2 of Ansel's guards landed next to Griffa. Griffa pushed out her staff and sent Philo sprawling onto the ground, hitting his head on a rock. He sat up and looked at Griffa dazed, and then fell backwards. Griffa bent down to check on Ansel as Max ran up to them and kneeled beside her. "Ansel," she said, helping him to sit up. She looked at his shoulder. His wound was deep and long, and dark blood was running from it. "I'm okay, Griff. I really am." She looked at him. "You will be—" "Hold on!" Griffa hovered her hand over his wound and concentrated. The skin worked its way together. It was nasty and red, but the bleeding had almost stopped. "That'll do until we can get you home." "How are we going to do that, Griffa?" asked Ansel, standing up and looking around them. 12 soldiers were moving towards them, their hands out front. Ansel's guards moved in front of Max, Griffa, and Ansel and spread out. They were far outnumbered. Griffa heard Philo stirring behind them. She looked up in a tree ahead and saw Nora and Issa crouching down and looking at them. She looked over at Ansel and saw his ashen face and his weak posture. They had to get out of there now, but how? She tried to think over the terror in her head. She moved back against Ansel and Max and touched their hands, feeling a jolt of magic from both of them. She had an idea. "Max," she called over her shoulder, "how would you like to try to move something living? You wanted to do that, didn't you?" Max, catching on to her idea, said, "Yes, I did. We can do this, Griffa. Where do you want them to go?" "Do you remember that field I showed you on the map in Oromist?" asked Griffa. "Yes," said Max. He grabbed for her hand, and she caught it in her own. "Ansel, can you protect us for a moment? Are you able?" Griffa closed her eyes and concentrated.
"Yeah, Griff, I will keep you both safe," said Ansel.
Griffa kept her eyes closed. She felt Max's magic mingling with her own, though their connected hands. She envisioned the soldiers and the field in Oromist. She focused, feeling the magic all around her. She could feel Max's magic stronger than ever. It ran up her arm and into her body. She could feel Ansel's magic cover them all 3. She knew it was Protector's magic. It must have been covering her through Max's magic. It made her feel powerful and safe. It gave her a sense of peace. She felt so warm, like she was glowing. She could feel her hair being lifted off of her back as if she was standing in a strong wind. She knew spells and curses were being flung at them, but she could barely register their existence. She lived within a protective shield of magic. She squeezed Max's hand and opened her eyes. She had no doubt they would be successful. She raised her free hand the same time as Max raised his, and the forest erupted in light around them. The world vanished, and Griffa was only aware of the 2 men next to her. She felt tethered to them both by some invisible, unbreakable rope. The light was blinding. After what felt like forever, but was probably just a moment, the light faded, and the forest was quiet. The magic shield disappeared, and Griffa's hand felt like it was on fire. She released Max's hand. Ansel fell over, and Griffa kneeled down to help him. "Max, get Nora and Issa and get to the gates. I'm taking Ansel now, said Griffa urgently. Max nodded. What about my guards? Asked Ansel weakly. Griffa looked behind her, and Ansel's guards were close to the tree Issa and Nora were in, walking around looking dazed. They are fine. They can come with the others. I need to get you home, said Griffa, talking quickly. She just wanted to get Ansel home so she could help him. He had lost a lot of blood. Griffa gave Max a wave to get going before she touched Ansel and concentrated. They traveled together to the gates of Abscon. Griffa touched the tree and performed the necessary spell. She helped Ansel enter, and they awkwardly made their way towards Abscon. Griffa didn't know how they would make it all the way. She could levitate him by magic, but it would still take too long. Ansel looked like he could pass out at any moment. She looked around them and saw 2 cottages up ahead. She helped Ansel to make it up the road. An old man had a horse outside one of the houses and was staring at them. Griffa knew she had seen the man before, but she couldn't remember his name. She ran over to him. Hello, I'm Griffon Keene, and I believe we have met before. I don't have time to chat, but if you will loan me that horse, I will pay whatever you want. Name you price. The man smiled at her. I know who you are, Miss Keene. You can take her if you want for however long you want. I don't need any payment. Griffa smiled at him and grabbed the bridle on the horse. She brought it over to Ansel, remembering to send a big reward back with the animal. Somehow, with Griffa's help, Ansel got on the horse. Griffa crawled up behind him and took the reins. She somehow supported Ansel and guided the mare. She used her memory for most of the way, as she couldn't see very well over Ansel. Soon they were home. Griffa pulled up to the portico. She hopped down and helped Ansel onto the ground, leaving the horse to graze on the front lawn. He leaned on her heavily as she brought him into the house. She heard Maybelle exclaim from the doorway of the kitchen, but Griffa paid her no mind. She took Ansel to the living room and deposited him on the couch. She ran past Maybelle to her cellar. She looked through her stash quickly and grabbed a potion, some balm, and some bandages. She flew back up the stairs, past Maybelle again, and into the parlor. She went to Ansel and sat on the sofa. She pulled his head into her lap. Ansel, you have to take this. You are very weak and lost a lot of blood. This will make it better, said Griffa soothingly. She put the bottle to his lips, and Ansel opened his mouth and raised his head to take the potion. Good. That will take a few minutes to work. Let me treat that arm. Griffa stood putting Ansel's head carefully down on the couch. She crouched on the floor to look at Ansel's shoulder. It was mostly still together from her earlier spell. She put her hands over it again, and the skin moved together cleaner and less red. Griffa put the balm on the wound and wrapped it. She stood up off the ground and realized how exhausted she was. She walked over to the chair by the couch and flopped down into it. She looked up to see Maybelle staring at her. Don't ask me now, Maybelle. It was bad, but we are all alike. Max and the others will be home soon. I don't have the energy to explain it. Maybelle nodded. I'll get you all some food and drinks. Maybe get some water sent upstairs. Please let Wallis know there is a horse grazing on the front lawn. Have him see to the horse for the night. I will have it sent back to its owner tomorrow. Maybelle nodded and left the room. Griffa let out a breath and went to rub her face. She looked at the hand that had been holding Max's. It was bright red with huge ugly boils forming on it. Now that her adrenaline was wearing off, Griffa felt the ache in her hand. She reached over to get some of the balm. She applied it to her hand and bandaged it. She made sure to save some for Max, knowing he would need it. She laid her head back against her chair and closed her eyes. Her body ached, and she was unbelievably tired. She would be happy to sleep in this chair for a week and not move. Just as she was drifting off, she heard Ansel sit up on the couch. Griffa, is everyone all right? Did we all make it back? We did, Ansel. Max, Issa, and Nora will be here soon. Griffa opened her eyes and pushed herself up in the chair. I'll go see about helping Maybelle getting you something to eat. You will need to eat with that potion. Ansel nodded at her. Did you and Max really send all those soldiers and Philo back to Oromist? I think so. I suppose I should hope they all arrived in one piece, but I find that I don't care at the moment, said Griffa, standing up. Rest, Ansel. I'll be back soon. Griffa turned to leave, but Ansel caught her hand. He pulled her down onto his lap and held her tightly with his good arm. She leaned against him and closed her eyes. She sat in his half-embrace for a few moments before she heard him whisper, Thank you, Griffa. Griffa gently kissed his cheek and pushed herself off of his lap. She walked out into the entry hall to find Max, Issa, and Nora coming in the front door. Issa and Nora hugged her. Nora went into the kitchen to help Maybelle as Issa stayed behind with Max and Griffa. "Is Ansel all right?" asked Max. "He's fine. He'll be sore, but he should regain most of his strength quickly. Are you all right, Max?" She gently picked up his hand and turned it over. It was burned with large blisters just like her own. "We need to get this taken care of." Max nodded, and he and Issa followed Griffa back into the parlor. Ansel was slouched on the sofa with his head leaned back against the cushions and his eyes closed. Griffa had Max sit in a chair while she kneeled in front of him and bandaged his hand. Nora and Maybelle brought in a tray of sandwiches and some wine as Griffa sat next to Ansel on the sofa. She nudged Ansel awake to eat. "So, what happened out there?" asked Issa. "I couldn't see well from the tree, and it was getting dark, but there were soldiers everywhere. Then there was a bright light, and they were all gone. Where did they go?" "Hopefully to Oromist," said Max. "That's where we meant for them to go." "It's too bad I never showed you the canyon at the north of the kingdom. We could have thrown them all in there," remarked Griffa, "or at least Philo. I don't like using extreme force on anyone, but it may come to that soon. Griffa and I have been working on moving things over long distances with magic. We've never done anything living or out of abscond, but somehow I think we did it," said Max, picking up a sandwich. "I don't know how to explain it, but I just knew we could do it." Griffa nodded as the others chatted. She glanced at Ansel, who was quiet and looked thoughtful. Griffa remembered what it felt like to be covered in his protector's magic. She wished she knew more about protectors and their kings and queens. She would have to find some books on the subject. Ansel must have felt her eyes on him, and he turned to Griffa. "Are you okay, Griffa?" he asked quietly. "I'm fine, Ansel. I just have a lot on my mind, but I don't want to deal with any of it tonight." Eventually everyone started going upstairs to clean up and go to bed. Nora and Maybelle said their good nights early, while Max and Issa talked a while longer. Before long, Griffa and Ansel were alone on the sofa. "Ansel," asked Griffa, "what do you know about Protector's magic? I mean, you and Max have a connection, don't you? Your magic knows his and reacts to it." Ansel looked at her. "I haven't thought much about it. I know I am bound to him magically, and theoretically I am supposed to be able to protect him from threats. Why do you ask?" "I'm not sure I want to get into it much tonight, but when I was connected to Max, I think I could feel your Protector's magic. It made me feel strong and safe. I think you helped us to be able to pull that off tonight." Ansel looked at her for a moment. "I wondered if I had imagined it." "No, I don't think you did. I'm too tired now to think it over, but soon I want to study more about it." Griffa yawned. "Of course you do," said Ansel, smiling at her. "Are you ready for bed?" "You go on up, Ansel. I think I'll just stay down here tonight. There is no way I'm getting up those stairs, and I know you can't carry me. I don't want to be levitated either. It always makes me nauseous. I'll just curl up here on the sofa," said Griffa, stretching. Ansel pulled her to him. He lay down on the sofa, positioning his hurt shoulder. He pulled Griffa down next to him and carefully put his arm around her. She snuggled into Ansel and his warmth. She closed her eyes and fell asleep to his voice in her ear. "Good night, my love." Chapter 25. Golnar sat in the study off the throne room with Philo, Quick, and Till. It had been a week since Philo and his soldiers had gone to the forest to kill the young king. They had come back battered and confused. "So, have you figured it out yet? What exactly happened? How did you and your soldiers just appear in the field behind the library?" "It doesn't make sense," said Till, shaking his head. "I have no explanation. I have never seen anything like it. I had just gotten up from being slightly injured when suddenly I was in a tree in some field. I've talked to my soldiers. They said the king, his protector, and a woman did some kind of spell. They said they threw everything at the three of them, but nothing worked. I still can't work it out." Philo put his head back against the chair. Golnar looked up. "Who was the woman? Why was she able to do this with the king and his protector?" "It was Griffon Keene." Philo shrugged. "I'm not sure why she would make any difference. She is from an old magical family. The Keenes have been allies to the line of Adalwin since King Nathan. Perhaps there is some old magical bond there at work." "What they did was impossible. You do realize that, don't you?" "It had to be some very powerful magic," said Golnar, thinking of what he could do with that kind of power. "I could feel it. The power coming off the three of them was overwhelming. "I've never experienced anything like that in all my years using magic," said Philo, nodding. "You are sure?" asked Till. "You didn't just retreat to save your old friends, did you?" Philo laughed bitterly. "You think I consider Ansel or Griffon my friends? I went to kill the young king, but getting rid of Ansel and the last of the Keenes would have made me very happy. I and my soldiers were sent back to Oromist against our will. It shouldn't have been possible, but it happened. I would like to see and experience this magic of the young king. Perhaps we shouldn't kill him after all. We need to rethink our strategy, but not today. We have to crown our king. It's almost time," said Golnar, standing up. Philo and Till stood up as well. "If you want to get to the young king, you will have to find a way around his protector and his guards. This young king would be very vulnerable without his protector," said Philo, walking with Golnar to the door. Golnar nodded. "Let's talk about this next week." Golnar opened the door, and they all walked out through the throne room and entry hall into the bright fall day to walk to the temple to witness the coronation of the king. The coronation of King Kedden and Queen Turin took place in the Temple of the Ancients. Words were said, vows were made, and crowns were placed on the heads of the handsome king and his beautiful queen. The newly crowned couple made their way through the inner circle of the city to the palace with much fanfare and cheering. Golnar watched as Kedden smiled and waved. The people of the city lined up to catch a glimpse and to celebrate their new king and queen. King Kedden and Queen Turin made their first royal appearance on the grand balcony off of the ballroom. Many in the city crowded in to see their king. Golnar stood in the ballroom with Till watching Kedden wave. It seemed this decision of crowning a king was very popular, at least in Oromist. "Well, that went well," remarked Golnar, turning to Till. "I suppose he will be busy with his pretty new crown for a while." Golnar turned to leave when he heard Kedden start to speak. That wasn't part of the plan. Golnar turned around and walked closer to the balcony with Till to hear better. "I am humbled and honored to be your king," said Kedden. The crowd quieted when they realized their king was speaking. "I hope to be a good king and to rule fairly. The kingdom is made up of many different people with many different abilities. All people are of worth. For Regventus to truly be a great kingdom, we need to acknowledge that we all need each other. I pray to the ancients for peace and prosperity for all of us. We will work together to strengthen our kingdom and each other. Take care of each other, show kindness and humility. I swear to you, I will keep you safe and work towards all having a place of stability in the kingdom. Queen Turin, and I hope to serve for you many years." The crowd erupted in applause and shouts. Till turned to look at Golnar. "Pretty words from our king today." Golnar was seething. "Dangerous words. We may have a problem on our hands. I will talk to Kedden, but if he doesn't fall in line, we will find a way for this to work without him." Golnar stormed out of the room, leaving Till to watch him go. Max walked out on the back lawn with a message in his hands for Griffa. He found her sitting on the grass with Ansel as they looked out into the fields. "Here, Griffa, this came for you from Hector Delis. I thought you would want to read it," said Max, handing Griffa the message as he sat down beside her. "Thank you, Max," said Griffa as she looked at the unopened message. She placed it in her lap and breathed in. "I know we are still pretty much where we were last fall, but I feel like something has changed. I feel like there are so many new possibilities for us and the kingdom." Max could feel it too. He nodded. "I didn't know what would happen when I came here. I know now that I belong here with both of you. I think we can do this. I really do." Griffa grabbed Max's hand and gave a squeeze. Max could feel the now familiar sensation of her magic meeting his and interacting. "What about you, Ansel? What do you believe?" asked Griffa. "I believe you should read your message," answered Ansel, turning his eyes to Griffa. "I also believe that the blood of Adalwin is meant to be on the throne. We will win the throne, and our king will reign." Griffa leaned her head on Ansel's shoulder for a moment before sitting up and opening her letter. "Is your shoulder doing better, Ansel?" asked Max as Griffa read her message. "It's like nothing ever happened," responded Ansel, rotating his arm. "Isa feels awful about the whole thing. I tried to tell her it's not her fault, but she still blames herself," said Max sadly. "She shouldn't. It's not her fault," said Ansel, looking at Griffa as she stood up. "It's definitely not her fault," proclaimed Griffa. She turned to walk towards the house. Ansel and Max stood up with her. "Where are you going?" asked Ansel. "I'm going to go right Hector Delis. It seems a member of the ring has disappeared," said Griffa as she walked. Max and Ansel fell in step beside her on either side. "Who?" asked Max. He knew whoever it was the one who betrayed them to the forces in the palace. The oath they took with the ring said they would be banished from Abscon. Gorm, said Griffa. His house is deserted. His wife is gone as well. He must have planned this and left before he could be magically ejected from Abscon. He is to blame for our ambush. He always was chummy with Philo. We should have known better. What are you going to write, Hector? Asked Ansel as they got to the back door. Griffa stopped and looked at Ansel. He wants my opinion on who should join the ring. Griffa handed the message to Ansel. I'm sure he meant it as just a courtesy since I am a Keene, but I find I do have an opinion on the matter. Ansel read over the message quickly. Do you know who you are going to recommend? Ansel looked up from the message. I know exactly who I am going to recommend, replied Griffa with one of her mischievous smiles. She turned and walked into the house as Ansel and Max exchanged glances. 3 days later found Max walking next to Griffa on the way to a meeting with the ring. Max was dressed in a dark blue tunic with a golden sun stitched on the chest. Ansel was in his protector's uniform of a black tunic with a large tree in silver on the front. He wore his hat low, but Max could see Ansel staring at Griffa for most of the walk. Griffa was dressed in her black dress with the feathers on the waist, her cloak with a large keen sigil of the red and gold falcon fastened together across her neck. Her hair was piled high on her head in a braid. She stopped by the statue of King Nathan and bowed with a smile before turning to the gods and doing the same. She then walked to the door of the ring meeting hall and took a deep breath before opening the door. Griffa held her head high as she waved at the small man who worked at the front of the hall. He only bowed as they passed. Griffa didn't knock at the doors of meeting room. She opened both doors and walked in with confidence. Max and Ansel flanked her sides. As they walked into the room, every head turned towards them. You just stroll in here now, eh, girl? Asked Helmer. Hector hasn't even started the meeting. Hector looked at Griffa, nodded, and then turned to Helmer. It's not my meeting to start, Helmer. Everyone on my right will need to shift down to fill in the traitor's chair. You too, Helmer, go to the third chair. Whatever for? Asked Helmer as he stood up and moved down. To make room for the leader of the Ring of Nine, said Hector as he took a seat in Helmer's vacated chair. Max watched as Griffa walked up to the first chair and stood behind it. Max and Ansel walked up to stand behind her. Max could see a small smile on Ansel's face. I am Griffon Keene, the oldest and only member of the Keene family. I claim my right to this chair. I ask for you allegiance to me, the ring, and our king. If there are any dissenters, let them speak now. Max cut his eyes in Helmer's direction. He was looking at Griffon as though he would object, but he sat silently. The rest of the room was quiet. Good, said Griffa, sitting down. Now, we have been on the defensive too long. We have played too nice and safe. We have hidden away in our village and left the kingdom to the mercy of those who would destroy it. We will hide away no longer. We need to come up with a plan to place our king on the throne. Regventus will be the kingdom it was meant to be, and we will make it so. Please bring 2 chairs to the table and place them on either side of me. The chairs were brought in, and Max sat on Griffa's left as Ansel sat on Griffa's right. Griffa looked up and around the table and said, Now may the gods guide us in our discussions, and may we always remember the responsibility we owe to one another. The end.